If I don't do nothing else, I'm gonna talk that law. Let's talk about it. But before I get started, for those who may not know me, I'm a Texas trial attorney, going on my 5th year in the game. Y'all see the law license on the wall signed by the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. I was minding my business. I was drinking my water. Somebody said, "Get up." It's time to get started. So I'm going to go right into it. I believe court should be starting. So let's see. Let's jump right into it. Okay, so I don't see them starting yet. Let me. So that means I got a little time. Let me see something. It could be. No, our court, it hasn't started yet on none of the streaming platforms. So we're good. Well, yeah, she said Fox be late. Well, I also went to the other ones, and I don't see any of them streaming right now. Let me double check though. Yeah, I don't see none of the other 3 or 4. But I got it pulled up just in case. Good morning, Miss Deborah C. Politicking with Mel. I'm standing still. Oh, all right. He said you're a lawyer or student. No, don't take me back to those student days, writing all those case briefs. May give me some type of PTSD. Had court, has court started? No, I don't see it started yet. Good morning. Y'all up early. Good morning to you. He said, "Wait, I'm back." Where you go? Okay, Fox saying it ain't on them. Fox saying they still waiting. He said, "I know you're Laura." Oh, she said, "I was saying that dude from yesterday, right?" Good morning. Good morning. Oh, here you go, Jiggy. Boy, y'all wanna start up early. What's going on and throw it off? What's going on, Car Global? He said, "I ain't been to sleep yet." I said, "We already know your story's gonna be." This man called you Jiggly. Yeah, I'm watching the. Let me see. So I'm reading the chat, and they saying that a tree fell on the power lines. It's 8:06 here in Texas. They said a tree fell on the power lines. So we might be here for. She said that was. She said that was yesterday. So they having 2 trees in 2 days. Oh, she said maybe not. Oh, okay. Let me go to law and crime. Let me see law. What's going on, Tall Glass? Thanks for popping back in and checking on us. Yeah, we was having, I don't know what was going on yesterday with this StreamYard. And I haven't even had time to look at it because we stayed up all night and then we back so early. So I don't hopefully we can survive the day. Okay, Miss Sylvia said they having problems with the feed. Okay. Let me see something right quick, y'all. Man, hold on now. Oh, okay, okay. I think somebody. Okay, hold on, hold on. I don't even know what Woody got on. Tell y'all the truth. All right, I think somebody got it up. Let me see. All right, let's do it. See if we can do it like this. I think Atlanta news
I didn't.
first. We're gonna go back a few. We're gonna go back as far as the letters. Oh, before.
Hylton. And what was said between.
So I guess it just jumped on right there. We can go back and see
Taking
anything.
down what was said between you, your lawyer, Ms. Bumpkus, and District Attorney Hylton.
Yes.
Okay. And you've seen a transcript of that June 10th, 2024 meeting with the judge and District Attorney Hylton, you and your lawyer, right?
What you mean?
Oh, okay. The words by the court reporter coming out on a white piece of paper with the words on it.
Oh, I didn't. I seen it, but I didn't read it. I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. My question to you is this. During the time that you were speaking with your lawyer, District Attorney Hylton, three of you, no court reporter, did District Attorney Hylton tell you that if you testified that you were involved with the Donovan Thomas murder, you would be locked up or arrested?
You can't ask me that again?
Yes, sir. When you, your lawyer, Ms. Bumpkus, and District Attorney Hylton were speaking, the three of you, just the three of you, did District Attorney Hylton tell you that you would be arrested, locked up, whatever the words are, if you testified to this jury that you had anything to do with Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes.
Okay. Did District Attorney Hylton tell you, with you, Ms. Bumpkus, and District Attorney Hylton, no one else, that if you invoked your Fifth Amendment right, meaning I'm not testifying, you would be locked up or jailed?
Yes.
Other than those two things, did District Attorney Hylton tell you you could testify to anything you want or something to that effect, and you would not be locked up. Just tell the jury. Just think about it.
I don't know what you just said.
I'm sorry. Look, that was a bad question. That's me
Make it plain still.
telling me that I was inartful is my word. Okay. Other than those two issues you just told, I'm going to get locked up if I invoke the Fifth Amendment. I'm going to get locked up if I testify that I'm involved in Donovan Thomas's murder. Other than those two. So if you don't say those two things, then your use immunity kicks in and you would not be locked up for anything else you testified to. Is that how you understood it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ever ask District Attorney Hylton, why can't I testify if I'm sworn to tell the truth about being involved in Donovan Thomas's murder? Did you ask her why did she exclude that?
What you mean?
Did you ever ask any question to District Attorney Hylton? Let me ask you a different one. Did you tell?
It wasn't no question. We was talking.
Okay.
And we were going back and forth.
That's what she said. That's fine. That's fine.
Sustained.
All right. Let me ask you some questions. I'm going back to your interviews or interrogations or meetings.
Hey, y'all, I'm gonna switch the feed. It's
Let me ask you some questions.
all right to get that logo off.
I'm going back to your interviews or interrogations or meetings, whatever the right word is, between you and law enforcement, whether federal, gang, homicide. Okay, I'm going back to those that we saw the recordings for January 11th, 2015 with Detective Thorpe. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when you say it's just for the
Yes.
court. Okay, thank you. The jury saw the meeting or interrogation, whatever, the conversation on January 28th of 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes.
The jurors saw the meeting or conversation on February 20th, 2015. Do you remember that?
I remember all the interrogation that they showed me.
Okay. And then the last one would be February 21, the next day, 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I misspoke when I said the last one's really June 10th, 2015. You remember that one?
Yes.
Okay. I'm referring to those, and I'll make it clear which one I'm talking about. But I would like to talk to you about what you said in those different statements. And then if it was a lie, and then whether the police, the district attorney's office, the federal authorities ever came to you to say that we can or cannot, the words corroborate, but that means we verified what you said, okay? Or didn't verify. That's what I'm going to ask you. A whole series, okay?
All right.
If I'm losing you at all, Mr. Copeland, it's me. All right. Let's start with, this is going to be, Your Honor, Jeffrey Williams or JW240A. It's in Elisa, and it's State's Exhibit number 378YE, already in evidence. It's June 10, 2015. Interrogation, and Your Honor, the times are 10:36:34 a.m. through 10:36:42 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, do you have you might need those. What I'm going to ask you is these are a series of conversations with the with the police, different police officers, detectives.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to go over what you said, and then I want to talk to you about that, okay? The first one that I just announced is the detective asked you, what started it off? Was it really about a windshield? And you answered, no, Young Thug had something personal against each other. I want you to hear that, make sure that's what it said, okay?
What started it though? Was it really about a windshield? Nope. Nothing. Throw it at some person against each other.
Okay. What I said, was that accurate? Or fairly accurate?
This is what I heard.
Okay. And what you're saying there, you're being interviewed, if you can tell, that's Detective Dennis, and you heard Detective Gaither's voice. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And you recognize this as June 10th, 2015 meeting. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at that point, you also said, and this is at JW 240B, Your Honor, is in Barry, State's Exhibit number 378.
What started?
YE, and it's in time 3:13:02 p.m. to 3:13:22 p.m. And Mr. Copeland, tell us if you hear this. You said, you know what I mean? Honest to God truth. I asked why they didn't kill Kel. Like, you feel what I'm saying? Why and I'm not saying it, but HELL, they kill like he wasn't a problem. Did nothing. And Detective Thorpe, remember who he is, the homicide detective?
Yeah, the bald head dude with the script right here.
Yes, sir. He said, and then you said, that's what, I don't know what, and then I can't understand it, so you tell us. Then did. That's why I knew it was something personal between him and Thug. I don't know. Just listen to it and tell us if that's what it says, okay?
I mean, honestly, good true. And why the hell did they kill Cam? Like, you know what I'm saying? Why the hell they kill? Like, he wasn't a problem. Nothing they did mention. Like, I don't know what they done did. I knew it was something personal between him and Thug. I mean, but what was personal between him and Thug? I don't know.
Okay. The next one is JW 240C is in Colette, State's Exhibit number 378YE from the June 10, 2015 interview, 10:36:47, Mr. Copeland, through 10:36:51, and it's you saying they fell out before me and Cal got into it, and the they, if you need any type of listening to it more, I believe, and you tell us you're referring to Jeffrey and Mr. Donovan Thomas, okay? And tell us if you need to hear more of it.
They fell out. They both, me and Kid got into it.
Is that what it says?
I didn't hear it.
Can you redo it, Your Honor? Is that okay?
They fell out. They both, me and Kid got into it.
Does it say that they fell out, meaning Jeffrey and Mr. Thomas, they fell out before me and Cal got into it? Is that what you heard?
I just heard something about me and Kill. I didn't hear what I said before that.
All right, well, the jurors can make a determination, but that's great. Whatever you hear, okay? And the next one is JW 241A. That's State's Exhibit number 378YA is in Elisa. That's at 3:01:37 a.m. to 3:02:52 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, this is January 11th. This is about 6-7 hours, 8 hours after Mr. Thomas has got the big shot. Okay, so this is the morning of January 11th, the next day, Sunday morning. Okay, 2015. And Detective Thorpe, remember being with him that day? January 11th, 2015.
I don't remember the day, but that's who questioned me.
Okay. And on here, just tell us if you hear Detective Thorpe saying, what made you want to pull you into this situation? You said me and him had a problem in the club. Kel, they say, is the little brother. Me and him got into it at the club, probably about no longer than 4 months. So 4 months before January 2015. Just listen to it, make sure that that's what it says, okay?
Tell me exactly what you know dealing with this situation. Like now, without everything, tell me everything what made people want to pull you into this situation to happen. Okay. Me and Kale, you know what I'm saying? Now, he had a problem in the club.
I don't think it's playing through the speakers. Oh. Okay, well, IT's here and there's not anything I can do about that.
Oh,
Yeah, they say this the little brother, but I thought they were just saying that, but they say they real brother.
Okay, let's
K-E-L.
stop for now. They're here and maybe they can fix it, even though they had all week last week and it didn't get fixed. We thought it was, but it's not. So I'm gonna excuse y'all.
well, Judge, you fix it. How's she gonna play it if the jurors?
The backup also doesn't work, by the way.
How's she gonna play it if the jury can't hear it? Somebody said Hilton and Lud and went back there and pulled some wires. It was working good for months when he was testifying for the state. Now all of a sudden, when Woody's testifying for the defense, you can't get one microphone to work. They tripped over the cord, went back there and snatched it out. Allegedly. That can't be confirmed. Oh man. Let me go see something right quick. I don't know. Okay, now we were there. Looks like we got a little time to catch up. Let me see when it started.
Fine. My question to you is this. During the time that you were speaking with your lawyer, District Attorney Hilton, three of you.
I'm just going back a little bit.
Reporter, did District Attorney Hilton tell you that if you testified that you were involved with the Donovan Thomas murder, you would be locked up or arrested?
You can't ask me that again?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we heard that already. So they started like in the middle of his questioning, but we already heard that. So we ain't missed nothing. I thought we missed something important. Brian still was questioning him about the secret meeting, and he wanted to get it on the record to let the jury know that Woody was pressured into testifying. He said he wanted Woody to wear his suit. Wear that gray suit at Woody. Wear that gray suit. Yeah, we waiting for the people popping in. We just waiting for the court to do something. At this point, go get a y'all know what it's called, one of those big stereo that's loud. Plug in the aux cord and let's get this thing started. You don't need all this extra equipment. You don't need all that. Here you go. Boom. Big homie Slick said he has to wear the white. He started kid. Oh, you don't need a soundboard, right? They don't need all that extra stuff. Go to your local Walmart. And let's get this show on the road. Judge Whitaker wanted to just keep going, even if nobody could hear. He said, just keep going. He said, ain't nothing I can do about it right now. Let me see here. Well, y'all be up and on it. I'm trying to figure out when do y'all sleep? They said the same time you do. He said, "What sleep?" Yeah. For the ones popping in, we're just waiting on the court to get their sound system right. And let me see something. Hold on a second. What's going on, Miss Chicky? Good morning. I just got here. She said, "Sleep and work and listen to this. I am done with this after this is over in 2029. Sheesh." He said, "I got 2 speakers. They'd be able to hear it in Savannah." How far is Savannah from where they at? Just so I can get an idea how loud your speakers are. Do it how they do. When you out and about, put those speakers up in the air, set up them poles and put the speakers on the top. Sheesh. Oh yeah, you got some power. Hold on, let me double check. Okay, we good. I'm trying to see how they going to survive sitting next to each other all day. Because homeboy in the middle kept them separated. Oh man. Oh yeah, that's the name, Atkins. Thank you. Atkins. There you go. Thank you. Uh, what's going on, India? She said, "I call him horny for sure." Yeah, see, one thing about it, sometimes it's not good to object because when you object, you can draw more attention to it. Who paid bail money? How she pronounced it? Is it? Don't even give me the lines. Leah. She said $1 million trial and the audio sound isn't right. Somebody tell Fonnie we need some of that money back off her mattress. Where the money at, Fonnie? Where the money at? We need you to go buy some $100 speakers so we can get through this trial. Let's see. Okay, pink. Y'all see them matching? All three of them got on pink. Did Love not get the memo, or did she got on pink too? Now, Woody, if they still standing, you supposed to be standing too. Yeah, they brought in the big guns. Let's see, Atkins, what color tie you got on? Oh, that wasn't Atkins? Maybe I'm tripping. Oh, yeah, that is him. Brown gone on. Brown. Yeah, they knew it was gonna be a big day for. Yeah, they need all of them for still. Oh, Atkins looked like he got on the pink tie. Oh, so they did that on purpose. Hang in there, Matthews. I know y'all tired. I know y'all wore out. I can't even imagine. I think my longest one lasted like 9 days. Oh, that wore me out. We won, but golly, it was a lot. I'm gonna see if I can get some of my old clients to come on. Can't get no current ones. That we still fighting. Who is that back there? Who is this guy? Yeah, so who is that? Or is he subbing in for somebody? I think he subbing in for Harvey? Oh, those interns. Okay. No, or is he an actual lawyer? Yeah, because where Harvey at? Okay, so he an attorney. But the state show can have no intern sitting.
Thank you.
All right, as y'all can tell, we have sound again. We don't know why. We don't know if or when it will stay with us, but we're gonna, as long as we have it, move forward. Go ahead, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Copeland, we are going to go back to when the audio seems to have gone out. I'm going to play again the JW 240C as in Colette, State's Exhibit number 378YE. That's a June 10, 2015 interrogation or meeting at 10:36:47 a.m. to 10:36:51. And this is where you are explaining, I believe, and you tell us, that they, meaning Jeffrey and Mr. Donovan Thomas, fell out. They fell out before me and Kel got into it. That's the part. If you could listen again, maybe that was when you said you couldn't hear, maybe there was an audio problem. Your Honor, can we play that through Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
Still, quit asking permission. Just play it. If it's in evidence, you good.
They fell out before me and kid got to it.
Was that better? Did you hear that?
Good morning,
It
Ms.
was
King
the same.
Goddess.
Okay. All right. We're going to go on then to the next one, which is again, the audio was out. So if some people heard it, they're going to rehear it. It's JW 241A as in Elisa, State's Exhibit number 378YA. This is January 11th, 2015 with Detective Thorpe. And this is from 3:01:37 a.m. to 3:02:52 a.m. Your Honor, if we may play that.
Tell me exactly what you know dealing with this situation. Like now, no, everything. Tell me everything. What made people want to pull you into this situation to happen? Okay. Me and the Kel. You know what I'm saying? Man, we had a problem in the club. Is that him? No, this nut. Okay.
Come on.
Kel, they say this the little brother, but I thought they just saying that, but they say they real brothers. K-E-L. Okay. Okay, go ahead, little brother of nut. Yes. Who you identified from the picture, which is Donovan Thomas. Yes, ma'am. Okay, go ahead. Me and him got into it in the club push. What day was that? It's just like it was like a lot. Okay. So, but 2 months, 3 months, a year, how long? Yeah, about I'm saying no longer than 4 months. 4 months.
So, Mr. Copeland, there, are you explaining to Detective Thorpe that you and Mr. Kel, you know his given name is, you know the name Kelvin Watts? You know that name? Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
He said,
Kel or Kel, there you're explaining that you and Kel have been arguing, whatever word you want to use, for approximately 4 months before January 11, 2015. Does that sound like what you said on the recording?
Yeah.
Does that sound right?
What you mean?
9, 10 years ago, going back, were you not getting along with Kel for approximately 4 months? So since maybe we'll say September 2014, does that sound right, what you told Detective Thorpe?
I don't know what I don't understand.
Okay. Let's just do it this way. You told Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015 that you and Kel have been arguing since approximately September 2014. The way I got that is 4 months before January 2015.
So you're saying when me and him got into it?
Yeah, approximately. That's what you told Detective Thorpe, and I'm asking you, is that true?
Yes, me is what true?
Maybe in September 2014, October 2014, November 2014, December 2014, beginning of January 2014. By that time, by January 11, 2015,
it's too long.
you and Kel were arguing. That sound about right?
Those questions too long.
I don't get what you're asking.
Yeah, he got to break it up.
It's my fault.
Yes, you got to break it up.
Do you remember going into the police department, meeting with Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015?
No, what I'm saying is I don't know what you're asking me.
I
You
understand.
asked me when me and him got into it.
Yeah, you and Shell got into it approximately, if you could tell the jury.
Like 2014.
Okay. Okay. Now, on June 10th,
Me and him was into it for a minute.
Okay. Does about 4 months before Mr. Donovan Thomas was, God forbid, killed sound right? And if it doesn't, or you don't remember,
I don't know.
that's
I
fine.
don't.
That's fine. And I thank you. Going back to the June 10th, 2015 meeting or interrogation with Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, you know what I'm talking about? Detective Thorpe at the time, ATF agent Cunningham at times. I'm on June 10th, 2015. When you told law enforcement, or do you remember telling law enforcement that Jeffrey and Donovan Thomas were arguing or had a falling out before you and Shell had a falling out? Do you remember saying that?
I don't remember what I told no investigators.
Okay. Did you hear that on the recording we just listened to? Did you hear you say that?
What I just say?
On the recording that Jeffrey and Donovan Thomas fell out or were arguing?
I would have told the investigators anything.
Okay. The truth is that, to your knowledge, your observation, so you saw with your eyes and you were present with your ears, Jeffrey and Donovan Thomas were, your words was, big homie. Is that true? They were friends.
Can you say that again?
Yeah. From your observation, by January 2015, you knew that Jeffrey and Donovan Thomas were friends. Is that true?
Right.
Okay. And what you said to the police was what you've been explaining. You would do anything to get the police to stop looking at you. That's all you were trying to do, to go home.
Right.
Okay. Now, were you present on December 4, 2014 at 250 Auburn Avenue in Atlanta? Do you know where that is?
I don't remember nothing way back then. I don't know.
That's fine. I'm going to show you, with the court's permission, I'm going to show you a photograph of the building, 240 Auburn Avenue. Your Honor, I'll mark this if that's okay with the court. Can I have 1 second, Your Honor?
Sure.
I'm just looking for a number. Your Honor, I'm going to mark it with the court's permission. It's Jeffrey Williams 251.
All right.
And we will put it on the thumb drive again.
Okay.
If you can. Sure. It's about to come up. A building?
So do you
I'm
not
just-
have hard copies of these things?
I don't have a copy of that one.
Okay, well, show it to the witness before we publish it for everybody.
Mr. Kokomo, can he approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you show him the whole building? Yeah, this is it. There it goes all the way. It's the next one. Show it to the state though, because I don't think you showed it. You are correct. May Mr. Kokomo approach Mr. Copeland again, Your Honor?
He may, once he's got whatever this is screenshot.
Mr. Copeland, if you just look at this picture, again, it's a more full view of that building that I'm referring to.
This building.
This is the building.
What about it?
I'm going to ask you some questions. Thank you, sir. Do you remember, and the date doesn't matter that much, but do you remember being present, or were you present, for the shooting of a music video on December 4th of 2014 at that location you were just shown by Mr. Copeland?
I ain't never seen that building,
Okay,
even today.
okay, that's fine. Do you personally know whether Mr. Thomas and Jeffrey Williams were doing a music video on December 4th, 2014 in Atlanta at 250 Auburn Avenue?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Have you seen the music video, or do you know of the song In My Blood by Jeffrey Williams, Bloody J?
Yeah,
All right. Do you have any knowledge of where that was videoed, meaning the music video? And if you don't, that's fine.
I don't.
All right. You weren't present for that.
No, I wasn't.
All right. Were you present in Miami, Florida over the New Year celebration going from December 30th, December 31, 2014, striking into January 1, 2015? So it's going to be about 10 days before Mr. Thomas is, God forbid, killed. Do you remember being in Miami, Florida?
Was I there?
Yes, if you remember.
Nah, I don't remember being there.
Okay. Do you remember seeing in January of 2015, after Donovan Thomas was, God forbid, killed? Do you remember being present at shows with Jeffrey Williams and you know who Rich Homie Quan is?
Yeah,
The performer, you know?
yeah.
Do you know him as Mr. Lamar too, or do you know the name Mr. Lamar?
I just only know Rich Homie.
Okay. Do you remember seeing, after the killing of Donovan Thomas, seeing Rich Homie Quan and Jeffrey together
What you mean?
in Florida performing at shows? Were you present?
You said when? At what time?
Shortly after Donovan Thomas, God forbid, was murdered. So January 2015.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, were you personally aware? You were at Jeffrey Williams' home after Donovan Thomas was killed. At some point, Donovan Thomas, God forbid, is killed. At some point, you are actually at Jeffrey Williams' home in Atlanta. Is that in the Sky House? Is that true?
What you mean?
Okay. So I'm locking in on the date that Donovan Thomas is killed. I'm just telling you the date. I'm not asking you to remember, but it's January 10th, 2015, okay? But Donovan Thomas is killed that night, or he's shot that night, okay? I'm asking you this. After he's shot, do you remember being at Jeffrey Williams' home at some point at the Sky House in Atlanta, Georgia?
Man, my mind, I had blanked out. Too many people were calling. I can't remember everything that happened that night.
Okay. Do you, it's okay. I'm just asking questions. We're getting you're giving the testimony. It's fine. After Donovan Thomas is killed, after the news got out that he's killed, the information, did you ever see a posting by Jeffrey Williams about Donovan Thomas's death that night, or January 11, 2015. Do you remember that on social media?
I don't remember that night.
Okay. All right. Okay. Did anybody with the police department, the federal authorities, homicide, I'm including everybody, or the district attorney's office ever come back to you and say, hey, I want to talk to you more about Jeffrey Williams and Donovan Thomas falling out like you told us? Did they ever try to corroborate that? And if that's a bad word, I'm going to rephrase it.
Once I got out,
Anytime. Did they ever come back to you and challenge you or ask you about this conversation that you had?
I can't remember if they have. I don't think. Outside the interior, once they went locking me up, we wouldn't have to talk about.
It was over, right? You gave your statement. They don't come back to you and ask you about this, right?
Right.
All right. I'd like to go to another part of your statements. And this is where you told the detectives, again, it's June 10th, 2015, that you tried to get Mr. Williams or Jeffrey, and do you know who Bloody J is?
I heard of him.
Do you know the given name Justin Ussery, excuse me?
Who would it?
That's fine. I'm going to use Bloody J, okay? Do you remember telling the police, and this is, Your Honor, JW240D, as in David States Exhibit number 378YE. It's June 10th, 2015, meeting, interrogation, whatever, word conference, with law enforcement and Mr. Copeland. It's at 10:40:37 a.m. to 10:41:08 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, tell us if you hear this, okay? And if it's not, you correct us. Detective Dennis tells you, so the night at Crucial, when you were saying they jumped on you, you said, when all the, and I'm just not saying it, but SHI blank popped off. So what happened, this is Detective Dennis, what happened when you came outside with Bloody J? Because you were saying last time, and then there's overlapping conversation, meaning I can't understand it, multiple people speaking. Then you said, then Detective Dennis said, when you were trying to bring everybody back together. And the Detective Dennis said, you were like, is he ready? And Thug or Jeffrey kept saying, nah, he ain't ready. You remember that? That was Detective Dennis saying, you remember you told us that when you said, you mixing things up. You're talking about the time we was in when I called Bloody J and tried to get him and Jeffrey or Thug, you said, back cool. That's what I'm targeting, okay? So please listen to it. If I said it wrong, just say it right. Your Honor, can Mr. Copeland listen to this, please? And the jury.
So the night at Crucial, that when you were saying they jumped on you, right? When all shit popped off. So what happened when you came outside with Bloody J? Because you were saying the last time you were trying to bring everybody back together. You was like, be ready? And I ain't Thug just saying, nah, he ain't ready. You remember that? You remember you told us that? When you said
You mixing it up. You're talking about the time we just made the shit when I called Bloody J and tried to get him to throw that cool.
Remember saying that you were, the discussion, Detective Dennis is telling you were trying to bring everyone back together, make everyone, friends again. Remember Detective Dennis saying that? You just heard that?
I just heard.
Okay. And then you said that you called Bloody J and tried to get him and Jeffrey or Thug back cool. Do you remember saying that? Or did you hear that?
Again, I'm talking to the investigators. I'm trying to tell them anything.
Right. That's not true. Right. You were just trying to get out of custody or jail. You want to go home, right?
I've been telling y'all that for the longest.
Sustained.
The statement the jurors just listened to, you were trying to finesse or lie to the investigators to get them off of you so you could go home, right?
That was my plan.
It was a lie, right?
My plan was to spin the police hoping they'll let me go.
And did the police ever show you, or the district attorney's office, any cell phone records of you and Bloody J speaking at all on the phone?
What you mean?
When you said to the detective, I called Bloody J and tried to get him and Thug back cool, did the police ever come back to you at any time, or the district attorney's office, and say, here are jail records, excuse me, here are cell phone records showing you and Bloody J talking? Did they ever try to do that with you?
No, once they took me to jail, I don't hear from them until I'm back on the street and I'm going back to jail again.
Any time while in jail that you called Bloody J and said, wow, I tried to get everyone together? And that never happened, right?
Huh?
Had a phone call with Bloody J while that would be recorded?
I never had Blood J number a day in my life.
Did the police ever come to you, or the district attorney's office, to say to you, to challenge you, or to tell you, hey, we know this to be true or not true? Did they ever do that with you?
Huh?
Did the police or the district attorney's office come to you and challenge you on that statement and say, hey, we have information, this is true or not true? Did that ever happen? It's the same question. It's a single question. Did the police ever do that at the district attorney's office?
No.
Okay. I'm going to go to another one. This is your statement again. This is June 10th, 2015. Your Honor, it's JW, Jeffrey Williams, 240E as in Aaron. It states exhibit number 378YE. And Mr. Copeland, this is at 10:45:09 in the morning to 10:46:01 in the morning. And on this one, what I'd like you to listen for is you saying, if you did say, you tell us, yeah, so I'm like, and I'm not saying, but darn, but it says another word, but this SHI blank happened, but before that happened, me and Kel was face to face. You know what I mean? Detective says yes, or Then you say, truth be told, I walked up on him, meaning Kel, with Shannon, me and him, it was me, D, my baby mama, and her friend. You said, the text said, You said, it was Kel and about 5 more other, I'm not saying, but ends. All right, look, bruh, you know what I mean? I got a problem with you, bruh. You know what I mean? This SHI blank here, we've been knowing each other. Detective says, right. And you say, I'm telling Kel that, bruh, this SHI blank ain't about them, bruh. You know what I mean? What the HELL? Woo woo. We talked like, while me and Kel talking, Kel, you know what I mean? All this SHI blank really about Thug. The truth, this is the truth. So detective says, so Kel's beef is not with you, it's with Thug. And you say, yeah, it was with Thug. Detective says, well, then why he? And you said, it was a cover-up. You're not listening. It was a I was the cover-up. I want you to listen to this and tell me if you hear what I said. If not, just correct it.
Yeah, I said, all right, damn. But that shit happened. But for this happened, me and Kill face to face. Now, I mean, truth be told, I'm a bum. With scammers. Man, it was me, D, my baby mama, and her friend. It was Kill, and about 5 more with me. I'm like, look, bro, I mean, I got a problem with you, bro. You know what I mean? This shit here, we been on each other. I'm telling Kill that, bro. This shit ain't about that, bro. You know what I mean? What the hell, we talk? Like, I mean, Kill talking. Kill really not saying. You know what I mean? All this shit really about Thug. The truth, this is the truth. So Kill's beef is not with you, it's with Thug. Wondering why I was the cover up. You're not listening, I was the cover up. Listen.
Did you hear that, Mr. Copeland?
Yeah, I heard.
What I said, is that what you heard?
I heard it.
Okay. And you were doing the same thing you've told the jury over and over again. right? I was lying to the police because I wanted to go home, and I was putting it on Jeffrey, right?
This is why I keep telling you.
And the police, you knew, wanted Jeffrey. They wanted to make a case against Jeffrey. They made that clear to you, right?
Yeah, they did.
So it wasn't that hard for you to realize, and I'm not saying you're not, using your finesse, but you knew who the police wanted you to implicate's my word. That's a bad word. You knew who the police wanted you to say is the person responsible for this death, right?
I didn't think they were gonna go after him.
Okay. And you knew that they wanted information from you about Jeffrey. True?
Yes.
Now, when you talk about your baby mama, did you hear that in the recording we just listened to?
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about the Honorable Miss Deshawn Quarterman, right? That's her name?
Yeah.
And you're aware that Miss Deshawn Quarterman, your child's mother, had spoken with multiple, but Detective Gaither at times. True?
What you mean?
During this time.
Yeah.
And we know that because remember hearing some jail calls yesterday that the district attorney's office played for you, and you even asked Miss Quarterman or Deshawn to call Detective Gaither on one of those recordings, or two of those recordings. You remember that?
Yes.
And you asked Deshawn Quarterman to text Detective Gaither. Do you remember that, hearing that yesterday on the jail calls?
Yes.
Do you have any information that Deshawn Quarterman or Detective Gaither or anyone else came to you and said, hey, we corroborated, we spoke with Deshawn, and she said, yep, I was there when you made it good with Kel, and it's all about Thug. It's all about Jeffrey. Did that ever happen?
The police never talked to her without me knowing. They never talked to her.
Period, right?
Yeah, they didn't. They talked to her when me and her was in the interrogation room, and they really didn't say that to her.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And of course, it's a lie that you and Kel were on good terms, and that it was all about Jeffrey. That was a lie. That was part of your attempt to get the police off of you so you could go home. True?
What you mean?
That's why you said this, because you wanted the police to get away from you. You wanted to go home.
Right.
Okay. I want to go to, it's Jeffrey Williams number 240F as in Fox, State's Exhibit number 378YE. Your Honor, this is June 10th, 2015. It's already an evidence meeting, interrogation conference, interview, whatever it is called, at 10:49:25 a.m. to 10:50:09. And Mr. Copeland, I want you to listen to this, that you are saying to law enforcement. So when they ended up leaving, we pull up at the studio. This end was there recording a song, meaning Jeffrey. That song that we pull up tonight, he did that song. I mean, like, he did it so fast, like damn N just shot at you, come make a song. So this is what I'm thinking, this damn, so we're up there chilling. So everybody was up there at the studio. So Thug dialed 911. He had a bullet hole in his car. So he want to know who shot his car. You know what I mean? I want you to listen for this. If I said it wrong, you got to correct me, please.
So when they made that leave, we put up at the studio. This nigga was the number one song. That song that Lil Woody put up probably tonight, he did that song. I mean, like, he did it so fast, like, damn, nigga, this shot to come make a song. So then I'm thinking, damn, so we got that shit. So we everybody got that street up got paid. So Doug like, yeah, Willie was in cup. So he's like, well, he wanna know who shot his cup. I mean,
Did you hear that, Mr. Copeland?
Mm-hmm.
Did I say fairly what it says? Was I fair?
That's what it sounds like.
Okay. Did the police ever come to you after you reward them with this information and play for you or even tell you, hey, here's a 911 call made after the gambling house was shot up and a supposed bullet hit Jeffrey's car? Did that ever happen?
No.
Did the district attorney's office ever come to you and say, hey, we had the 911 call that Jeffrey Williams phoned in, like you told us, on June 10, 2015. Did the district attorney's office ever play for you that 911 call?
No.
There was no 911 call. You were just trying to get out of the police, right?
Sustained.
Was there a 911 call to your knowledge that was ever shown to you to corroborate, to verify, to support that statement?
No.
You're aware, if you're not, just say I'm not, that 911 calls are maintained or held by the police? You know what I'm talking about? That they're saved. They can be retrieved. If I'm asking that question, just say.
Yeah, they are.
District Attorney's Office nor the police ever came to you with that 911 call?
Did I? I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know.
okay.
Now him asking the state, did
I'd
y'all?
like to go to Jeffrey Williams 240G as in Goldfeder, State's Exhibit
Oh,
number
that's funny.
378YE as in Aaron. It's again, Your Honor, the June 10th, 2015 meeting with Mr. Copeland and the detectives. Now it's at 3:47:32 p.m. to 3:48 p.m. 00. And Mr. Copeland, if you can just listen for and tell us if this is accurate. You said, and we're still talking about the car windshield. Remember all this conversation about Jeffrey wouldn't let it go until his car windshield was paid for? Remember all that?
Mm-hmm. I'm listening.
Okay. And it should say, and correct us if I'm wrong, that you said, yeah, so when me and Kel was like, well, we wanted to see what Thug got to say. So I called Kel on FaceTime with Kel, and Kel like, I ain't let SHI blank go until you pay for my window. You know what I mean? And Detective Dennis says, Kel said that or Thug said that? You said Thug. Thug, yeah. Detective Dennis said, okay. You said Thug like, Kel like, what? Pay for your window. So he looked at me. I'm about to go. I ain't got nothing to do with it. That's on y'all. So I'm out of here. I'm out of there, bro. You know what I mean? Like, man, get nut on the phone. You feel me? That's what Kel was saying. I want you to listen to it and see if I've said that accurately.
so when me and Kill seen Church Henry, Kill like, well, he gonna see what Thug got to say. So I called Thug on FaceTime for Kill. And Kill like, it ain't that shit until you pay for my window. Kill like, what? Pay for your window? So he look at me like, I'm like, bro, I ain't got nothing to do with this. So I'm out of there, bro. Like, man, get that on the phone. You did. It was Kill was saying.
What I said, was that accurate?
Again, I tell the police anything, get them out my face.
Okay. And at that time, by 2014, 2015, you knew Jeffrey was wildly popular in music. Is that fair to say?
Since I've been knowing that he been popular.
And he was also popular, if you know, if you observed it, in fashion, meaning like dress,
Yeah,
social media. He had influence.
yeah.
And he was owning several homes, to your knowledge. True?
I don't know what he own.
Okay. How about cars? He had several cars.
Yeah,
And he would allow people to use those cars. He was free with that stuff, right?
yeah.
And he would rent cars for other people too, even if he didn't own it. Is that true?
I don't know what he do for other people, but it wasn't no issue.
He rented cars for you. Fair?
Huh?
He rented cars for you if you needed it. Isn't that true?
What you mean?
You would drive at times a rental car with permission of Jeffrey Williams that he rented. It wasn't a big deal, right?
I used to just go get the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And it wasn't only you, it was anybody. He's generous, right? With his things.
Sustained, you can rephrase.
It's fine. All right. You also knew at that time, 2014, 2015, Jeffrey would fly on private planes. True?
Yeah.
And he would allow you at times, I don't know the number, you could tell the jurors, to go on a private plane with him. Fair to say?
Yeah.
And you knew he was touring America at that time, right? He was performing all the time, right?
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
And he would do tours throughout America. You're aware of that?
He used to go to, I don't know what tour is, but he used to go to the different clubs and stuff.
Okay. And do you remember him having like go to different cities throughout America?
I mean, that's what I mean to say.
That's fine. And Europe, countries like England and France.
Sustained.
Jeffrey would play in other places, not in America, outside America. You're aware of that, right?
What's the relevance?
So relevance is that Mr. Copeland's telling the police that Jeffrey Williams cared about a window.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Say that again.
Jeffrey Williams cared about a car window. The man is
Okay, I'm not sure the one has much to do with the other, so I'm going to sustain that objection.
when you told the police that this is about a window, Jeffrey's window, remember what we just heard? That was part of your finesse, right? To get you out of there.
When the police was questioning me, my only motive was to get me out of the interrogation room free. I was trying to say whatever I can to get them to let me go, to convince them that I would help them. And they just were my motive. Every time they got me, that's what I was trying to do. They were bringing his name up, and if they mentioned anybody's name, I was gonna make up a story on them. I was gonna say something about them, hoping that I can convince them to let me go.
And that's what happened here about the windshield, right? Same thing.
I don't remember what I told them.
I just played it.
I heard what I said.
That was part of your attempt to go home, right? True? Not to be locked up.
Right.
Did anybody come to you from the police, the district attorney's office, and say, we corroborated, means supported, verified, this car window story? Did they ever tell you that?
After 2000, when I gave the interview and went to the feds, I haven't heard anything from the state, the police, nothing until they catch me in the street.
Okay.
They haven't told me about nothing. They haven't reached out to me or nothing.
Okay. I'd like to go to the next issue that I'd like to discuss with you. Mr. Copeland, it's JW240H as in happy. State's exhibit number 378YE as in Aaron. It's again the June 10, 2015 interrogation. It's at 10:42:23 a.m. through 10:42:32 a.m. And I'd like you to listen for and tell us if I am wrong where. This is outside of Club Crucial. After you, remember you got into that fight on January 6th, 2015. Remember with the lip and the eye and the knot on the head, remember that?
And when that went wrong, my lip, it was just my eye.
Okay. And it was, the detective said to you, okay, we'll get back to see you. 9, he's standing there with Bloody J. You said, so, but Thug pulling my shirt like, there goes Bloody J right there. You know what I mean? Thug and Nard were in the car leaving Crucial that night and firing at either Bloody J or Kel's people. Tell me if you hear that, okay?
Okay, get back to you see 90 standing there with blood. I get so, but Thug put him a shirt like, there go Bloody J right there, y'all need. So.
You hear that?
Yeah, I heard.
Okay. Did law enforcement, do you remember Club Crucial back in 2014, 2015? You used to go there every Monday night, right?
Right?
Approximately every Monday night. And
No, every Monday.
okay. And do you remember ever observing or seeing that there were surveillance cameras inside and outside Club Crucial?
You ever cameras?
Okay. Did the police ever come to you and say, hey, we have the surveillance camera we want you to look at, or the district attorney's office, from January 6th, 2015? Did anyone ever show you anything like that?
I never heard nothing about no cameras.
Okay. I'm going to play on the same issue, same time, dealing with outside of Club Crucial. This is going to be JW Jeffrey Williams 240I as an ice cream, state's exhibit number 378YE. It's June 10, 2015 interrogation, 10:43:20 a.m. to 10:44:18 a.m. And this is you, just make sure it's right. So when we pulled out, Thug and Nard got in the car together. I mean, so when they pulled out, we leave, but when we're leaving, Thug and them pull on a side street. I see them pull on a side street. My pulled on the side. He like, what the HELL y'all doing? He like, boy, we want to wait. He come out the club. I'm like, who? He's talking about Bloody J. What the HELL? You know what I mean? I said, I hear the gun cocked back. Detective asked, what had a gun? You said that N Nard. Detective said, You said, so I hear the gun cocked back. I'm like, what the F? So I tell them, all right. I mean, my brother was gonna have to turn around. Detective says, So you said, so when we go down and turn around and come back, I'm telling brother, SHI blank, just go left. And we just ride the back street all the way to the house. We just hear the SHI blank go boom, boom, boom. And we just see the car, Thug and them in chasing the other car in front of them. You know what I mean? Detective said, that is the night, the same night you got jumped on at the club? You said, yeah, Thug and them chasing them. Because at first they thought they took money from them. Just listen to it, make sure I said that fairly accurate.
We pulled out. I mean, so we pulled out, Thug and another guy come in. I mean, so when they pulled out, we did. But what we did is, I threw them from side street. So I see them from side street. My brother pulled on the side, like, what the hell y'all doing? Yeah, but we don't really need to come out the club. I'm like, ooh, it's not Bloody J. What the hell you doing? I mean, you know what I said, gun cop back. Who had gun? The nigga know. So I get gun cop back. I tell him, I'm a burglar now, turn around. So when we go down, turn around, come back up. I tell the bus, you go left, and we just ride fast, we all the way to the house. We just hit the sheet door. Boom! And we just see the car door, and then chasing the little car in front of it. I mean, this is that night that, the same night you got jumped over the car. Yeah. So and chasing me, because at first we thought they took money from me.
Did you hear that, Mr. Copeland?
Yeah, I heard.
Was it fair what I said?
Nope.
What you mean?
What I said was that what you said. Did I take your words and the detective's words accurately? What I said beforehand.
I guess.
Did the police, local police, gang unit, federal authorities, district attorney's office, anybody ever come to you with any type of verification of what you said? Did they ever say to you, yeah, this happened or this didn't happen? Did they ever even talk to you about that?
No.
Okay. I want to go to the next issue, and this is JW240J as in Jake. It states exhibit number 378YE. It's the June 10th, 2015 interrogation meeting or interview. It's at 3:46:40 p.m. through 3:47:45. And here, Mr. Copeland, you are discussing with the detectives that Mr. Donovan Thomas or Nutt came to the gambling house and met with you, and you discussed your issues with Mr. Shelkel. I want you to listen to this. Specifically, you said, I was just like, darn, but it says another word, bruh, what happened? You know what I mean? What the H-E-L-L. I'm just like, the only thing I did was, you know what I mean? That N-Kel is, that's what that was, because I was just like, and then I just remembered like the stuff Nutt used to be saying. You know what I mean? Like Nutt pulled up at the gambling house and he tried to talk to me. You feel me? I let the window down. I cracked the window. He said, darn, it says another word, blood. I ain't blood, bruh. You know what I mean? But darn, says another word. You know what I mean? So I pull over. And when I pulled over in the car, him and Big Boo was talking. I mean, dapped him up. Boom, Shannon right there. Shannon walked right past, looked at me and was like, you know what I mean? Detective said, uh-huh. You then said, and he was just like, man, what's up with you and Kel? Meaning Nutt, or Mr. Thomas. Like, man, these ends, let him trip with y'all. I ain't got no problems with him. You know what I mean? So we was talking. When we got finished talking, he like, man, I'm a holler at the end. I'm a let y'all ends know what's up. You know what I mean? This and that. Detective said, that's what Nutt said. You said, yeah. So when me and Kel seen, Kel was like, well, he wanted to see what Thug got to say. So I called Kel on FaceTime with Kel, and Kel like, N, I ain't let SHI go until you pay for my window. You know what I mean? Just listen to it and tell me if you agree with what was said.
I was like, damn, bro, what is you? Man, I don't think I did ever. That nigga ain't the problem. Know what I mean? Nigga, Cal is. That was the I was like, and then I can remember like the stuff Nut used to be saying. I mean, like Nut put up at the gambling house and he tried to talk to me. You feel me? I did one night. I cracked one. He like, damn, blood. I ain't blood, bro. Know what I mean? Damn. I mean, I pulled over. When I pulled over, I got caught and they did boo talking. I mean, I know, boom. Shannon right there. Shannon walked right past, looked at him like, you know what I mean? And he was like, man, what's up with you and Kel? I mean, they him tripping, so I ain't got no problem with it. You know what I mean? So we were talking, we got there and talking. Like, I'm hiding, I'm gonna let y'all even know what's up. You know what I mean? This and that. That's what Nutt said. Yeah. So when me and Kel seen each other scaring, Kel was like, well, he gonna see what Thug got to say. So I called Thug on FaceTime for Kel. And Kel like, it ain't that shit, go till you pay for my window. I mean,
What I said, was that fairly accurate, what you were saying with the detectives?
I never had no conversation with Ned outside the gambling house.
Exactly. Police never came to you in any way to say, hey, we corroborate that or support or verify that, right? That never happened.
I never had a conversation with him.
I want to talk with you about Jeffrey Williams number 240K, as in Kitten, States Exhibit number 378YE. Your Honor, it's at 9:56:01 to 9:56:27 a.m. It's June 10, 2015 meeting. Mr. Copeland, I want you to listen for, and then, correct me if I'm wrong, that you said to the detectives on June 10, 2015, so I went and got the car. I pull up at the green store. I ain't seen them out there. So I was talking to Little Rick. Me and Little Rick talking. I called D. D said he was on Cleveland. So Rick asked, like, where you just go? Because I was going to the girl's house. He like, all right, boom. I get in the car, I ride. I pull up at McDonald's. When I pull up at the McDonald's, detective says, you went to McDonald's? Bye-bye. You say, on Cleveland. Detective said, on Old Hateville? You said, nah, the one across, and the detective then cuts into your statement. I want you to listen to it. We're talking about, obviously, where you were at around the time of Mr. Donovan Thomas getting shot, okay? Just to orient you.
so I went back to college. I got pulled up at Greenstone. I ain't survived. So I was talking to Lil Rick. Me and Lil Rick talking. I called him. He said he's on TV. So Rick asked, like, where you could go? We turn around. And I would go to the girl. He's like, all right. Boom. I get in the car. I ride to you. I pull up at the McDonald's. When I pull up at the McDonald's, pull up at McDonald's side. Cleveland, Wakefield. Like, the one right across from the big league. Yeah.
Did I say fairly what you said to the detectives? Did it sound correct?
That's what he said.
Yeah. Okay. Now, did you ever get word from the district attorney's office, the detectives, the ATF agents, anybody that Little Rick confirmed your statement to the police? That they spoke with Little Rick?
No.
Okay. Do you remember the McDonald's we're talking about on Cleveland Avenue? It's the one across the street from a coin-operated laundromat, and then across the street from a gas station, and next to an auto parts store. You know which one we're locking in on? I could show you a picture.
Yeah, you gotta show me a picture.
Okay.
Nah, I know what you're talking about, dude.
Okay. In 2014, 2015, if you observe this, just tell me, if you remember and you observed it. Do you remember seeing surveillance cameras inside and outside that McDonald's?
That's not my neighborhood.
That's fine. That's good. Okay. All right. Now, you're aware by the time that all this happened, January, we'll just say January 2015, January 10, before Mr. Donovan Thomas's, God forbid, shot, you're aware that cell phones, cellular telephones, give a general description of the area the cell phone is in. Is that true?
Can you say it again?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. At and around or before Donovan Thomas's shooting, that's what I'm locking in on. Were you aware, did you know, that cellular telephones can tell a general vicinity of where the phone is? Do you know what I'm referring to?
You said, do I know about it?
Yeah. Did you know about it back then?
Yeah.
Okay. And in fact, you told the police on January 11th, 2015, within 7 hours, 8 hours of Mr. Donovan Thomas being, God forbid, shot, you brought a cell phone in the interrogation room with Detective Thorpe and said, my phone will tell you where the phone was. Remember doing that?
Right.
And that was you trying to tell the detective, don't look at me for the killing of Donovan Thomas. Fair to say? That's why you went there.
Right.
I'd like to play for you and just tell us, orient the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if that's what you're talking about. This is, Your Honor, Jeffrey Williams 241G. It's in Gold Federal States Exhibit number 378Y. A is in Elisa. Your Honor, this is the January 11th, 2015 interrogation, a meeting with Detective Thorpe and Mr. Copeland. It's at 3:14:09 a.m. to 3:14:23 a.m. If you can listen to this, Mr. Copeland, just make sure that you tell the jurors correctly if this is what you're talking about.
I can't hear it.
Here we go.
So what I did was I kept it. I missed it in my phone. I can show you. I was asking everybody, like, should I go down there, bro? Cause I didn't do it. They come scan me, they do everything. I didn't do it. They check my phone record, my vote column, they show you where I was, they show you every car that I talked first, they show you where I was now.
Is that you, Mr. Copeland? If you heard it, saying, you could check phone records, you can see where the phone was, where I was. Is that fair to say?
Huh?
Sorry. Were you talking about in the Jeffrey Williams Exhibit 241G, States Exhibit 378YA, from the times that I announced? Was that you showing the detective with your phone on the desk?
Trying to show him I'm innocent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that phone, you see the phone that's in the Honorable Judge Whitaker's courtroom on display? That's the phone you brought in.
On the camera?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And did Detective Thorpe ever take your phone?
Shit, I don't know. I can't. I don't think so.
Well, let's do it both ways.
I don't really remember how that. It was so fast. I don't really remember how it went.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, and if you don't remember, just say I don't remember. Did anyone on the district attorney's office or the police department ever show you the contents of your phone, that they looked into your phone? Did they ever come back to you and say, hey, we can tell where you are, or these are the text messages? Did they ever show you that?
Miss Hylton told me that, I think in Glanville office, that something about my phone showed me somewhere else. I can't. She said something to me about it, like during this trial, but I don't recall exactly how she said it.
Now, you had multiple phones, fair to say, on January 10th, 2015?
What you mean?
Multiple is a bad word. You had more than one phone on January, the day that Mr. Donovan Thomas was killed. You had more than one phone, right?
Everybody got more than one phone.
Okay. And including you, right?
Yeah.
In fact, you told the jury on August 12th of 2024 that you had more than one phone. And if you listen to this, just make sure that's what you're talking about, the night of Donovan Thomas's murder. JW 249, Your Honor, at 5:44:48 to 5:45:16 from the Fox 5 stream of this trial.
Not Fox 5. Oh, man, it's funny. Oh, Fox 5. Shout out to Fox.
But am I listening to something?
I think he's having a little issue. I'm sorry.
The judge ready to go off if the sound messed up again.
You may. Do any need to have a restroom break anyway? Let's have a short recess while they get that queued up. It's about time for a restroom break.
Not a restroom break. Uh-oh, here they go. Oh, she grabbed about her arm.
Yeah, thanks. All right, we'll take
Oh,
however long
look
it
how she,
takes the jury to get back. 10
how's she doing? Come on, love. Look at Hilton. Okay. Oh, look. Oh. Now that's too much. That's too much. Hold on, y'all. We're gonna go back and watch that part. That's a little bit too much. Yeah, now if Hilton would have walked out, Love gonna be sitting there looking crazy in the face. Let's go back and watch that again, y'all. This is crazy. Crazy work. Somebody say punch her, Hilton. Let's go back, y'all. This is wild. Love so mad she couldn't get out of her seat the first time.
Have a short recess while they get that.
She couldn't get out of her seat good. Look at Love. Had to do a double bounce. Oh. Grabbed her by the arm. Woman, unhand me. Let me get out the way so we can see her. Damn, they even make the computer guy wear pink, or whoever this is. Grab her arm again.
Yeah, thanks. All right, we'll take how long it takes the jury to get back. 10-ish minutes.
Grab her again. Hilton, okay. And pointed at her. Man, hold up. Hold up, y'all. What y'all think that was about? Is she getting mad because Hilton's not objecting? Hold on, let's get back so we don't miss when they come back. Get back to the end. Okay, yeah, we all the way caught up. See, the thing is, as an attorney, all the attorneys sitting at the table cannot just object randomly. Only the person that's questioning the witness can object. So this is all on Hilton. Brown can't object. Love can't object. Or none of the other attorneys. Who is it? Atkins? So if they have any objection, they have to tell Hilton. And by the time you tell Hilton, and Hilton understands it, and by the time she stands up and object, the witness already answered the question. So I'm sure we're going to see a lot more objections from Hilton, even though she don't know what to object to. She's just going to be jumping up, saying objection. Yeah, they can't double team. And I'm sure Love is writing down questions because once Brian Steele and all of the other defense attorneys get done, then the state can redirect. They can go back and ask follow-up questions. So I'm sure they're writing down talking points. Go back and ask them this. Go back and ask them that. I had a similar situation like this in my last trial. The supervisor, he was doing way too much to the young attorney. I mean, he wasn't young. He was young in the law. And by the time he said, object, they whispering, I'm already done. Yes, I'm a defense attorney on the criminal side and a personal injury plaintiff's attorney on the civil side here in Texas. But yeah, this is wild. Nasty work for Love to do that. And I'm surprised because y'all know Hylton usually pop off. She'll jump back and get back with Love. But, maybe objections are not Hylton's strong suit. Oh man, she need a chart. Let me see if I can pull up the chart. Let's see if I can make this bigger right quick. Oh, it's not gonna let me. Come on. This is what Hylton need on her desk. This is what I tell new attorneys. Keep this on your desk. And it's pretty much like a cheat sheet. These are your objections. They're common: leading, misleading, compound, argumentative, ask and answer, non-responsive, call for speculation, assumes facts not in evidence. They love that one. They love this one right here. Assumes facts not in evidence. And then you got your relevance objections. Unfair prejudice. Irrelevant to the present issue. And then we got our hearsay. This is basic stuff that attorneys should know. And this is the general rule of hearsay. If it's an out-of-court statement to prove the truth of the matter asserted, it's inadmissible hearsay. And then you have some exceptions to the hearsay rule. And I'm sure we heard some of these throughout the trial. Excited utterance. If somebody sees something happen right in front of them and they say something like they in the form of excitement, then that's an exception to the hearsay rule. So you got a lot of different things. Privilege. If you're married, spousal privilege, attorney-client privilege. But what Hylton needs to focus on is this top part. This top part. Somebody said they're not doing any of that. They ain't doing that. They ain't worried about this. But I bet y'all when Hylton come back, she's gonna be doing a lot more. She's gonna be doing a lot more objecting. All right, let's go back to the court. Let's see. Somebody head right there. I want to see if we can find that part. Let me see if I can find the timestamp. When Woody said, ask the state. Or did he ask, he didn't say he asked the state himself. Let's see. Fox. For the people popping in, we're on break a few minutes for what they call a comfort break. See, Hylton don't know that was caught on camera, but once she realized it, she's gonna be mad at love. That's a hostile work environment. Let me see if I can find it. What's that? How you get your hair this stuff? Just go to go to the barbershop, which I need to do. We don't be having time. We don't got time to be going to no shop. We gotta sit in front of the camera all day. What's going on, Champagne Dreams? You said really slick. Let me see if I can find that. Slick ain't worth a damn. She said, what? I mean, you missed Love and Hylton. Well, it was really Love yelling at Hylton. I don't even know what is it even accurate to call it yelling? He said Hylton, and I be saying he can be he or she. Some of these names, I don't know. Hylton fired back from the clip on Thugger Daily page. Let me go see if I can pull up. Oh, okay. Okay, I do see a little bit. Shout out to Thugger Daily. I guess it's support the TV cameras and kids. Let me see if I can share this one. Shout out to Thugger Daily and throw it off for telling me. It looked like Hylton kind of like did her face back at her or something. Wait, what'd she say? What is she saying? She said I had enough of it. Yeah, I don't know, y'all. I don't know, y'all. Shout out to Thugger Daily. Boy, Thugger Daily faster than the Law and Crime and Fox and Atlanta. What is it? Atlanta First? 11? 11 Alive, Alive 11? Oh, let me go back. Let me share the courtroom screen so we can watch. They're not back yet. We need to, somebody say who in the chat read lips. But Love was doing too much. It was a break. They could have went out in the hallway or somewhere where they could have been secluded, where nobody could have seen them. Nobody could have. Cause what's a good spot? Oh, Judge Glenville's office. That's right. That's where they had their secret meetings at. Glenville's office. They could have went in there and had their little argument. Somebody said Hilton said helper. No. She said, I'm sick of you, helper. I'm sick. He said, you old helper. Now I was supposed to be finding some. Y'all done made me. I'll see if I can find it right quick. Let's see if we can find that part real quick with Woody. Let me see. He said, did y'all? Brian still was asking Woody something. Woody said, did y'all? I think I had it at about 46. Since we got a little time.
District attorney, they can be retrieved. You know what I'm talking about? They're saved. They can be retrieved. If I'm asking that question, just say.
Yeah, they are.
District attorney's office nor the police ever came to you with that 911 call.
Did y'all?
And Woody said, did y'all? He just asked them to go back. Let's go. Brian still laughing.
Okay.
Let's go back a few seconds. And of course, let's see. Come on, come on.
I'd like to go to Jeffrey Williams 240G, as in Goldfeder.
I don't think I went back far enough. Hold up. We don't have accurate time stamps because it's a live stream, so it's not like it's a certain time. But it's taking a while to the buffer since the stream's still live.
You're aware? If you're not, just say I'm not. I'm talking to that question, just say.
Yeah, they are.
Let's see.
State's exhibit number on the June 10th detectives now.
Did I miss it?
And we're still talking, let it go. And it's me.
I missed it. Oh man, y'all. This is wild. Hold on. I'm gonna stop sharing so y'all don't have to listen to it. And the court's not back yet, so we got time. Wait, what y'all saying in the chat? Yo, I'm trying to find the that part again. The time keeps moving forward, so it's hard to pin it down. Oh, let me just do it like that. See if this works. All right, I think I found it. Let's see if this works.
His office retrieved. If I'm asking that question, just say.
Yeah, they are.
District Attorney's Office nor the police ever came to you with that 911 call.
Did y'all?
They all
laughed. Still loving Hilton. He said this.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Woody's funny. Yeah. Oh, and let me go to the part while we got a few more minutes. When Hilton and Love got into it a little bit.
Yeah, thanks. All right, we'll take however long it takes the jury to get back, 10-ish minutes.
Okay, so we didn't see the part that that was on Thugger Daily. So we didn't see this part. They had pulled the cameras too early. Sounds like she said enough of it. Yeah. So yeah. This is wild. This is some wild stuff. But yeah, that is definitely like a hostile work environment. We're still waiting the court to come back, and they haven't came back yet. I'm watching it on a different stream or a different device to make sure that we stay on time. So how y'all think still doing so far since we got a little time? How y'all think is the cross-examination effective? Do y'all think he's been way more cooperative with Brian Steele versus Hylton. He say Mr. Steele is tripping. Stacey Gray, politicking with males, Steele is placing reasonable doubt in there with precision. Right. And really, cross-examination is a chance for the lawyer to testify by way of question form. So really, Steele is testifying. He's just getting Woody to say, yes or no. Isn't it true that the state forced you to testify? Isn't it true my client was not in the rental car, even though you said he was? Simple stuff like that can be effective. Yeah, still do not. Like, some judges will make you say the words because it will confuse the jury sometimes, and it can confuse the record. So some judges say, just say the word. We know you're not saying it. It's quotes. You're quoting someone else. Yeah. Oh, see, yeah, Glanville, one of those judges, Glanville made them say it. Now, the certain words like the N word, obviously, that may be a line that Steele will be unwilling to cross, even if ordered to, which I can understand that. You can say, because most people would know what the N word is. But when you start spelling out 5 or 6 words in a sentence, I think Steele was saying HELLSHI. But he's like, like y'all say, he's a professional. But that Hylton and Love, they like to cuss. Call it cuss. They like to. They looking for a reason to say a quote. How long y'all think when they come back before Hylton make her first objection? 30 seconds, 60 seconds, a minute? Woody say, who don't have 2 phones? Everybody in the chat got 2 phones. No, they don't need to object, but I believe that's the issue with Love. Love wants her to object, and she's not doing it. And sometimes that can be for strategic purposes. You don't want to object and draw more attention to it. Oh, I didn't know that, DJ. The other phone put him at the scene of this. I didn't know that. But it don't seem like he distanced himself away from that phone. He said, who don't have 2 phones? Said people with two phones always get people caught up. So it looks like they're coming back. Oh, there we go. So,
It might take me.
What you do? All right, for the jury.
Woody tired of rising. Woody, you not gonna get up? So it looks like Hylton and Love gonna play nice for the jury. Right, they chilling, they playing nice.
Officers present and accountable. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Your Honor, I'd like to play Jeffrey Williams or JW 249. It's at 54448 to 54516 from Fox 5 stream of this trial.
Did you provide us your phone number so we can get your phone records, Mr. Copeland?
Which phone?
The phone you had in 2015, did you give police your phone number so we can get your phone records?
I don't recall. Now you're talking about.
Did you give police your phone number in any of these interviews so that we can get your phone records?
Which phone?
Your phone that you had back in 2015.
I had more than one phone.
Mr. Copeland, that's you testifying before this jury, August 12, 2024, where you explained that you had multiple phones on January 10, 2015. Does that sound right?
Yeah, funny.
That's what it said.
Did the district attorney's office, did the federal authorities, did homicide detective Thorpe, Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither, anybody, Agent Cunningham, anybody in law enforcement, did they ever seek to get a warrant, search warrant for your other phone or phones?
Alicia?
Sustained.
Did you ever get served with a search warrant, a warrant, or even asked to give the police your other phones or the district attorney's office?
We got our objection. We got our first objection. Speculation.
I'm going to show you and play for you, with the court's permission, Jeffrey Williams or JW 244D, as in David, State's Exhibit number 378, YB as in Barry. Your Honor, that's the January 28, 2015 meeting or interrogation. It's at 7:12:03 p.m. to 7:12:43 p.m. And this discusses, Mr. Copeland, just make sure I'm right, that you and your brother made a false report of who's driving a vehicle because you had a suspended license. If you can listen to that, make sure that's what that's about.
So I got back in the car. We rolled. Got off on Lakewood. Got back on the freeway. Went to the house. Told my brother, They didn't get tried to kill me.
Why you had your brother file a police report?
Cause I ain't got a license. You still a victim though, like, they still lock me up. Bro, if you ain't in the car, listen, if you ain't driving the car when we get there, we're not gonna waste our time on lock you up for driving with
Because-
Cause now you didn't kinda, now you didn't kinda sway the investigation that y'all made a false police report. Now, I ain't trying to lock y'all up for that shit, but if we get some evidence or get a gun or something to match shell cases or whatever like that, it's kind of like you threw the investigation off by having your brother take the report. You know what I'm saying? Like at that.
Yeah,
That's pretty much what it discusses, Mr. Copeland.
hey, I lived too quick. It looked like the cops were the inmates with these stripes on. Golly.
You know what I'm saying? Like at that.
Is that pretty much what it discusses, Mr. Copeland?
Huh?
Is that what it discusses?
Oh my goodness.
What you're discussing with the detectives, you had your brother file a report, a false police report. Is that what it's discussing?
Right.
Okay. And you understood on January 10,
Oh,
2015,
man.
that the cell phone that you told the police about would show an approximate location, right?
Huh?
The cell phone that you had on that desk in front of Detective Thorpe that you told the police about, that would show an approximate location of where the cell phone was, right?
I don't know. I don't get what you're saying.
Okay, it's me. I apologize. When you were with Detective Thorpe on January 11th, 2015, about 7-8 hours after Mr. Thomas was shot, okay? And you brought with that phone, you brought that phone with you? If that phone was with somebody else and not you, at the time Donovan Thomas's shooting, the police didn't have all your phones, right? Well, you didn't give, I'll correct you.
Just rephrase it. It was kind of
Sure.
confusing.
You didn't give the police all your cell phones that you had with you or access to on January 10th, 2015, but you did show one phone, true?
He didn't. I don't even think he wanted my phone.
Okay. All right. Now, did the police ever come to you? When I say police, I'm including everybody, or the district attorney's office, come to you and inquire of you, ask you, your phone shows no calls between 7:01 at night and 7:23 or 24 at night on the night Donovan Thomas is shot. Did they ever ask you to explain or why there are no calls during that time? Did they ever discuss that with you?
They don't tell me nothing.
Okay. All right. I'd like to go to the next recording. And this is
Woody don't like this type of question.
Jeffrey Williams 24 or JW 240L, as in laughter, states exhibit number 378YE, as in Aaron. Your Honor, this is June 10th, 2015. And Mr. Copeland, June 10th, 2015 interrogation meeting. It's at 9:55:46 a.m. to 9:56:01 a.m. And it is you, I believe, and you make sure, saying that you called Jeffrey Williams from the green store. And it's something like this. You said, all right, so I walk up on my brother's house. Hey, bruh, let me see your car real quick. He gives me the car. Boom. I get in the car. I pull up at the green store. When I got to the green store, this is what I did. I called Thug. I ain't called D right then and there. Detective says, and you say, I called Thug. He ain't answer. I'd like you to listen, make sure that that's correct, okay?
All right. So I'm on my brother's house. I run to the car right quick and give me the car. I get the car, pull up at the green store. When I got to the green store, they were like, I called Thug. I ain't called you right there. I called Thug. He ain't answer.
Mr. Copeland, did the police or the district attorney's office ever come to you and ask you on your phone records whether it supported or did not support that you called Jeffrey Williams from around the Green Store on or around the time Donovan Thomas was shot?
I don't know what you, I don't, ask me again.
Yes, sir. Did the police or the district attorney's office ever come to you and ask you to explain your cell records, your cell phone records, and ask you about this comment that you called Jeffrey from around the Green Store at around the time of Donovan Thomas's killing? Did they ever do that with you?
Can you ask me short so I can
Yeah.
catch it? It's too long for me.
No, it's my bad. It's my fault. I apologize. Did the police ever share with you, or the district attorney's office, go over with you your cell phone records that they may have? Did they ever do that?
No.
Going back to 2014, going into 2015, you met Jeffrey Williams for a short period of time that you were, my word would be hanging out with him, but that's a bad word, that you were in his company and he was in your company, a short period of time. Is that fair to say?
Right.
And when you met him, you already said that he was very popular.
Yes.
True. And is it true that that you observed he was trying to help people like you, but other people too, to get jobs, like legitimate jobs?
What you mean?
Recording studios.
No, I'm saying I don't get what you're asking me.
Okay, let me ask you a different way. So forget about what I said. When you met Jeffrey, did you observe, did you witness him trying to get people to have a legitimate job? A legitimate just means a job at a recording studio, make music, trying to help people.
I can't speak for other people, but he tried to help me.
And when you knew him for the period of time, we're really talking about like between your birthdays. Do you know Jeffrey Williams' birthday by any chance? And if you don't, that's fine.
Well, now I do it, but
You didn't back then? Okay.
I didn't, yeah.
Is it fair to say that you and he knew each other, but like after your birthday in July of 2014 and really stopped because you were in custody anyway, by July 2015? That's the period of time that you knew each other? Is that true?
No, I didn't, from 2014. I met him like at the end of 2014.
And then you already told the jury, but you got locked up a lot. The police kept locking you up in January, February, March, April, May, and then June, you were locked up in federal custody for 51 months. True?
Yes.
Okay. And that's really the only period that you knew Jeffrey.
Yeah.
The only time that you were around him or he was around you. True?
Well, really, we wasn't even together every day. I was out in the neighborhood.
So when the state is asking, like, you questioned about, you were so close with him, what you really did was you go to a studio, he let you come to a studio. True?
Yes. I was going with somebody else.
Yeah. You went originally with a gentleman I know as Mr. Trontavious Stevens. You know that name?
Yes.
Is that also Slug and Tick?
I know, I
person?
called him Tick, yeah.
Okay. And that's how you first were introduced to be around Jeffrey Williams. True?
I think so.
And then you would see him, he'd allow you, and when I say allow you, I mean, it was okay. It allowed a lot of people to go to his shows, right?
I think Tick invited me out.
Okay. And that was really your relationship with, and he would take pictures with you if you wanted to, and he wanted to. True?
Yeah, I asked.
Yeah. And you put that on social media. You were promoting Jeffrey, and you liked that.
He give me, yeah.
And gave you a little bit of maybe
No, a lot.
fame. Okay. Gave you a lot of fame. True.
Yeah.
And you were trying to launch your own career as a musical artist at that time. True?
I was trying to find myself.
Okay. Later, though, you did try to, and you did launch your career as a musical artist, right?
Well, I going back to jail, they started locking me back up.
You were trying to do that, though. You were trying to do
I tried it.
Yes. You had a manager.
Huh?
You had a manager.
Yes, I had a lot of stuff.
Yeah, they were controlling your social media feeds, etc.
Yes.
True. Okay. You put out music videos. True.
Well, my manager and them did.
Sure, but you were featured. You were starred.
Right.
It was your music.
Right.
Jeffrey never
I'm running.
had the pleasure of having you featured in one of his songs. Is that true?
No, I ain't never been in his song.
Okay. And Jeffrey never was featured in one of your songs. Is that true?
No, me and him don't have music together.
But he did put you in one song of his. You know the song Halftime?
I'm listening.
Do you remember the line, and I'm not saying this a quote, but something effective, if you mess with me, Woody will come up and pop you in the noggin. And that's not a quote. I'm not trying to misquote.
Wait, what?
Is that something like
Let me pull that up.
that song?
Yeah.
And the song is Halftime, right?
Yes.
Wildly popular song.
Yes.
And the police, when that song was released, the police seized on that to use it against you, basically. You knew that, right?
Right,
Sustained.
that's
From
speculation.
your vantage point, and what that means is you learned that the police was using that song. They asked you about that song.
No, they told me.
Yeah.
One of them told me that I think I had got out like shit. I got out one of the jails and they got me the next day. And they were like, yeah, man, now you at the top of our radar. It was something like, and he pissed me off when he said it.
He being the detective.
No, it wasn't no detective, it was the police.
Okay. The police officer upset you when they
I think it was Dennis that said it. It was one of them that said it to me.
Now, that's the only time you're mentioned in one of Jeffrey's songs. Is that true?
What you mean?
There's not another song that Jeffrey, to your knowledge, mentions you.
That's
Okay. And Halftime, you know this, was made in 2000. It wasn't released till 2015, but it was made in 2014. Is that true?
yes. It's an old song.
And there's no truth to that lyric that you would pop somebody in the noggin for Jeffrey. Right?
I would never.
I want to go back to what we talked about earlier, that Jeffrey was in fact.
I found it. Pop at his noggin.
This is, by the way, Your Honor, this is JW Jeffrey 241B, as in Barry States Exhibit 378Y, A as in Elisa. It's at 3:16:50 a.m. to 3:16:56 a.m. And this is January 28th, 2015 meeting or interview or interrogation with the police. Okay, Mr. Copeland, I'd like you to listen to this about things were good with Jeffrey. If you could just listen to this.
Defense counsel said January 20th. I think this is the January 11th interview.
You are, and thank you very much. I apologize, Your Honor. It's Mr. Copeland, it's January 11th, 2015 with Detective Thorpe. Same time.
Say, like, I was cool with him at first. When George goes up, George started letting me hang and put me out in his songs and videos.
You were telling Detective Thorpe that Jeffrey was cool with Mr. Thomas, right?
I guess.
And that's the truth, though, right?
I don't know. I'm saying I can't hear what I said in the video.
Okay, how about this? From your observations, Jeffrey was on good terms with Donovan Thomas.
I don't think I ever seen them two. I can't remember being around both of them
Ever?
at one time.
You never saw them dap each other up?
I'm saying I don't think I've been around with I don't think I've been around, like, if, I never seen them, I don't think I've been around with both of them in the same place, if that makes sense.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
I don't remember, I can't remember seeing both of them in the same place.
I want to talk with you about what you told the detectives. It's June 10, 2015. And this is when you're telling the detectives you're at the McDonald's and D gets into your car. I want to talk to you about this. This is JW or Jeffrey Williams 240M as in magic, states exhibit number 378, YE as in Aaron, 2:45 p.m. to 2:46 p.m. And you say to the police, SHI blank, I just heard D got in the car and he was like, they just killed him. Or he like, yeah. He like, boy, they killed Nut. Detective Thorpe said, who he say killed Nut? You said, I'm telling you. Like my heart started pounding. Like who? He was like, them. And then Nard got in the car. He shut up talking. So we get riding. I'm like, where the HELL, we going? But he told me that I was already trying to get the HELL away from them. So Moonton FaceTimed me. He like, boy, you know, old boy just got shot, right? They saying, boy, he just might not make it. I'm like, who? He like, Nut. I'm like, huh? Man, he trying. He like, SHI, boy, you know, they could scream out a name, right? Man, boy, I ain't got nothing to do with it. So SHI, I'm like, man, my head started hurting instantly. I got off the phone with him. So we following behind them, that's when we dropped them at Thug's house. They was in the car, in the first car. So when we pulled up, I want you to listen to this and tell me if that's what we're talking about. Excuse me.
So I just heard D got in the car, like, they killed him. Yeah, he like, boy, they killed Nut. When you say killed Nut, I'm gonna tell you, I'm like, my heart started pounding like, who? He like, damn. And then Nut got in the car, he shut up top. So we get lines. I'm like, where they was going? But when he told me, I was already trying to get a head away from them. So I moved to a FaceTime, he like, but you know, old boy, they got shot, right? Saying, boy, his head might not make it. I'm like, who? He like, Nut. I'm like, him. And he like, shit, well, you know they could scream, out of name, right? And well, I ain't got nothing to do with it. So shit, I like, man, my head burning instantly. I got off on him. So we fight behind him, we drop him. Then we pull up his own thug.
Mr. Copeland, did the district attorney's office or anybody in law enforcement, an agent with the FBI who's a cell phone expert or any of the police, did they ever go over with you where your cell phone that you told them about was traveling from the McDonald's area towards Jeffrey's home on January 10th, 2015? Did they ever ask you about that to explain it?
No.
Now, when you were trying to, or you put out some of your music, I want to talk to you about that if I can, okay? Now, do you remember putting out a song and a music video entitled Homicide.
Yeah,
And Jeffrey had nothing to do with that song or music video. Is that true?
I started doing music with somebody else.
And one of the people that you started to do music with, and he's shown in your video to Homicide, is a gentleman named Mr. Turner, or you referred to him as Threat. Is that true?
Yeah,
And in the music video Homicide that you put out, would you recognize that music video if it was shown to you?
Nope.
my video.
Yeah, of course.
It's mine.
Okay. I'd like to show you, and Your Honor, move into evidence. Jeffrey Williams, number 243B, as in Barry, and it's a music video by Mr. Copeland. And I want to ask you a couple of questions about that, okay, Mr. Copeland? I'd like to show it first and then ask you some questions, okay?
All right.
First, I think he needs to show it to the witness. And to-
I think there's
Yeah,
a
we-
proper
Just
foundation.
show a tiny
Okay.
little clip and see if he recognizes.
All right, you don't have to play the whole video
Mr.
here.
Kokomo, with the court's permissions approaching.
He may.
Thank you.
Okay, now this get
Just do me a favor, when Mr. Kokomo comes to you, just watch this for as long as you need.
called him Kokomo.
See whether you recognize it as the music video that is Homicide.
Wait, you have to show it to the state first. They-
No, not necessarily.
Is this all on the
4 minutes.
drive or whatever that you provided already?
Yes.
Yeah. So
that they-
And Your Honor, I misspoke. It's JW243C, as in Colette, is not B.
Oh, somebody says it's a stunt double. So what you saying? Like he reenacted? I don't want to say reenacted because that means
Mr. Copeland, I heard what you said. I'm going to repeat it. If it's not what you said, just correct me. That is, you recognize it as your video.
Yeah, I shot that video.
Okay. Your Honor, I move into evidence. I'd like to play Jeffrey Williams 243C as in Colette.
Relevant, Your Honor.
What's the relevance?
I believe that there is an indication of an image of, that appears to be like Mr. Donovan Thomas, and Threat is in the video as well as Mr. Copeland.
All right, can we just
Approach.
maybe zoom to those
Sure.
parts and do those little parts instead of the entirety of it?
Yeah.
Unless the entirety of it's relevant.
No.
Okay,
We can
thank you.
absolutely do it. I move for the admission of everything, but for purposes of
Sure.
expedition.
All right,
Okay.
it's admitted.
And I would just need Mr. Kokomo, Your Honor, to announce what time he is
Okay.
playing, if that's okay. Or he could tell.
But the thing is, they already had it.
Mr. Kokomo said starting at 41 seconds. May I just look and see what he's playing?
Sure.
Oh, man. It's gonna get crazy because if he's acting like he, did something to that man, to Donovan Thomas, that ain't gonna look good for the state because it'll show that Woody is the actual, or could be the actual person, and not the defendants on trial. And you see that Hylton made that relevance objection. But that's kind of relevant because they are accused of taking out Donovan Thomas. But if there's some evidence on video showing that somebody else could have done it, then that's not going to be good for the state. Wait, what happened at the Red Roof Inn? Y'all know what? Y'all funny. Oh, they say she not the Hylton. She not the highest. She the red room in. I got you now. Now I'm tracking. Oh, y'all funny. Oh yeah, threat too, because she said threat was in the video.
Yes.
We would like to play with the court's permission. I know it's in evidence, but 4034 through 4050 first, and then it's going to be stopped, and then 356:02 to the end.
Okay.
Okay, so
Go
about
ahead.
20 seconds, 30 seconds.
But matter of fact, he calling right now. Say, twin, you got that fuck nigga y'all been looking for. Where y'all at? Where you at? We at the spot. Man, keep that nigga right now. We on the way right now. All right. They on the way now, little bro.
And if you can go back, Mr. Kokomo, just for the jurors, Mr. Copeland, I'd just like to explain some things. The person right there in the black, in the black shirt with the red-looking bow tie and the red vest on the cell phone, you see that person? Can you tell the jurors who that is?
Threat.
And I heard you, but your hands are over your mouth. Do you mind just
I
telling
said
me?
that threat.
Okay. And then if you go back a little bit, Mr. Kokomo, and Mr. Kokomo, what time is that we just announced? 53:58, Your Honor, is what we were just talking about. And if you just go back a little bit more. Keep going back just a little bit more. Right up, go just ahead right there. And Mr. Copeland at 4094, is it fair to say that's you?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to go to 56:02. That's wrong. 3 minutes, 56 seconds, 02 to the end.
Triple cross, cause that boy is speaking to the boss. Me and Woody think I do win what it costs. We ain't take no loss. Homicide, we gon'
Mr. Copeland, do you remember telling District Attorney Hylton before June 7th, 2024, that's the first time the jurors ever saw you come into the courtroom? Judge Glanville was the judge at that time, and you invoked the Fifth Amendment. That's the day I'm talking about. So before that day, okay? Am I losing you? Because I'm not trying to. I lost you?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're finished with the exhibit. Can you take it down?
Yeah.
She don't want the word homicide up there.
You finished with it?
For now, I'm going to go
Okay.
back to it. Before the first time the jurors saw you testify on a Friday, June 7th, 2024, before that, do you remember telling District Attorney Hylton that you made a video admitting to killing Donovan Thomas? Do you remember saying that?
Huh?
Do you remember saying on social media or otherwise that you made a video or a statement that you admitted to killing Donovan Thomas? Do you remember saying that?
Objection, mischaracterization of.
He can
I don't even
answer.
have mischaracterization.
He can answer that.
I don't know how to rule on that. I
Okay.
mean, I don't have anything in front of me.
That's
but-
fine. Let me get the, can I have 1 second?
Yeah, it's not an evidentiary objection, by the way.
Get her. See, she don't know her objections. I told her to print out this chart. Did she not hear me? I told y'all she didn't know her objections.
Well, then, I'm going to ask you another question. On what we just saw on Jeffrey Williams 243C, that man who had money on his head and then was shot in the video? Remember that on the homicide video? Did that have anything in your mind to do with Donovan Thomas?
I don't get what you're asking me.
When you did that video, did that have anything in your mind to do with the killing of Donovan Thomas?
No.
Okay. It's just a video, a music video?
Yeah, just a video.
So who was the boy tied up?
When part of your what you try to give out to the public is that you are a real gangster. Is that true?
Huh?
Do you remember giving an interview on the porch interview? Do you remember that?
Out the porch?
Off the porch, yes, sir.
Yeah, I see.
Remember doing that interview?
I remember doing it, but I don't remember what I said.
Okay. Do you remember saying that you are a real gangster, but other people are just musicians? They just play gangsters. Do you remember saying something like that?
You gotta show me.
All right. Mr. Kokomo, this is Your Honor, Jeffrey Williams, 246. It's April 29, 2020, off the porch interview with Mr. Copeland.
No, Woody's saying it wasn't about him.
Relevant times are going to be 5 minutes, 4 seconds, 5 minutes, 12 seconds, 8 minutes, 59 seconds to 9 minutes, 7 seconds.
Yeah. Woody was saying it wasn't about Nut, and I would have asked him if I was Brian Steele. Well, who was the guy supposed to be that's tied up?
I remember. I said I don't know what he's talking about.
Sorry, Mr. Copeland. Do you remember that video, the off the porch interview?
I remember, but I don't remember what was said.
Okay. Was that you in that video that was shown to you?
In that picture he showed me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you need to hear what was said? Did Mr. Kokomo play that for you?
No, he just showed me a picture and walked off.
Mr. Kokomo, would you just show Mr. Copeland the relevant portions, 504, and you can listen to any of it, 504, and 512, and 859 to 907. Mr. Copeland, just listen to this yourself, please. They have it.
He said he just showed me a picture and walked off. Oh, he plugging in his own headphones. Come on, Woody. Love, keep it calm. The jury can see you.
That's it.
That's you during your interview or part of it?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Jeffrey Williams 246 specifically, and I don't care if the whole interview's in, but specifically the times I announced, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we're objecting based on improper character, and we can approach for some other matters, Your Honor.
All right. Instead of approaching, because I haven't seen this before, so I'm gonna need to see it as well. I'm gonna excuse y'all to the jury room.
I step out too.
Yes, for now, but stay
Be right there.
close. And yeah, I may end up just sending you to lunch, but not yet. If I'm gonna do that, I'll send word. Okay, so just step to the jury room for now. All right, I know there was an improper character objection. Whose character?
At this point, it seems like Mr. Steele is one implying for the witness about him being a gangster. It sounds like he's going down a line of a some other dude did it defense, especially speaking about threat and the homicide video, and then this video, this on the porch video of Mr. Copeland speaking about being a gangster. We think that this is more prejudicial than probative, substantially more prejudicial than probative. And so those are the basis for our objections.
And so whose character are you alleging it's improperly impugning?
Mr. Copeland.
What?
Okay, let me see what you're planning to play.
Judge ain't with it. I think it's a bad objection.
So at the end of the day, I got a story to tell.
Yeah.
You want to listen to it? Or you want to keep listening to these niggas that ain't did nothing gangster, nothing tougher than they life? So.
Say overruled. Play the few seconds.
To hear so many people like it just build my confidence. I mean, because I had a pride thing, like I don't want to be labeled as nothing but a gangster. So you look at me anything other than that, you got a problem. I'm gonna slap the shit out of you. But whenever
I'm gonna overrule those objections.
I knew it. Overruled.
It'll be very short, Your Honor.
Okay, and I'm gonna have the jury back. Ms. Persfield, apparently one of the jurors, she was not hospitalized, but she had to visit the hospital last night. And she has indicated through an email that she may need an early break today. Her doctor's excuse had cleared her for going back to work as of tomorrow, but she didn't want to throw us all off in the morning. So she came today, but we may have to break early, and Ms. Persfield's just kind of finding out a little bit more detail. So I'm going to let her come back and let me know what's going on, and then we'll determine kind of where to go from here. So just kind of recess in place.
And normally that's something that's done in front of the whole court. I mean, if a juror having an issue, bring them out so the lawyers can figure out what's going on as well. Because we see what happens when one person on one side go back there and start talking to the jury. But yeah, that was a bad objection. I mean, because Woody is saying that those boys are not gangsters. Pretty much, they not gangsters. They just make music. He the real gangster. And she's saying that's improper character evidence against Woody. Yeah, she funny. And the judge already knew she was wasting time when she first said it. At this point, I don't think anything can be improper character evidence against Woody. I mean, we've seen him testifying for months. Seemed like months. Yeah, I think his lawyer is there. I don't know where, but I know his he was appointed an attorney. Oh, and thank y'all to the people that liked the video. And the new ones that subscribe. Let me see.
All right, so we're gonna have the jury back out, wrap up, I guess. You're saying, Mr. Steele, that we can wrap up this topic fairly quickly and then we'll break for lunch. And it sounds like she's just feeling okay now, but will sort of keep us posted, so.
Okay.
Okay, and Mr. Copeland as well.
What's going on, Rod? For real. Okay. Yeah, I think you have to manually turn on notifications. Can someone elaborate on what are the best steps to get notified?
Well, yeah, if this will be a clean kind of place for us to stop, sure.
It'll be fine.
Okay.
Also, I do have it on. Let me see something. That court reporter, she had her same look every day. Okay, she said press the X out of the chat and you will see a bill. Hit all. Get you look at her whispering. She said just let them go to lunch. She said turn your notifications on to all. Brian, don't interrupt them. Let them fight. Yeah, thank y'all. Thanks. Thank you, Mel and Candace. She said Phil wants to fight too. Actually, let me look at something right quick. Yeah, so I think I have to turn the notifications on.
Mr. Steele, just, stop wherever you want. I mean, if you've got 15 more minutes or 20 more minutes or whatever before the next natural break, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish to the jury Jeffrey Williams or JW 246, specifically the time frame 5:04 through 5:12. And Mr. Copeland, if you could listen to it, and I just want to ask you some questions, okay?
All right.
You might need your earplugs if you want to use them.
At the end of the day, I got a story to tell.
Yeah.
You want to listen to it? Or you keep listening to these niggas that ain't did nothing gangster, nothing tougher than they life. So.
Were the people around you?
Mr. Copeland, are we able to hear what you said during that interview?
Yeah, I heard it.
And you don't need me to explain. Tell the jurors what you were saying to the interviewer.
What you mean?
What was I getting at? Yeah, can you tell the jurors, please?
Well, I did an interview and I got hear the question that he asked me.
Okay, let me ask you this. Some jurors may not know what off the porch is. Can you tell them what that is?
It's they interview rappers, upcoming rappers, and ask questions about the music and your background and stuff like that. That's what you asked me?
Yeah. And this was done approximately April 29, 2020. Do you remember that?
It was done, I don't know when.
Do you remember it was done during COVID, if that matters at all?
But before I went back to jail.
Okay. And in that segment that the jurors heard it, but you're explaining that you're a real gangster, not these other people who are pretend. That I'm not saying that's a quote, but something like that. That's what you were discussing, or you said. Is that true?
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to, and you discussed Jeffrey Williams in this. If you remember, I could play for you, but if you remember off the porch interview, is that true?
All right.
You said he was like a role model. He blew up, or whatever the right word is. True?
Well, he showed us that it was real.
I'd like to show you or play for you. If you don't mind, you might need your earpiece again. This is 8:59 to 9:07. I'm going to ask you the same type of questions. Just what did you say? What did you mean? I'm going to ask you the same type of questions. What did you say and what did you mean?
All right.
Same thing.
Because I had a pride thing, like, I don't want to be labeled as nothing but a gangster. So you look at me anything other than that, you got a problem. I'm going to slap the shit out of you. But when everybody...
Did you hear that? You hear what you said?
I think we all heard.
Yeah. And what you're expressing is that's what you want people to look at you as. That you're tough.
Nah, I just wanted people to know. Not to look at me. I wanted them to know.
That you're tough.
I ain't tough. I just ain't scared.
All right. Now, you also put on your social media, I think the state showed it to you, but let me get the exhibit number.
That's what he said, Rob.
You better play some?
Well, let me show you something before. Is that okay? Just give me one
Oh,
second.
I'm just trying to see. I didn't hear you.
Let's go back to that interview for just 1 second. Do you remember at the first part of the interview saying that these other people are not real gangsters? That's what you said, right? I think I asked it actually. So
No, that's what I said.
okay. All right. On your social media, give me 1 second, okay? You're on, may I just go back?
Yeah.
Shout out to Stephanie. In a great state of Texas. See, when they talking about Nut Donovan Thomas, he got his arms folded. You know, he tense. But talking about some music videos, so he relaxed.
Exhibit number Jeffrey Williams, 236B, as in Barry. And with the court's permission, can Mr. Kokomo just show it to Mr. Copeland?
Is this, I'm sorry, is this the same one? The off the porch? This is a different one.
This
Did you
is a
say
different
236B this time? Okay, sorry, I didn't know if you said 246, so
46 was the last one.
that's what I thought, so wasn't sure whether we were talking about the same one or a different one. All right. Yeah, he may. 236B, is that what you said? Mr. Steele B.
236B is correct.
Okay.
Did you see that, Mr. Copeland? Do you recognize that as your social media account at one time?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, and it's 236B as in Barry.
He's so comfortable. He got
It's
his
admitted.
hands behind his head.
Kokomo, please display, Your Honor.
Yes.
Look at Woody.
Mr. Kokomo, Mr. Copeland, I apologize. I want to go through this with you just for a minute, okay?
Mhm.
And when I say this, I'm talking about JW, Jeffrey Williams, Exhibit 236B as in Barry. That's a picture of you on the left-hand side. Do you remember where you were in that picture?
In the back of a Rolls Royce,
And do you remember whose Rolls Royce that would be?
there's a rental,
One more time.
a renter.
Okay, do you know who rented it?
No,
Okay. And then it says 725 underscore WODY, and then it has Georgia most wanted with 2 emoji green snakes. You see that?
mm-hmm.
Yes,
And it
yes.
says that you're an artist, or it says artist, the word artist, right? True? Is that right?
Yeah,
And then underneath it says, I came from nothing with a period. You see that?
yeah, I see it.
And I came from nothing. Do you know that to be a series of Jeffrey's music?
What you mean?
Do you know whether Jeffrey Williams ever put out music? I came from nothing.
Yeah,
1, 2. Okay. And is that where that comes from? And if not, that's fine. I'm just asking you, were you inspired by
that's where it came from.
Okay. And when it says Georgia's most wanted, you're aware that you were deemed by the federal authorities as 12 most dangerous people in Atlanta. Is that true?
I was?
Yeah. I'm asking you.
Well, I mean, it's not speculation, but he's answered.
It's not right.
He didn't seem to know.
All right, y'all caught that. So her objection was, first of all, it was too slow. The question was already answered. And then it wasn't even speculation, so she was wrong.
Memory.
I mean,
Let's go back.
I'm asking you.
well, I mean, it's not speculation, but he's answered that he didn't seem to know.
Let me show you. Tell me whether this refreshes your memory.
Objection, Your Honor. This is
This is what?
What's the number? Exhibit number?
What's the objection?
She don't have one.
this is not this is nothing that he can authenticate.
Okay, there's an authentication objection.
Well,
Is that the only objection?
Irrelevance. And if we can approach it, we can show you the exhibit.
You may. Let's go ahead and send the jury to lunch.
Yeah, if you're gonna do all this,
Deal with this while y'all go to lunch. Let's be back at 1:15, please.
You said 115?
1:15.
man, look at that. See, as a trial attorney, you have to sit on the edge of your seat. You got to be ready to object. before the answer gets out. I know she wore out. Love yelling at her. See, all attorneys have their strengths and weaknesses, and it seems that her kryptonite is objections, and you got to learn those objections, especially as a trial attorney.
Okay, is your intent to show that entire thing with the, whatever that heading is?
I'm just going to, Your Honor, if Mr. Copeland can recognize it, I was going to admit it into evidence, and it is from, we received in discovery from the state, and it's Operation Phoenix, and it's the authorities announced on October 29th, 2020, charges for the 12 most violent offenders in Operation Phoenix, and I was going to show that to him.
All right, and
then he has that on his Instagram, or I shouldn't say Instagram. It's a social media account. I think
and when's that social media post from?
That is, it's in his, okay, I'm being told the answer. It's in his biography or bio.
Is that
I
evidence?
can't hear what he's saying, but
He's saying it's in the social media biography of Mr. or bio of Mr. Copeland. I don't know the date personally, Your Honor.
okay. And how is any of whatever, whomever authority this was might have thought in October of 2020 relevant to the issues that we're talking about right now with Mr. Copeland?
I believe it's relevant because the state is saying that Jeffrey Williams governs this person. That's their whole theory. Tells them go out. They're using one lyric from one song. Jeffrey Williams, as the court may not know, has thousands of songs that Woody's going to pop you in the noggin. That is the quote. And I want to show that they hardly knew each other. They knew each other for a short period of time. Mr. Copeland did not commit crimes for Jeffrey Williams. Jeffrey Williams encouraged Mr. Copeland to conduct himself lawfully. That was on a jail call that we heard yesterday. In fact, included on that, Jeffrey Williams, through his sisters, saying, get out of the streets. You have a child. You don't have to live that life. And I want to show that Mr. Copeland ignored all of that. And after he has no contact, he has zero contact with Jeffrey Williams, he is still putting on his social media that he is a gangster, or one of Georgia's most wanted. He is by the prosecution. These are federal authorities, by the way. So when I say prosecution, I'm talking about the federal authorities, deemed him one of the 12 most violent offenders in Georgia in 2020. And he has done a interview with Off the Porch in April 2020, where he's stating that he's a real gangster, the other people are not, and that if you disagree with that, he's going to, straighten you out, basically. So I think that's all important to the jurors, because it will hopefully undress this wrong impression, in my opinion, strongly wrong impression, that the state is putting up, that somehow this man is all around Jeffrey Williams, knows what he says, knows what he's thinking. He overhears him on conversations, and Jeffrey Williams is there when the police keep calling Kenneth Copeland. It just, in my opinion, and hopefully the cross-examination, that just wasn't their relationship. So,
Okay, well, but most of what you mentioned already has already been put before
Right, they're gonna say it's cumulative, and I'm sure that's what they're gonna object to.
the jury, and this particular exhibit does not in any way shed any light on whether Mr. Copeland is or is not close with Mr. Williams. And I just do not see the relevance of it, particularly given that he said he didn't know that that's what law enforcement thought of him.
okay,
So I'm going
Understood.
to sustain that objection.
I understand. Okay, we
All
will
right.
move on.
Okay, so let's all break for lunch.
Can I just give this then, it's on the thumb drive, of course, but can I just give this to the court reporter? It's the print, unless you don't want it.
No, yeah, that's fine.
But I understand it's not in evidence.
Correct.
In fact, you might not, because it's going to be a lot of, has right not admitted into evidence on it? Or
That's fine. excluded. Yes.
She helped the state out on that one. She didn't even. They had wrote some notes down, but what still said we had heard this on a jail call, and the state started writing down notes. We heard this on a jail call yesterday, and they're like, okay, if you heard him in jail call yesterday.
What?
Wait, what happened? Well, I don't know what that was about.
What?
Yeah, let's just see if something else happened. Yeah, this happens all the time when it's just the lawyers and the judge talking. Yeah, so you don't necessarily need the witness and the jury. In fact, these conversations are meant to be private, where the witness and the jury can't hear if they were still inside the courtroom right now. So that's not out of the ordinary. But yeah, Steele was trying to get evidence, and he said that we heard the same thing essentially on the jail call. So that's cumulative. We already heard it yesterday. You don't need to introduce anything else.
Go let y'all all know the question and the answer.
So yeah, let's see if we can go back to that a few seconds.
And this particular exhibit.
Thanks for the other people. And I want to show that they hardly knew each other. They knew each other for a short period of time. Mr. Copeland did not commit crimes for Jeffrey Williams. Jeffrey Williams encouraged Mr. Copeland to conduct himself lawfully. That was on a jail call that we heard yesterday. In fact, included on that, Jeffrey Williams, through his sisters, saying, get out of the streets. You have a child. You don't have to live that life.
See, that's the love showing.
And I want to show that Mr. Copeland ignored all of that. And after he has no contact, he has zero contact with Jeffrey Williams, he is still putting on his social media that he is a gangster, or one of Georgia's most wanted. He is by the
Well, yeah. So he goes on, and then obviously
Most of what you mentioned.
the judges really jumped in and helped the state. I'm sure they already made their objection, but she jumped in and already, just finished it out. And that's when you see Hylton turn over her notes from love. Like, I don't need that no more.
Cross-examination. That just wasn't their relationship. So.
Okay, well, most of what you mentioned already has already been put before the jury, and this particular exhibit does not in any way shed any light on whether Mr. Copeland is or is not close with Mr. Williams. And I just do not see the relevance of it, particularly given that he said he didn't know that that's what law enforcement thought of him.
Okay.
So I'm gonna
No, watch Hylton turn over her little notes. She don't need that no more. She got help from the judge.
sustain that objection.
Close that one up.
Okay.
Okay, so
He
let's
closed
have
that
a
one
break
out.
for lunch.
Can I just give this then? It's on
Okay.
the drive, of course. But
All right, y'all. Anybody have any comments thus far? Y'all can jump on. If not, we could take a break. Somebody said, well, it just depends. If you want it on the record, you can, but if it's just something that y'all want to discuss off the record, you can. And if something important happens while y'all are off the record, you can say, hey, I want to put it on the record. She said, how can the state object to their own evidence? I don't believe that came from the state. I believe that's Brian still trying to introduce. Because if it's the state's evidence and it's already admitted into evidence, then he don't need permission because it's already admitted, then he can just grab it from the state stack and show it to the jury again because it's already in evidence. But this is something he's trying to get admitted into evidence. Yeah. All right. Okay, he said it was their evidence. He just used it differently. Let me go back and see what he titled it, because if it's the state's evidence, I guess he'd call it, it'll be state's exhibit, whatever. But I believe let's see what he called it. I don't know if he said Jeffrey Williams or JW. I'm not sure. Let's see.
All right, and
then he has that on his Instagram, or I shouldn't say.
an objection.
but
Is
let me
that the only?
Y'all see that at the bottom? It looks like they said JW on it.
Jeffrey Williams, 236B, as in Barry. And with the court's permission, can Mr. Kokomo just show it to?
This is a different one. Did you?
Let's see. Did I go too far back?
Mr. Kokomo, Mr. is
Maybe I went too far back.
725 underscore WO.
115.
Deal with this. Let's.
Nothing that he can authenticate.
Tell me whether this refreshes your memory.
Well, I mean, it's not speculation, but he's answered that he didn't see the note.
Let me show you
Let's see what it say.
whether this refreshes your memory.
Objection, Your Honor. This is
What's the number? Exhibit number?
What's the objection?
this is nothing that he can authenticate.
Okay, there's an authentication objection.
Well,
Is
let me
that the only objection?
Irrelevance. And if we can approach it, we can show you the exhibit.
You may. Let's go ahead and send the jury to watch them. And we'll deal with this, please.
All right, let's see. Maybe we don't hear what the exhibit is called.
Okay. Show that entire thing with the whatever.
If Mr. Copeland can recognize it, I was going to admit it into evidence, and it is from, we received in discovery from the state, and it's Operation Phoenix, and it's the authorities announced on October 29th, 2020, charges for the 12 most violent offenders in Operation Phoenix, and I was going to show that to him.
All right, and
then he has that on his Instagram, or I shouldn't say Instagram. It's a social media account. I think
and
it's
when's that social media post from?
That is, it's in his, I'm being told the answer. It's in his biography or bio.
Yeah, I think Steele's trying to get that. Yeah, I don't see where you're saying it from the state. I don't see that, because Steele said he's trying to get it admitted into evidence. And if the state already had it admitted, then Steele would need to admit it again.
I'm being told
Let's see.
social media account, and then he has that on his Operation Phoenix, and I was going to show that to him.
All right, and
then he has that on his, and it is from, we received in discovery from the state, and it is from, we received in discovery from the state.
Okay, so they got it in discovery from the state, but the state didn't introduce it in trial. So the state turned over their entire file, but the state didn't introduce it in trial. So that's probably where the discrepancy is at. The state has to turn over everything they have by law, but that don't mean that they will introduce everything that they have into the trial. So that's probably where we have to disconnect.
And it's Operation Phoenix, and it's the authorities announced on October 29th, 2020, charges for the 12 most violent offenders in Operation Phoenix, and I was going to show that to him.
All right, and
And then he has that on his Instagram, or I
Yeah.
shouldn't say Instagram. It's a
Yeah, see, I don't think that's relevant because the 12 most violent fugitives, I mean, how would Woody know if that's really accurate or not? Yeah. I mean, he just posted some on social media. So the judge probably had that one right. And also as far as relevance, it doesn't tend to make any fact um more relevant or not by showing that. I mean, the 12 most violent fugitives, so what? What does that mean? Yeah, see, the state had it, but I guess it wasn't useful to them to show it. So that's why they didn't introduce it into trial. Yeah. She said they didn't use it yet. I mean, if they can find a witness that has more knowledge about it than Woody, then fine. Let's say you bring in the investigator that typed it up. He can attest that this is the list of the 12 most dangerous people that we put together in the state of Georgia or in the Fulton County. Fine. You can get it in through another witness, but Woody would not be the appropriate witness because Woody wasn't the one that obviously created a list of fugitives, of the top 12 fugitives. Yeah, it's not about believability. I was just trying to explain it down in a way where, most lay people can understand it. So they had it, but don't want still to use it. They don't want still to use it with this witness. Put it like that. Now, still can find a proper witness, like an expert in the field or someone that created the list. You can bring it in that way, and then he can backdoor. If Woody is recalled and show Woody again when it's the defense turn to put on the case. So the state, it's right now, it's the state's turn. The state get to call their witnesses. The defense get to cross-examine their witnesses. But later, after the state is done, the defense get a chance. They can recall Woody and then show him the chart that just wanted to show him if they were able to get it in through another witness. So if they're able to get it in through another witness, when they recall Woody, then they can show it to Woody because it'll be in evidence at that point. But they can't bring it in through Woody right now. They got to get somebody else to authenticate it. What's going on, Julie? We just killing some time before lunch. Well, we're at lunch. We're at lunch. What's going on? Still was just proving what he said in his bio. If his bio say Georgia most wanted, why can't he show something that prove that? Because just because you show something or post them on social media, that don't mean that it's actually true. Not to mention, if y'all heard earlier, Steele had said to Woody, isn't it true you had other people managing you and your social media accounts? So it's fair to say that the social media team was the ones that posted it, and not even Woody himself. she said it's morning still here. Yeah, also here as well. But in Young Thug's case, what he posted is true. Well, let's say it was something Woody posted about himself. He said, no, Woody posted that. That's fine, but can Woody authenticate that what he posted is true? Now, if Woody said in his bio, every Monday I wake up, I eat a bowl of cereal, then that's fair because Woody can actually authenticate it. Woody can say, yes, I wrote that. And not only did I write it, I know for a fact because every day when I wake up on Monday, I eat a bowl of cereal. So that's easy to authenticate. But even if Woody said I posted that, okay, Woody said I posted it that it's Georgia's fugitive list. Okay, Woody, now can you verify that this really is Georgia fugitive list? No. I just saw it on the internet and I copied and pasted it online. Okay, well, you don't have any personal knowledge that this list is accurate and legit, so it doesn't come in through you. But I think what Woody and Steele are getting along better than Woody and Hylton for sure. D said he can if still allowed to ask, did you recognize this Georgia most wanted list? They just know that's bad character evidence from 2020, not a room. Right, but y'all gotta understand, even if Woody say, yes, that's the list, I posted it, how would Woody be able to verify that that list is what it purports to be? Did Woody create the list? Did he see it being created? Was he in the room with all the officials when they, put all the names on the list? So I guess that's a question you kind of don't need to ask Woody, just like because we know Woody's not a law enforcement official or government official. So that's a question that, that I don't think needed to be asked to Woody. And what's going on, Lee? Yeah, right now we're on the lunch break and we're just killing a little time. Wild Spirit said, I agree, D. Now, see, politicking with Mel, did they ask the detectives? Now, if Steele would have pulled that chart out on the detectives and the detectives said, yes, we recognize this chart, this is the chart because I created the chart. Okay, good. It's in evidence. And now when it's Woody's turn, they could have pulled it out of evidence and showed Woody, like, hey, Woody, is this the chart that's on your social media? But it don't seem like Steele attempted to introduce it through the detectives. And I wonder what's even on the chart. I mean, what does it show? 12 names? And the 12 names are not the 6 people in the courtroom or what? Let's see. Let's see if we can find that right quick while we got a little time. Yeah. Okay, 12 mug shots. Okay. So can y'all tell me how would that be relevant? Okay, Operation Phoenix, Georgia. So I'm guessing now if Woody is one of the 12 people on the chart, then I guess it'll show that Woody is more dangerous than Young Thug and the other people sitting in the gallery, because I doubt that they would show a chart that has any of the defendants listed on the chart. That would be bad business. You show the jury a chart that has your client or one of your co-defendants listed on there is bad. Let me see. So is it Georgia only or Fulton County? Or is it the FBI? See, this is like FBI. FBI announces results of. Now, how would Woody know? And this from FBI.gov. How would Woody know what the FBI, their list? It's an FBI agent with the Atlanta police chief. I don't know if we can find like a picture though. Let's see. Hold on, let me see if I can find a picture real quick of oh, I think we got a picture, y'all. Let's see. Well, that is Woody. Front and center. Uh-oh, don't get jiggy started. Don't get jiggy started now. Let me play this video and see what it's talking about.
After years of hospital visits, I want to get.
Let me read that. It's not YouTube, so I got a ad on here.
Ten people.
Hey, yo, did it glitch out? It glitched on my end. So like every time we try to play a video, it's StreamYard. Let me try it again. Y'all ain't saying that it glitched or nothing. Y'all just sitting here chilling on lunch. Let's try it again. Let's see if it's gonna work.
10 people arrested in connection with a spike in violent crime in Atlanta. 2 more are still wanted tonight. Investigators calling them some of the most dangerous offenders in the entire city. And with their arrests, crime is dropping. Joe Hankey has more.
10 defendants in custody, some facing federal charges, others facing state charges in Fulton County. Today, the FBI publicly identified these 10 individuals as being arrested over the past 10 weeks during an
Wait a minute,
Today,
who is
the FBI
this?
publicly identified these 10 individuals as being arrested over the past 10 weeks during an ongoing local, state, and federal operation known as Operation Phoenix. Some are charged with assault, others attempted murder, some are charged with drug, firearms, or gang-related crimes.
These individuals were repeat violent offenders, that there was some nexus with them and violence. and we deemed them to be responsible for some of the most violent crimes in the city of Atlanta.
2 suspects still wanted as part of the operation are Jamal Nickel and Demario Leith. During a press conference today, law enforcement officials said around May, crime began to increase in Atlanta as the city began to reopen following COVID-19 closures, and crime also increased around protests and civil unrest.
There was aspects of social gatherings and ad hoc social gatherings that contributed to these types of crimes. So it coincided with people gathering up around street racing. We had a shooting during that time as well. And so that's when we started to see it. And July was really the pinnacle.
APD Interim Police Chief Rodney Bryant says in July alone, there were 24 homicides. As of Wednesday, there have been 117 homicides in the city so far this year, compared to 99 in all of 2019. APD says the men arrested and 2 still wanted are connected by the crimes committed, with several linked to gangs. And during this afternoon's press conference, law enforcement officials said since arrests began as part of this operation, violent crime in the city of Atlanta has begun to drop off. And they said this is an ongoing operation with more arrests expected.
The summer sale down is on
At the 2023 GMC Dealer of the Year.
Beck and Matt.
Take my mic off mute. Let me see something. Share the screen. Okay, just making sure we're back on that. All right. I'm gonna drop this real quick. Anybody want to come and have something to say? If not, we can take a quick break. She said, that's a Rico. Oh, she said, that's a Rico. We finally found Rico this whole trial. We finally found Rico. Oh, man. And he ain't even the one that we needed. All right, y'all. Well, I'm going to go and come back before court starts. Jiggy said, don't go nowhere yet. What's going on, Jiggy?
The Lick Reed player.
What's the word?
Ain't shit. Got a day off from work. I was sitting here trying to watch this trial type shit.
So, what you thinking so far as Woody's testimony with Brian Steele?
I think Steele just doing what the state was doing. Like, he got a couple points from a couple calls and interviews he want to make that he gonna introduce the same way the state did by just like asking him the questions in it so he could play it like the state was doing, because he know he's not gonna say he recalls. So I think it's gonna be a lot of that before he get into the what's it called, the meat and potatoes he was talking about.
Right. So you think do you like Brian Steele's way of doing it, where he asks a question, then he play a little bit of the video, and then asks another question? Or do you like the way Hylton did it, where she just played a 3-hour video with no questions?
Nah, I think it's more effective that he's like chopping it up and making him like say what he was saying type thing.
Yeah.
I think it makes the jurors pay attention more. Shit, make me pay attention more.
Right. Yeah, I think so. I think it's effective because most people are tuning in and can really get a grasp. Like, did you say this, Woody? If not, I'm gonna play this 10 seconds of you saying it. Did you hear you say it? Did you hear yourself say it? Okay. If not, I'm gonna play it again.
You said we could play the whole thing, but we only got to listen to this part.
We only need this part. But the whole thing's admitted into evidence.
And why I don't like how the state kept trying to eject to evidence they already put in. Like, that just shows like they scared.
Lily said that ceiling fan go crazy.
We can't all be rich like you, Lily. We can't
No,
all be
I'm
rich
just saying
like
you always up into the ceiling fan.
We
That's
can't
all.
all be rich like you, Lily.
Let's check out the ceiling fan.
Anyway, I
Let's got the
came up
ceiling
here.
fan.
I came up here to say that
Remember, was that last week when the girl told us about the homicide video? Was
Which
that
one?
last week or 2 weeks ago when the girl told us about the homicide video?
Oh yeah.
And then when you see still, I was like, I wonder if still gonna play it, and he played it today.
I missed that he played it.
Yeah, he still played it today.
What he
Yep.
said.
I can't think of the girl who was in here. Was it Blake Butterfly?
I think
can't remember
it
who it
was.
was.
I think it was. It was definitely in this chat though. I remember.
Yeah, I remember he was on his live, but yeah, he played it today. He played the homicide video today.
What he say about it, or what he say
He just
about
was
it? Rather?
asking. He said, "Was this like you? Was this like a real like basically asking was like was this a reenactment of Donovan Thomas being murdered?"
What he
And
said.
Woody said no.
Woody said no. Lying.
I mean, well, technically, Donovan Thomas wasn't alleged to be tied up in a chair and shot. I think he was shot up in a car at nighttime.
Exactly, but still
we
though,
we
they
kind of
not
know,
gonna make
right?
it exactly
The
like
money
his
on
murder.
his head though, like
Yeah, the
him
money
and
on his
his
head,
hands
and the guy being dark skinned and heavy set. That's not no coincidence.
Right. I think Steele should have asked him, like, well, who is the guy supposed to be that's tied up in a chair? And
Yeah,
I
I
don't know
missed
if
that.
he would have got an answer out of Woody. Let me see. I can go back in real quick. I mean, we got a little time. It was just a few seconds of the video. Okay, here we go. Right here.
Okay.
It almost seemed like I need to say viewer discretion is advised.
We got that fuck nigga y'all been looking for.
Put your fair rights warning up.
Where you at? We at the spot.
That's the Ricky Ricardo nigga right there.
That sure is him, ain't it?
That's Ricky Ricardo.
Yo, that's him.
Oh, wait. So y'all seen the light skin? This is Ricky.
That gotta
That's
be
him. That was on the most dangerous.
Oh, y'all playing. We gotta go back. What? We didn't found Ricky, y'all. This is
Yo, he really. Now, this is crazy. They all was on that. Now, this is strange to me that they all was on that most dangerous in Atlanta, but none of them indicted. You don't think that's crazy?
That's wild.
We solving more crimes than we think, man. That was the Ricardo kid for shit.
Let's see, because
how many light skins you know in Atlanta that look like that?
And I think he pulled
Well, we know
gun
the
out his
video was trash.
waistband.
We don't care. We're not showing the video for ooh, it's lit. We showing it for a look at the video because of what took place in the video.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask you. He played the whole shit or just that little part?
Yeah, let's play
it. That fuck nigga y'all been looking for.
I don't know. I was in and out. I was kind of busy this morning, but I was in and out. But I did hear when my antennas went up when my antennas went up when I heard him mention the video.
Hey, I'm gonna mute the mics right quick because the feedback from the sound of the video and the
yeah, I'm about to get me an Island Way sherbet, y'all. Don't forget to go get yours.
Now, who the dude standing next to Thread? That's what we want to know.
That's Ricardo, bro.
That's Ricky Ricardo.
That's Ricky Ricardo.
Hold on, let's
look at the lineup again. Then
we're gonna go forward a little bit because I think
he cut his hair after when he was on the Most Wanted probably, and then they did the video.
Oh, let's see. I think it was another little piece.
And it makes sense. Like, what that little Hispanic boy doing there anyway? Like, come on.
Hang on a second, Jesus.
Flip phones or trap phones for some that don't know, but some people they use flip phones for trap phones. So I can see why he had the flip phone.
All right, yeah. Let me see. Okay, here's the other part of the video.
He doubled it. That's crazy.
Hey, hold on.
Oh, so they saying Lil Ricky did the drive-by with him.
Oh, wait a minute. So Ricky the shooter.
Ricky the shooter.
Ricky Ricardo. We
Most
solved it.
dangerous
We
in
solved the
Atlanta.
shit. We solved it.
Most dangerous in Atlanta.
Golly, no wonder.
Like, but for real, like, what else he doing there? And then they got a little random Hispanic boy on the lineup.
Ryan Still, if you one of the 94 that's tuned in, make sure you might need to bring this back up again. You might gotta spin the block on this one.
That ain't a coincidence, man. We ain't seen. I don't know nothing.
Yo, listen, that's wild. Look. There we go.
Look,
That's him.
That's him. Nah, zoom in, bro. That's him.
With a haircut.
How many Atlanta niggas you know look like him? Like what? And then all of a sudden, Woody got him in his video. Like, come on.
Y'all funny, bro.
Ricardo Hero. Bro, that's him. Come on, cut it out.
This is allegedly. Y'all finna have this man getting some.
He got himself in some shit. He already on the 12 most dangerous.
Let me Google him real quick and see what his story is. Hold on.
She gonna pull up 5 bodies, 2 attempts.
Yeah, he probably already locked up. Ricardo, what was his last name? Hero.
Hardo, I think.
Yeah.
Child. He was 19 years old in 2020, and he's with the feds right now. So
they say not the same person.
He don't know what he's talking about. What they say he did?
They say we
I'm
reaching.
about to read it. Hold on.
Y'all
Let me see.
reaching.
The following 12 subjects are only the first of hopefully many arrests, as we will continue to work together for the benefit of the city of Atlanta and its citizens. Oh, they got some of the people from the indictment on here. Wayne Christopher Alford, 23, in state custody pending federal charges. Ronald Patrick Banks, 41, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Kenneth Xavier Copeland, 29, in state custody pending federal charges. This was back in 2020, y'all. Kareem DeAndre Durham, 26, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Jareed Jalen Jackson, 24, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Marvell Larvette Jackson, 35, in state custody pending federal charges. Tenquarius Trinard Mender, that's why they call him Nard, because my ex said earlier, that's why they call him Nard.
Oh, that's Nard on the list too?
In state custody pending federal charges. Ladarius St. Quintas, these names be funny. Broughton, 29, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Demario Montrez Leith, 38, pending federal charges, not in custody. Ricardo Hero, here we go right here. 19, simple battery assault of a police officer, state charge. Randall Eddie Mellon, 33, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Jamal James Nickel, 31, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, not in custody.
I ain't rolling with that.
Under federal law, it is illegal to possess a firearm if you fall into one of the 9 prohibited categories, including being a felon, illegal alien, or unlawful user of a controlled substance. Yeah, them guys went to jail.
I ain't rolling with that. That's his only charge, and he on that list. Assault on a cop. Like,
Well,
I mean, this was in 2020. This was the only thing they had on for them. This is 4 years later. We don't know what happened between now and then.
Ain't no reason he put that boy Ricky Ricardo in the video for no reason. He could have had.
That's one of
Young
his.
Thug looking
And it ain't no
had.
coincidence their name is on that list together. Even it's being locked up.
Yeah, he could have had SB.
That ain't no coincidence
he had a
either.
light-skinned dude. Like, come on, that's Ricardo right there, brother.
Hey, let me answer this question. She said, dang, how would he not know this? Woody may know every single person on the sheet of paper.
The shit show.
But the question is, did Woody assemble the list or know of the knowledge of the list? He know the people. So it's real technical. It's the law. So it ain't like it's, it ain't like it's, I know the people. Yeah, I know the people, so the list come in. So it ain't that simple. If that's what you're asking. But I'm sure he knows some of those people for sure. I mean, come on.
I don't even think Still care to get in as evidence. He just want.
She said, his own name.
Nah,
does Woody not know this?
But I don't even think Still care about getting in as evidence. As long as Woody see this and like, no, like, yeah, you're supposed to be this, but you're really a snitch. I think that's enough for Still.
But you got to remember, Woody doing an interview. It's about 15.
We got like 20 more minutes left. 17,
yeah.
But he been trying to play this whole time like he wasn't ratting though, and then he finally get on the.
It was
the
lunch was for an hour. It said she said come make it 1:15. It was like 1:10 or something, 1:07 or something like that when she said it. So she gave him like a little over an hour for lunch.
I mean, we saw a big difference when Woody was in his interview. He like, yeah, I'm a gangster and I'm gonna slap all the people. But then the day before, we heard a jail call when he was on the phone with one of his girls, and he was like, hey, don't tell nobody. You can say it was a whole different Woody.
That's how it goes.
He trying to get out. He nervous. He don't want people to find out that he telling. The girlfriend tired of him. And he like, baby, I love you. All this type of stuff.
Now, where did that quote come from? That the whole not the whole YSL, but like a couple of them were saying about the shit. Oh, you lie to your girl, you lie to your kids, you lie to your mother, but then you go to court into the God honest truth. Like they made that up, but I came from somewhere because that's
They came from somewhere. You ain't see Doug? There was a video with Doug saying it.
Yeah,
Doug said it on the video.
Yeah.
It came from somewhere. You said.
Doug said it on the video.
No, I know that though, but a lot of them said I was wondering if it like came from somewhere else, or I was just their shit.
Oh, I don't know where it came from, but I only saw it when heard it when they showed the video with Doug saying it.
But that's really how it went though. But there was a couple other wise some of them saying it. That's why I didn't know if it was just their thing or it came from somewhere. But either way, no, that's facts though. Like, and they was really talking to Woody, amongst other people, but he was definitely one of the ones they was talking about.
Yeah, they definitely was talking about him.
But it makes sense. I mean, he's in court now, and if he's telling the God's honest truth that these boys are not really about their life, then
he said SB's a pretty boy.
That looks good for the defendants. Who's SB?
What you say? Talk that law.
No, I was saying, what Jiggy just say?
Nah, I said he called Lil D and SB pretty boys. Like if they pretty boys, then what are you? Club hopper.
Who is SB?
Shannon Stillwell.
And well, we know Shannon ain't just no pretty boy. I mean,
we know that for sure.
Oh, I'm about to say Shannon.
I think that's just for the court. I think that's just for the court to make it seem like they don't get into nothing. I got you.
Nah,
people
that's
taking pretty as he look cute, but no, I think it's
No.
more of he don't catch no wreck.
Right.
That's what I think. That's
for the shit he did in the past.
Right. They say, yeah, he about that life. Even though
damn well he more about that life than he didn't even want to point that boy out in court. He would rather sit there and fake than point him out in court.
Right. They said what he looked like. You see him in the courtroom, he looking all at the jury.
He pointed at the light skinned dude that I said was the intern, the random kid. He pointed at the Ricardo with the light. Nah, never mind.
They know who to play with and who not to.
You can tell Woody really scared though. Like he really scared.
Bro, that nigga cried. Like he cried on the stand before Cross started. Like that told me everything I need to know.
I really think Woody just like really a crash dummy. Like he just really don't like he move out, but people be putting a battery in his back. Me sitting and seeing him cry yesterday. He's soft.
Yeah, he's the definition of a crash dummy. I think Birdman knew it. I think Thug knew it. I think SB knew it. Lil D was just his homie, so he didn't probably know he was a crash dummy. He thought he was probably the realest nigga in the world, but nah, that boy was a crash out.
Yeah, man. But I mean, so far so good with Woody, because I mean he seemed like he's getting by with most of the stuff so far. He hasn't admitted anything that we didn't already know.
Y'all think his poise is good? He ain't about to crack today?
Not right now. I think the only time he get nervous when they start talking about Donovan Thomas. That's when he starts saying, he starts folding his arms. He wants the question repeated 2 or 3 times to give him more time to think of an answer. But when you talk about
he killed that man. He know he killed that man.
The music videos, he's good.
So let me ask you this, Talk That Law. So what if he do, even though I don't think it's gonna happen, before anybody starts screaming in the comments saying he ain't gonna do that. What if he do like slip up and say, yeah, he has something to do with Donovan Thomas getting killed on the stand? Dude, like what happens in court?
Nothing. Everybody just gasp and
keep moving along.
Yeah. But that may be, that may have bad implications on the street. Just because the state can't prosecute you, the streets find out, and we don't know who Donovan Thomas family is. And
so what if he say it and then still say, well, didn't Hilton say they know for sure you didn't do it, and if you said it on the stand, woody, woo, 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 then what happens?
Well, how they know for sure he didn't do it? Unless he was laying in Hilton's bed, she can't say for a fact he didn't do it.
The fact that they said like that's the only reason alongside perjury that will like prosecute you for it, I think they know more than they saying too.
Well, they can.
I like that. Still pointed out that they saying that because we know where your phone was at, so you didn't do it. But still pointing out that he had two phones, and Woody said, "Who don't have two phones? Everybody has two phones. Who don't have two phones?"
I mean, how could she prosecute him for not doing
I didn't even
it?
peep that, but him saying that though, like, no, that's and that's what I was saying yesterday, bro. The defense know way more about Woody than the state do, man. We about to hear a lot of like, if not even implications, a lot of like, a lot of fake subliminal shit or passive aggressive shit rather.
I'm sorry, I was getting me an Allen Wade sorbet. I never got it.
This girl here, man.
They said, quit wasting money on that expensive stuff and go to
Lily
grocery
said
store.
she'll drop that rich bag on you if you promote the island sorbet stuff on the
I was just telling her
thing behind you.
They said go to the grocery store.
Why go to the grocery store? They got Instacart.
We can't all be rich like you, Lily. Like not everybody got Instacart, girl. Like relax.
Instacart is not expensive.
To you rich.
If he said he did it, he was still. Well, they still haven't they haven't tied him to YSL though. I mean, because I don't think he claimed YSL.
Well, that's at this point still making it look like Woody and Thug never was close anyway. So
right. So,
but my only problem with that theory is I'm not getting a rental car for nobody, regardless of what the situation is. If we're not close,
that's the thing, though. Like the fact that there's no footage of that, and Still was kind of harping on that too. I really think that they know Woody got that shit on his own and put it in Thug's name for whatever reason. But
remember,
I don't think Thug was there when he got it.
See, I don't know how long. Well, I around the time I didn't follow the trial from day one, but around the time I started watching the trial, that's when the Hertz rental car person came. Remember, it was two of them. Remember the African one, the African man, the first Hertz rental car person. It was somebody. It's somebody to be watching the feed. He from Atlanta and he used to work at the Hertz, and he said that African man got fired for letting people come up and get cars
without no ID, right?
Yup.
Exactly.
Right. They probably went in there with some large cash on them.
For sure. That's really all them niggas care about.
You don't even know
I hate that y'all really listen or read stuff to respond. I literally said I don't think this would happen, but what if? And then somebody says, "What are you not gonna say that on the stand?" I clearly said like y'all just listen to.
Wait, you talking to us or the comment or the chat?
I'm in the comments. I'm in the comments, but people get on my nerves with that. Like people really only listen or read to respond.
Lily eating her sorbet, talking to the comments.
Right.
I'm not
like, what are you talking about?
I'm not eating. I gotta let it get a little bit soft first.
Yeah, we talking. I'm like, wait, what? But yeah, I don't know what happened with the rental car situation, but that'll be crazy.
I don't know why they just won't say the obvious. Woody was mad about getting beat up, even though he don't want to say he got beat up, and he went to get his lick back. Because Shell Cut was out there, but he missed his target and hit Nut instead. Like, come on, it's obvious.
And he ain't give a fuck because that's still a win on their end.
Right.
It's obvious. That's what happened.
Right, but Woody didn't say that.
Woody just ain't gonna say that, but it's obvious.
I forget who asked him today. I can't remember if it was Hilton or Still, but they asked him again about the shit about
that'd be crazy.
He robbed him and he gave the stuff back, and then he almost said, "I don't give nothing back," but then he just stopped him. So he said, "I don't recall."
Yeah, we on lunch for about 12 more minutes to the people that's popping in. We just talking until that time.
Now we know he's not about to say it, but we saying, what if he do say it? That's what we saying.
Yeah, I already said that part. That was my disclaimer before I said it because I didn't want nobody in the chat saying he's not gonna go to the stand and say that. Somebody get right in the chat and say it.
He fake want to though. Like they might push him to say it because he already said, "Oh, they frustrated me. That's why I said it." If Hilton could frustrate her, Still could definitely frustrate him. I said her. If Hilton could frustrate him, I think Still definitely.
Still want to frustrate him though.
Not yet. No,
right, because I don't think that'll be a good idea. You push him to say something.
He got too much shit he got to introduce to him.
Right, and then Woody shut down. It's over. Right. Now, if you want to say that for the end, to go out with a
like Hilton did.
bang, I mean, I guess you could. But I'm sure some of the other attorneys want to question Woody. You don't want to leave him in a messed up condition.
Because you got Stillwell was supposed to be one of the people that's involved. So
no funny shit. Now I'm thinking. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, got to go hard.
No funny shit. Now that I'm thinking of though, we haven't seen Harvey do cross yet, right? YSL ponytail.
Only the person doing cross is still. I mean, he just
No.
started.
I mean, in general though, like for any witness.
No, because that's Nichols' attorney, right?
Yeah, he about to get in his bag with. Yeah, they all about to get in their bag with Copeland. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, whatchamacallit too, Harvey, because that's ain't Harvey is Jake's attorney, right?
Yep.
So Jake is implicated in it.
No. I'm sorry. Harvey is Nichols' attorney, and Weinstein is.
Weinstein.
Attorney. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Jake. I'm attorney. So I know the people that's sitting in this trial is Stillwell and it's Jack.
The other Quay.
I'm talking about this. Yeah, Quay was supposed to be in the court.
Nah, the other dude's name is not Quay. The Matthews client.
Yeah, but
no,
I'm
Huey.
talking about this on count two. This nut murder.
Oh, okay.
I gotta look at the indictment again.
Now I think it's Nichols, Yak, SB, and somebody that's not indicted right now, or on the other indictment.
Yeah, some people severed because there's 5 people that's just charged with count 2. So count 2 is Tudor Javarius Bradford. He not sitting in court right now. Justin Combe.
Wait, is that the nigga that's on the list though too?
No, his name wasn't on there. I don't think. Justin Combe, aka Doo-Wop. So they severed. Yet Gotti, he's in the courtroom.
Oh yeah,
Demise McMullen. He severed too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Stillwell. So only Stillwell and Yak, the only people that's right now in this trial that's on count 2 for the murder. So those 2 attorneys.
I think Nichols and SB is the Shamel Jinx one.
Mm-hmm. Wait a minute, let me find Shamel Jinx murder on indictment. But yeah, those 2 attorneys gonna be. I think they the ones that's gonna be trying to hammer.
It's crazy though. Melnick said the state was about to railroad you, and then they ended their direct testimony with you crying. That's crazy. Should have listened to Melnick in the defense, man. Now look at you, still about to work you.
Simple murder. I'm trying to find Shamel Jinx on indictment.
Yeah.
Count 2 is murder. I don't see the other murder. Wait a minute. This ain't the original one, I don't think.
That's def on there though.
Kale, I had asked about you yesterday.
Oh, here we go. Count 49. Count 49.
I had asked after I got off stream. I said, "Where's Carol Clemens been? I ain't seen in a while. I haven't even seen Amy Slace in a while. I hope she's okay. I know she.
I hope you be looking for me when you don't see me in a while.
She was under the weather.
Nobody looking for you, Miss Sorbet.
Talk to Lord, you don't be looking for me when I'm absent?
Tell her hell no.
I noticed when all y'all not here.
Tell her hell. You don't gotta lie to her.
Go Jiggy with your little ass plants bothering me.
And I noticed when y'all on other channels. Yeah, I went over there and saw y'all video. Y'all be lit. Okay.
You see how they try to lie and say I was talking shit about you?
Yeah.
I was talking shit about you. I was talking shit about you.
I'm gonna be watching from the bushes the next time y'all go live. I'm gonna be watching.
It's Lily. That's the shit talker. That's her.
Y'all even had
that's my specialty since I was a kid.
I think y'all had a butterfly over there.
Since I was a jet, I've been talking my shit.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Shamel Drinks, count 49 is Miles McFarley, Demikian Garrison, so that's Lil D. Quantavious Nichols.
Yeah.
And then SB on the Shamel Drinks too.
Damn. That makes sense. Cause they said they about to bring in Lil D and who the other nigga? Didn't Demise die? Or he's still alive? The Demise McMullen dude?
He not on this one. Is Miles Farley?
Oh, that's what I meant. Yeah, I think
Little
he
D.
might be on though. The way they talking about him.
Yeah, we got about 6 more minutes for the people coming in. We're on lunch break right now. And I hope your mom gets well, Carol. Thank you so much for popping in and checking on us. But yeah, court's been kind of crazy today, though. I mean, y'all know what happened. We seen Woody.
Where my other friend from last night? Who, Danny? Who, Tasha? Tasha worked during the day, so she don't be on too much during the day.
I think she popped up earlier, didn't she?
Nah, she was here for a quick little second.
I would say she'll come in and chat for a second, but she don't hang around much because she works during the daytime.
See, I
She got-
thought y'all be watching.
She got obligations. She can't eat sorbet all day like Miss Lily.
Thank you so much.
Don't act like I don't work because I do work.
You don't work, but you work though.
I didn't start at work yet.
She eating it right now, like she talking with
Wait
it
a
in her
minute.
mouth as we speak.
What is this product that you advertise? Like, what is it?
What product?
Or whatever you eat. You said the sherbet is it ice cream?
Oh,
or
Island
what?
Way sorbet.
What is that? And like, what is the benefit of it versus regular?
It tastes real good and it's all natural.
That's her shit. Run her up, man. Go buy the island sorbet.
Listen, I ain't getting paid off for that. I just like to tell people when something's really good.
She eating it right now, like and it's in her mouth as we speak.
What dude from last night? Oh, Khalil. I don't know where Khalil at. Khalil probably working.
Oh yeah.
So you don't get the same people in the daytime that you get at nighttime. Like the nighttime people, you won't really
That
get them
man
in the
is
daytime
not
so much.
working, bro. He's folding clothes again. He was in here trying. Never mind. No.
She said, I'm so behind on this case, but I did see that Brian still brought out the secret meeting. I got to catch up. Yeah.
Yep.
He ain't bringing up the right way though. Like the jury's only gonna know because they've been paying
I
attention.
think he really trying to tread lightly because he don't want the judge to go off
He
on him.
don't want the judge to shut it down completely and say it's not relevant. So he's just trying to ease into it without, going too far.
But you see when he said when you was in the meeting, Woody said, and you talking about in the judge's chambers, Woody said the judge's chambers.
Woody knew what he was doing. He asked that.
What about Antonio Sledge?
I think they was trying to say when we was talking about the murder that he was supposed to be on one of those, and I thought he was too, low key, but I guess not.
Jamaica Holmes. Wait a minute, let me find Jamaica Holmes at murder because I ain't see that.
What was I about to say though?
Christopher said, "Jiggy, be nice."
What I said. See, they be on me for no reason. I just be chilling.
See, count 49 and 50 both say murder, but they both say Shamel Drinks.
Yeah, y'all keep trying to tell me there was more than two. I think there's
51 say Shamel Drinks.
I think that's only two murders though. Shamel Drinks and the nut one.
Benches, Shamel Drinks murder.
They had the shooting with half head.
They talking about the guns. They charging them with the guns too. On it, and they get possession of a firearm.
No, yes, ma'am. But I mean strictly for the murders. I don't think there was more than two.
No, the other is the another one. Count 55 is Cordarius Dorsey, aka Polo, aka Juicy, Antonio Sumlin, aka Obama, with the offense of conspiracy to commit a crime with the murder of Harold Clements, a fellow gang member, a human being. So he a fellow gang member?
Yeah, I don't know him. I never heard of that one.
I knew it was 3 of them in here.
But none of them niggas is even in court, right? The two people you just said?
They severed. Some people severed.
Oh, they say he testifying next.
Pledge? What he gonna say though? All this gonna look bad after Woody just said, "Oh, I told him to say everything." Like,
yeah. I mean, let's see how
all
it
they gotta
goes.
all they gotta do is get a jury doubt, right?
Let's see if they capitalize on their fame like Woody did.
What you said?
Let's see if they come in and capitalize, try to build up their profile like Woody did. When Woody first started,
they don't rub me as them type of guys.
But listen, here's the thing. Moonsoon was indicted. Moonsoon was indicted, and part of his plea agreement was that he had to testify. So we don't know how he gonna move.
He has to testify. I don't say he got to testify against them, though. You just got to go to court.
Yeah.
Right. And say
but we don't know what he's gonna do though.
He really the oldest nigga out of them. I can't see him just saying, "Oh yeah, all them young niggas did that bullshit." Hopefully
He
not.
only got charged with the RICO and the gun though.
And he pled out.
Mm-hmm. Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. That was the only thing he was indicted for.
Yeah, this shit gonna get real interesting.
Yeah, conspiracy to violate the racketeer influence and corrupt organization. They really basing this indictment around not getting killed.
And that's the thing though, like they done switched the motive so many times, like that's gonna fuck up the jurors too. At first they try to say it was some Birdman, rich homie shit, and now they trying to say it was some Shell Woody shit, and I don't think the jurors gonna go for none of it.
And y'all saw the one juror, somebody having a medical procedure or something. So court might end early today. I hope he wasn't the one that tried to get off yesterday, and the judge told him no.
I think that juror lying. I think they don't want to be bothered. That juror said that they saying that juror said, "Oh, I got evicted and all this stuff." I think they lying because Glanville Ben said he was gonna put stuff in place for them so that they be straight. So
that's like somebody trying to take off of work.
They trying to be double straight with this.
They want to be done with it. They sick of it.
You know, if they try to take off of work and they don't get off, and then all of a sudden they sick on that exact same day.
Like they sick. No, they ain't work right.
All right, now you sick on the exact same day you needed off. Nah, you set that up. You should have been sick first.
Nah,
that's
but
that's how you do it. You don't ask your job for off. They may not give you off. You to make sure you off. Don't even let them know about it. You're just gonna be sick.
Lil D got indicted on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8
They scared
things.
the shit out that little kid. Look at his
8 counts.
again, bro. Like that's a little boy for real.
One crazy is Huey. Dang, his joint 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 count.
Jeff only got 2 charges, right? Conspiracy and
oh, she's on medical leave. I got you. Thank you.
And Yak is only on the count 1 and count 2.
I'm thinking, if you're on medical leave, how can you sit in the trial for 8, 9 hours a day? If you're on medical leave, don't you supposed to be on leave?
Nah, she was trying to finesse.
Leave.
Leave is leave.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie, that's a good finesse. That's way better than getting medical leave.
Nora is
25 a day.
Nora is only indicted for count 1 and 2.
Could that be double dipping? She getting paid?
It certainly is. That's why her job wasn't trying to do it no more. That's why she wanted to talk to the court.
You getting paid and you supposed to be at home sick and probably working from home and like, hey y'all, well we can finish this after we get another break.
Now all of a sudden she don't want to be on the case no more.
It's time to go down. They coming back up.
Yeah, they coming back. Yes. So if y'all still around, we can do this.
I'm gonna be in the chat. I ain't doing nothing today, but I ain't doing nothing today, but writing in my notebook. So I'm here listening.
She ain't doing nothing but writing her notebook in the sorbet. But yeah, I'm gonna hop.
I'm done eating my sorbet. It's small. It's not a lot.
Yeah, it looks like they bad.
I don't know. You never got your camera on, so
pill.
you don't promote it right.
I don't get paid to promote it.
DK. Now you don't get. Could have fooled me, Lily.
How many seconds we behind?
We behind?
I believe.
Oh, it was a few seconds.
Oh, here we go. All right, I'm stepping in.
I believe.
Hold on. Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's fast forward. We're just a few seconds behind.
Box link. An exhibit that I assume he may intend to use with Mr. Copeland, and it's going to be exhibit 236A. It's a Instagram posting. I believe the posting may have been on June 27th of this year, in which Mr. Copeland appears post. He is an innocent man in real life. The demons that has been on me at certain times in my life had full control. And he goes on. I think I know who he is the innocent man that he might be referencing, Your Honor. I'm not sure how this is going to come out during Mr. Copeland's cross-examination. However, the state's concern would be the initial part of he is an innocent man, and that's invading on the province of the jury, depending on what he is innocent of, or determining from this post what he may or may not be innocent of. I'll cite the courts of Fordham. He states which is 352 Georgia Appeals 520.
From what year?
2019, Your Honor.
Okay.
What does it
And
say?
essentially that Georgia law generally precludes a witness from testifying.
Slow down.
Sorry.
Georgia law what?
Generally precludes a witness from testifying as to his or her opinion regarding an ultimate issue in the case, because to do so would invade the province of the jury. And so if you're trying to say he's an innocent man, that could be perceived that you're trying to invade what the jury ultimately has to decide about Mr. William or any of the defendants' guilt or innocence.
Not if he know.
I'm just bringing to the court's attention. I don't know how it's going to come in,
Mm-mm.
but that is the state's concern
Not,
regarding this post.
not if he know they're innocent.
Mr. Steele.
Mm-mm. If he has personal knowledge that he did something and they falsely accused of it, he can say that.
Your Honor, I could get a case, but lay people, by the way, can comment on an essential element if it's their observation.
Right.
A, but B, it's for impeachment. I believe that Mr. Copeland, and I don't know what he's going to say. I have not spoken with him, but I believe that he has targeted Mr. Williams in that posting on June 27, 2024, saying that my conscience caught up with me. And he's an innocent person. I believe that that can go to the jury the way it was said. I don't see any problem with that. It's a prior inconsistent statement because he's telling the jurors through 2015 video, audio, that Mr. Williams is the reason that the person's dead. Mr. Williams gave the order to kill Mr. Copeland, that all these people work for Mr. Williams. So I believe that it's critical, his state of mind. And the jurors obviously go to wait. I understand there's a 9-year difference, but it goes to wait.
Okay, so how is this a prior inconsistent statement? This was made subsequent to everything that I may just not be following you.
I understand. Prior consistent statement is anything prior to the trial of the case, but I could get you that case.
Okay, well, this is in the midst of the trial of the case.
Prior to testimony.
It's not prior to all of his testimony either.
I don't think it matters. You know, if he said to someone on the way in here, hey, what I said on the 2015 about being at the green store is not true, that comes in for impeachment. I asked him about it, then I could put up the person we said it to. It does not matter. It's a prior statement that is inconsistent with what he said. So I feel very comfortable that that is the law. I tell him
It's not a prior statement. It can't possibly be a prior inconsistent statement if it's not a prior statement. This is not a statement he made prior to any of his 2015 statements to law enforcement.
Let me get you the case, but it does not have to be prior to the statement that you're impeaching. It's a prior statement of that witness. He made a prior statement on June 27th.
Look at Love coming in late.
That is inconsistent with his previous statements, but I can get you those cases.
I don't know that it's inconsistent with his trial testimony, though. He's testified at trial. Everything I said to the police, I just said it because I wanted to get out of there, and none of it was true. So this is not inconsistent with that either.
Well, it is for two reasons. Or I believe it's admissible. One, he's saying that what he said was about an innocent person, which is different than I just wanted to get out. So I was saying some truth and some non-truth. And second, it impeaches his 2015 statements.
Even outside,
He may do that.
right? Even outside of that,
But let me get you a case instead of just me saying it's prior inconsistent statement.
Okay.
Let me just get you a case.
All right. Was there an objection other than?
Yes, Your Honor, because I don't believe it's a prior inconsistent statement based upon his testimony in trial. He made this post the beginning of his testimony. So he made this post, if it's on June 27th, he started testifying initially on June 6th. June 7th. Before and he testified all the way up until June 17th, prior to, that testimony not being included. And this is after that on the 24th, which this is consistent with what he said on the stand repeatedly to this jury over and over and over again that I lied on Thug. Thug hasn't done anything.
Yeah, no, I was just asking you, did you have an objection beyond or in addition to that? I didn't know if that was everything you were saying or.
That's it.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And then, Mr. Shart, did you have something?
Your Honor, it is my belief that Mr. Steele plans to play a phone call that Mr. Copeland is on with his sister. That's, I believe it's marked Jeffrey Williams 250B. My concern is from 1605 to 1629. There is a comment made by who I believe to be Mr. Copeland's sister, stating that she has heard that Shannon got shot at because he killed Nut. Is close to the quote. It's based on speculation and hearsay. It's obviously very prejudicial to my client. So I would ask that if Mr. Williams, or Mr. Steele, on behalf of Mr. Williams, is to publish JW 250B, that the times between 1605 and 1629 be redacted to take that segment out.
Shout out to Max. He not gonna get caught slipping like he did yesterday. He on top of it today. Shout out to him.
All right, any response, Mr. Steele? Any objection to that part coming out?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. All right, anything else? All right. Any other matters? Okay. All right, then let's get Mr. Copeland and the jury in.
Shout out to Max. Yeah, she's trying to stop Woody from saying that those guys are innocent. But if Woody's saying they're innocent because Woody has personal knowledge that they're innocent, how does he have personal knowledge? Because maybe he did something that they are accused of doing and he know they didn't do it. Then that should come in. Under personal knowledge, and he a lay witness. He don't even need to be a prior inconsistent statement. Still showing that Thug had no part in the murder. He on trial for. It is not Woody, all right? All right, thank you, Julie.
Thank you. All right, you may proceed, Mr. Steele.
Mr. Copeland, do you remember saying on when being asked questions by Ms. Hylton that Mr. Turner or Threat asked you to go with him and you and Mr. Turner fired ammunition or bullets into the barbershop of Rich Homiequan's father? Do you remember that?
Can you ask me again?
Yes, sir. Do you remember telling the jury that you and Mr. Turner, Threat, went to the barber shop of Rich Homie Kwan's father and fired bullets into that barber shop?
What about it?
One more time.
What about it?
Do you remember saying that?
Out of frustration?
Yes.
Yes.
Was it true?
When you
He saw the frustration.
did that, do you know whether there were people inside that barbershop at that time?
I don't recall.
Do you remember telling District Attorney Hylton before you started to testify on Friday, June 7th, 2024? I asked you this before, but I'm going to ask you again, okay? Before, when you first came into the jury to testify, before June 7th, 2024, so before that date. Do you remember telling District Attorney Hylton that there was a video of you and others saying, "We killed Nut" may exist? Do you remember saying that?
I don't recall.
He don't like those type of questions. Yep. He see his arms crossed. His jacket over his mouth. Yeah.
Did you tell District Attorney Hylton that?
That's her what?
That there's a video with you and others admitting that you killed Donovan, Nut, but Donovan Thomas.
Hilton want to object. Look at her.
I can't remember if I told her.
All right, let me go into it.
Uh-oh.
I want to ask you about Jeffrey Williams or JW. $240P as in perfect, and that states exhibit number 378YE. So, Mr. Copeland, that's going to be the June 10th, 2015 interrogation or interview with the police. And it's at 248:22 through 248:57. And this goes into you stating that when you pulled up, you told Deshawn is your child's mother, right? That's her name. Okay. That I was like, she got in the car. She was at her friend's house. This is on January 10, 2015. You're recounting. She got in the car. You said, "Man, these ends just killed Nut, bro." She like, "Who?" I told her it's Thug and them. She like, "Huh? What happened?" Like, SHI, I don't know. D just got in the car and like, SHI, boy, they just, you know what I mean? They just told me that. So she like, "What you gonna do?" "What the F you mean what I'm going to do? I ain't got nothing to do with this, SHI." She like, "Yeah, you know, like we all know they was gonna say my name." So I was like, "I don't know." So we got in the car and we rode home. Okay? I'd like you to listen to make sure I said that right, if you don't mind listening.
I went and got his son. So my foot told with his son, I was like, she got in the car. She was at her friend's house. She got in the car. And he needed to chill play, bro. She like, who? I told her, she throw it in. She like, huh, what happened? I said, I don't know, DJ got in the car like shit. But it, you know what I mean? They told me like that. So she like, what you gonna do? What the fuck you mean what I'm gonna do? I ain't had nothing to do with this shit. She like, yeah, you know, like we always gonna say my name. So I was like, I don't know. So we got in the car. We go home.
Did you hear that? Did I say it accurately?
Sound like it.
Okay. And do you remember telling the police that, and then they spoke with Miss Quarterman or Deshawn? You're aware of that? You said earlier, right?
They did?
Yeah, you're aware that she would call them for you, text message them.
Oh, yeah.
Collect calls. Never corroborated or never asked about that, right? As far as you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. All right. You know, I may have 1 second.
Sure.
I apologize. Sorry about that. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. The next one, we discussed already, I believe. No one ever, you told the police that on June 10, 2015, that from the McDonald's, me and him get on the expressway, boom, and they are following y'all in the Nitro. Asked the detective, you said, yeah, no, they told us to follow them. So y'all following them, the detective said, and you said, yeah, but when D told me this, oh, H-E-L-L, no, I ain't fixing to follow them, but D didn't get out of the car with me, but I'm trying to trick D so I can see what the H-E-L-L is going on. Boom, so we followed them to Thug's house. They stayed downtown at the Sky House. I'm going to play for you, make sure that's right. Jeffrey Williams of JW240Q, State's Exhibit number 378YE. It's the June 10, 2015 interview. It's from 9:58:12 to 9:58:39.
So we gonna get on the spiller. Wait, are they following y'all? Yeah, nah, they told us to follow them. Okay, so y'all follow them. Yeah, but when you told me, oh hell no, I ain't gonna follow them. But I had to even get out the car. I'm trying to keep these, I see what the hell going on. Boom. So we followed them to the door. They stayed downtown on the Sky House.
What I said, was that fairly accurate?
He said, I told you, I heard it, but man, I'll tell the police anything.
And the truth is, you didn't follow Jeffrey Williams to Sky House.
I don't remember that night. I don't so much going on. I don't know what happened that night.
When I say follow to Jeffrey Williams Sky House from the McDonald's.
What I'm saying is so much what happened that night. I can't say I was all over the place. I don't remember exactly what happened that night.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever drive by at any time, the scene where the barbershop is, where Donovan Thomas was shot and killed on January 10th, 2015?
What you mean?
Did you, at any time, I understand there was a lot going on, but did you drive by the scene? You know where Donovan Thomas was shot? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
One more time.
I said, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. Did you, on January 10, 2015, drive by that street where he was shot?
I can't recall.
Okay. Let's do this. Did the police, detectives, federal, anybody, district attorney's office ever come to you and inquire of you whether or not your phone records show from the McDonald's area, cell phone tower, to the Sky House? Did they ever ask you about your phone records to see if it tracks what you told the police?
They never told me nothing about my phone at all.
All right. I want to talk with you about the meeting with Detective Thorpe. So it's about 7-8 hours after the shooting of Donovan Thomas, January 11th, 2015. Your Honor, this is Jeffrey Williams, or JW 241D, as in David. And this is State's Exhibit number 378YA, as in Elisa. It's 3:18:50 a.m. to 3:20:42 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, if you could just listen for this, and if I said it wrong, just tell the jurors I got it wrong. You're in with Detective Thorpe, January 11, 2015, and Detective Thorpe is asking you, who is Walter Lee Maddox? And you said, who? Walter Lee Maddox, the detective said. You said, I don't know. Nickname? Detective said, did you all ever rent or own an Infiniti? You said an Infiniti. Detective Thorpe said, did you all ever rent or own one of those cars before? You say no. You deny it. Detective Thorpe said, have you been stopped in an Infiniti before? You said, have I? No. Detective Thorpe said, have you been stopped in an accident in an Infiniti? You said no. Detective Thorpe said something, I don't know, you could tell us if you can recognize it. You said, have I ever had a car break-in? No, let me think. You talking about this year? Detective Thorpe said, anytime. You said, I had a car break in a Pontiac. That was a couple of years ago. Detective Thorpe asked you, what kind of car does your brother drive? You said a white Dodge Charger. That's the truck he gave me. You said, Detective Thorpe rather said, does your brother got two cars? You says, nah, his girl got a car, and that the car he got, the Dodge Charger, and she got the ugly little Malibu, like 19 something. Detective Thorpe said a 2014 Dodge Charger. You said yes. Detective Thorpe said white. You said yes. Who drives a Nissan? Detective Thorpe asked. You said a Nissan, what color? Detective Thorpe said it is gray. You said, I don't drive no Nissan. Detective Thorpe said, okay, y'all ever have an Infiniti gray Q45 before? You said a truck. Detective Thorpe said no. You said a car, not that I know of. I want you to listen to this. If you don't mind, tell me if I did that wrong.
Who's Walter Lee Maddox? Who? Who's Walter Maddox? Huh? No name? Did y'all ever rent or own an Infiniti? Infiniti. Y'all ever rent one of those cars before? Have you ever been stopped in an Infiniti before? Have I? Yeah. An accident in an Infiniti? No. A maximum? Have I ever had a car break in? No. Let me think. If I did you? Anytime. I had a car break in that Pontiac. That was a couple years ago. I ain't had no car break. I ain't had no registry. I ain't have none of it. What kind of car did your brother drive? Who was that in there? A white Dodge Charger. This truck car he gave me. Your brother got two cars? Nah, his girl got a car, and the car he got the Dodge Charger. Okay. Then she got the little ugly little Malibu, like a 19 something. 2014 Dodge Charger? Yeah. White? Yeah. Who drives the Nissan? A Nissan? What color? What color is it? Gray. How about that on Nissan? Okay. Y'all ever had a Infinity Gray? A gray Infinity Q45 before? A truck? No. A cup? Yeah. Not I know of.
Were you able to hear that, sir?
I think we all heard.
Okay, similar to what I said?
Huh?
Similar to what I said?
I guess.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, you referred to Detective Thorpe as a squirrel brain. Do you remember that earlier in the testimony? Do you remember saying something like that?
Yeah.
And by approximately 3 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, January 11, 2015, so within 8 hours approximately of Mr. Donovan Thomas being shot, Detective Thorpe is asking you specific pointed questions about you in a rental gray Infinity sedan. Do you realize that?
You said, do I realize it?
Yeah,
What you mean?
that's what he was doing. You understand that he was asking you about a rental Infinity within 8 hours of the shooting of Donovan Thomas.
Right.
And you denied any dealing with an Infinity vehicle rental, right?
Right.
And that's not true, right?
What you mean?
You were dealing with a rental Infinity vehicle.
I was?
Yeah, weren't you?
I don't recall.
The car that you were driving that Jeffrey Williams rented for you was, do you know that type of car that was? Or he testified to?
What about him renting the car for him?
Sustained.
Okay. The car you were driving that you announced that you gave to Threat or Mr. Turner, do you know what type of car, rental car that was?
No.
Did the police ever come back to you and ask you about Walter Lee Harvey again? To your knowledge?
I still don't know who that is.
Okay. Did the police ever come back to you and talk with you about wrecking that 2015 Infinity vehicle besides this?
No.
Now, you have used other people's, like when other people rent cars, you know, Miss Quarterman's mother rented cars, allowed you and Miss Quarterman to use, you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Just do me a courtesy, I apologize, but for the court.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And that would be in Miss Quarterman's mother's name, the rental car. You're aware of that, right?
Right.
And I want you to listen to, if you don't mind, J.W. Jeffrey Williams 240R as in righteous, states exhibit number 378YE as in Aaron. It's also June 10th, 2015. Meeting or interrogation by the police, 11:33:17 a.m. to 11:34:10 a.m. And I'm just going to tell you and just make sure this is what it says. You said that I didn't break in these cars. I wasn't even with them. I just gave them the car. Detective said, but you said, but for what reason though? Because they was going to do some stupid SHI blank to get some money. Detective Dennis said something, I don't know what it is, so you can help us if you don't mind. You said, I knew they were fixing to go. Detective Gaither said, you knew they were going to do a job. You ain't what exact job it was. And then there's overlapping, meaning everyone's talking at one time. Detective Gaither said, but you know what an effing job is? You said, I just. Detective Gaither says, you know, they ain't going to church. You said, I was just looking at like SHI. I ain't doing it. I ain't getting in trouble behind it. That's how I was really looking at it. Detective Gaither says, but you're still effing up Deshaun. Because if something else would have happened in that effing car, that truck is in her mama's name. Detective Dennis said, what if they did a robbery? You said, like I told them. Detective Gaither said, and it's the first report. Detective Dennis said, right. Detective Gaither said, we found. Detective Dennis said, we ain't even checked. And you said, what I'm saying, no. What I'm saying, I already told them. I said, look, y'all, this car is Deshaun Mama name. You feel what I'm saying? I just said it like that. I said, it's in her mama name. She's gonna tell the police if y'all do anything. I did it. And I'm saying, y'all, I ain't going down for nobody else. I told her just like that. Just listen to it, make sure that what I said was fairly accurate.
That ain't my fault that you did that. No, I didn't break any car. I wasn't even with them. I just stayed in the car. But for what reason though? Because you knew they was going to do some stupid shit to get some money. I knew they was going to go. You knew they was going to do a drill. You didn't know what the exact drill was, but you know what the fucking drill is. You know they ain't going to church. I know I won't get this. I just looked at it like shit. I ain't going to get in trouble behind. That's how I just looked at it. But you can still fucking up they shots or something else would happen in that fucking car. That truck is in her mama's name.
What if they did a robbery?
Like I told you. And this is just the first report we found.
They can check on
What I'm saying, I told him, I said, look, the car that your mama name. You know what I'm saying? I said, yeah, that is your mama name. She gonna tell the police, if y'all do anything, I did. And I'm letting y'all know I ain't going down for nobody else. I told him just like that.
Is it fair what I said? That's what you all are talking about?
That's what it sounds like.
So even though it was, and Deshaun and you have a special relationship. I mean, you share a child or children, right?
Yes, a child.
Okay. And you're aware that her mother is renting a car in her mother's name, letting you use it, and Deshaun, or excuse me, Miss Carterman. And it's used for criminal conduct by stealing people's cell phones, laptops, breaking into cars. You're aware of that, right?
I don't know.
You're aware on June 10, 2015, when the police came to arrest you, they searched that rental car in Deshaun Quarterman's mother's name and found other people's cellular telephones, laptops, identifications. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah, after they locked me up.
Okay. And you were involved in breaking into those cars and stealing, using her mother, Deshaun Quarterman's mother's rental car, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Assume effects not in evidence.
Asking him a question.
I think he just answered it.
Right?
They charged me.
Okay. Why, I just asked you, why would you be entrusted by somebody? They were doing you a favor with a rental car in their name. Why would you go out and commit a crime while using someone else's rental car?
I don't get what you're asking me.
Did you ever think?
Seems facts not in evidence.
Did you ever think about the lives that you were affecting by committing crime in a rental car in someone else's name?
Objection, Your Honor. Assume effects not in evidence. Rule 611, Rule 24-6-611.
How about relevance?
And relevance.
Did it ever occur to you that you can get other people in trouble?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
All right. I'd like to talk with you about Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 240S, as in Samantha. This is at State's exhibit number 378Y, E as in Aaron, it's June 10th, 2015 interrogation. It's at 10:00:31 a.m. to 10:00:46 a.m. And please listen and make sure that what I'm announcing is accurate. You're talking about, if you remember and you'll listen to it, O.G. Bentley. Do you know the name Kelvin Treadwell? Do you know O.G. Bentley by a government name? Do you know who that person is?
I don't even know who OG Bentley is.
Okay. All right. Where you said, you feel what I'm saying? This is what D's saying. Bentley's supposed to went and hid the car and the guns. Detective said, where? You said, I ain't never heard it. Like they just cut me off. They seen all the police just kept coming at me, talking to me. I want you to listen to this if that's what you said, okay?
You know what I'm saying? They what he said. Bentley supposed to went to hit the car and the guns. Where I ain't never heard. Like they just cut me out. Like they seen all the police just kept coming at me and talking to me.
Did the police or the prosecution ever come to you and say, hey, we would like to talk to you about corroborating or supporting or verifying what you told us here? Did that ever happen?
Can you say it again?
Yeah. When you're telling the police that O.G. Bentley supposedly hit a car and guns, did the police ever come to you or the district attorney's office and say, we want to talk to you about that statement and see if we could verify it? Did they ever do that?
Then I said to the police, they came back to me and asked me to verify whatever word you using. They never, after I said what I said to them, that was it. I didn't hear nothing else from them until I was back in handcuffs.
Okay. Yesterday, you were shown State's Exhibit number 22CC. Could you help me out if you don't mind? Thank you. It should be the nitro. You know what I'm talking about? Yes. This is already in evidence, Your Honor.
Right.
Ms. Person. Perfect. Thank you. If you could just blow up the actual image. Mr. Copeland, if you were shown this yesterday, this should be State's Exhibit number 22CC as in Colette. And the state asked you about the vehicle, which should be on the left of your screen. And they identified it as a white nitro, I believe. Do you remember this from yesterday by any chance?
Yeah, I seen it. Yeah.
Now, I just want to make sure the jurors know, and if you could make it small. This is not the Texaco gas station that you were shown pictures of with the Infiniti and the Pontiac and the gentleman walking into the convenience store. This is a totally different gas station. Do you recognize that?
I don't know what is it.
I just want to make sure that there was clarity. Do you know where this gas station is by any chance, just from looking around? Just from looking at 22CC?
You said, do I know the area?
Yeah, do you recognize that at all?
Yeah, I know the area.
Okay. Is that in the same area or vicinity as the Texaco gas station that's next to the barber shop where Mr. Donovan Thomas was killed?
No.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure the jurors weren't confused, or that we didn't confuse the jurors. Okay, thank you, Mr. Knight. Now, the state also showed you yesterday a photograph. It's 10 cc, as in Colette. I'd like to show that again, and it is in evidence already, Your Honor. And if you could blow it up if you don't mind. Do you remember seeing this yesterday by any chance, Mr. Copeland? Remember being shown?
I don't
that?
see nothing.
Oh, it's not on your screen? It might be, it's behind you.
Yeah, I see it now.
Okay. And the gentleman in the white shirt, kind of in the center but left of the screen, do you know that person?
No, I don't know that person.
Okay.
Try with the white shirt or the black shirt. I don't know neither one of those.
Okay. That doesn't, being shown that yesterday by the district attorney?
Let me be clear.
Yes, sir.
I see him around, but I don't know him.
Okay, thank you. But that doesn't verify any of your statements to the police, does it?
Huh?
Objection, improper question, Your Honor.
I'm not sure he can answer that question.
Do you believe that by seeing that picture of that person, whoever it is, the person you see around sometimes, did that in any way verify what you
Mr.
told the
Steele,
police?
I mean, that's basically just, you put a do you believe in front of it, but it's, I mean, what he believes about it isn't relevant.
Did the police ever do anything to show you, or the district attorney, to corroborate your statement to the police? I understand what you're saying, that it was made up, but did they ever do anything to say, to try to tie it to that person? Did the police ever do that to you? Or the district attorney's office?
I don't remember. I don't know. I don't hear nothing about him.
Okay. All right. I want to talk with you about your statements to the police. That Jeffrey, that you were with Jeffrey when you were getting calls from the police, okay? There was some discussion like that, and it's, Your Honor, is JW Jeffrey Williams 240T, as in terrific, State's Exhibit number 378YE, as in Aaron. It's again June 10, 2015. This is at 9:50:35 a.m. to 9:51:48 a.m. I'm sorry. Of course. 9:50:35 a.m. 9:51:48 a.m. And if you hear this, Mr. Copeland, if I'm, just make sure that after you listen to it, I'm correct. You said, I'm like, don't worry about it, and, but anyway, long story short, the detective was calling my phone. You know what I mean? And he was right there. Detective said, Thug was right there? You said, yeah. You said, so I answered the phone and he looking at me like this, but I don't know what's going on. Detective says, why is he looking at you like that? You said, because he see me answering the phone for them. Detective said, but at what point does Thug have anything to say, nuts murder, to be looking at you in any kind of way, like, don't worry about that, like this and that? And you said, I'm fixing to give it to you. Detective said, please, we've been waiting for months. You said, no, I ain't. Guess what? I heard he was trying to kill me, but I ain't. This is what happened. I answered the phone. Hello? Yeah, this. I knew it was the detective calling. Detective said, the one that's handling the murder case? You said, no, different detective. Detective said, okay. You said, I thought one of them was you. My sister said that. She described, you know what I mean? But she was just like a man. Detective said, right. So you said, so I just thought she was talking about you. Detective said, okay. You said, so she was like, detective's called. All right. So I answered the phone and he's right there. So I was like, yeah, indiscernible. So I don't know what that means. I couldn't understand it. This and that, man, they just talking to me. And he was just looking at me, but I ain't think, because I ain't did nothing. So I'm like, SHI blank. I'd like you to just listen to this if you don't mind and tell me if this is what you're saying, and I'd like to ask you some questions.
Okay, don't worry about it, nigga. But anyway, long story short, the terrorist was calling my phone. You know what I mean? And he was right there. Yeah. So I answered the phone. And he looked at me like this. So, well, I don't know what's going on. Like, why are you looking at you like that? Because he see me answer the phone for him.
But at what point does Thug have anything to say about Nuts murder and to be looking at it any kind of way, like, don't worry about that? Like, I'll get please, we've been waiting months.
No, it ain't. Guess what? Well, I heard you track him, but I ain't. This way. I answered the phone. Hello? Yeah, this I knew it was a detective call.
The one that's handling the murder case?
Nah, it was different detectives. I went on too. My sister said that she described it. You know what I mean? But she was just like a man. I thought she was my too. So she was like, detective call. So I answered the phone, and he right there. So I'm like, yeah, this Kenneth Copeland, what's this and that. And they just talking to him. And he just licked them, but I didn't think he could. I didn't need that. So I'm like, shit, nigga. Yeah.
Mr. Copeland, what I said, was that substantially right, according to what you just heard?
That what it sound like.
Did the police ever come to you, or the district attorney's office ever come to you and discuss with you whether or not anything about you were around Jeffrey when police are calling and his impression of it or reaction to it? They ever do anything to verify that, to your knowledge?
No.
It's made up, right?
But they said that their own mouth. You heard them in the investigation. You ain't giving us nothing. You bushing us. I mean, like they knew what I was doing. My stomach hurt bad, Judge. I feel like I had cramps.
Not his stomach hurt. He got a cramp. Y'all know what?
Can I ask you a question? Okay. This is JW 241E as in Aaron, State's Exhibit number 378YA as in Elisa. This is January 11th, 2015. This is 4:13:31 a.m. to 4:13:59 a.m. And specifically, this is you telling Detective Thorpe that that you wanted to retaliate after the shooting of Donovan Thomas. People were shooting your family's homes. You want to retaliate, and Jeffrey telling you, don't do that, let 12 handle. Okay, just listen, okay?
It's like, she said, I had went down to her house and like see what's going on. Like man, these folks they can't shot this shit in my house. Like for real. Yeah, I'm like, bro, what I supposed to do, bro? Like man, get out of the way, bro. Let 12 handle that. 12 deal with that. That's all he kept saying. Like, man, bro, you come out and let police handle that and deal with that, bro. These folks kill my family. He said, like, man, folks, he know them better than that. I mean, them folks, man. I don't.
Were you able to hear that, Mr. Copeland?
Yeah, I heard it.
And is it fair to say that you told Detective Thorpe about 7-8 hours after the shooting of Donovan Thomas that Jeffrey's reaction to all this is let 12 handle?
Say it again.
Okay. Jeffrey's reaction when you were saying that people are shooting at your family's homes, God forbid, Jeffrey told you let 12 handle. That's what you told the police, right?
Now I tell the police anything to try to get them out my face.
Okay. And tell the jurors, if you don't mind, who is 12?
Who?
Who is 12?
Who is 12?
Yeah.
Shit, they know the police.
I want to talk with you about your statements to law enforcement. This is JW240U as in unbelievable. It states exhibit number 378YE as in Aaron. This is 10:58:11 a.m. to 10:58:46 a.m. This is again June 10th, 2015. And Mr. Copeland, just to orient you, this is where you're talking to the police about Jeffrey supposedly want to have you killed, okay?
Have who killed?
Remember that?
Have who killed?
You.
Me?
Yeah, that's what you told the police. I'm going to read it and then you tell me. Well, I'm going to say what I think it said, but you correct us. You said, it ain't none of that. It ain't. This is what only thing when the police called, bruh, he seen me talking to them and he just feel as I ain't supposed to say nothing. You know what I mean? He just want me to just let y'all put one on me for murder. You know what I mean? That's what he want. Detective said, and Sam called and not saying nothing. And you said, that's what he wanted. That's what I feel like deep inside my heart. Like I ain't even told my brother. I ain't tell nobody that this N is trying to have me killed. I ain't tell my baby mama, you know what I mean? Detective said, right. You said, it was a feeling like when Nut first died and everybody was coming, screaming my name, seeing how nervous and scared I was. If you could listen to it, if you don't mind.
It ain't none of that. It ain't just what all I'm saying, he just, when the police called up, he seen me talking to him. And he just feel, and then I ain't supposed to say nothing. You know what I mean? He just want me to just they try to put one of me for murder. I mean, that's what he want. And stand tall and not say that. That's what he want. That's what I feel like deep inside my heart. Like, I just told my brother, I ain't tell nobody my family that he trying to kill. I ain't tell me one. I mean,
And then I'd like to play for you Jeffrey Williams 240W. As in wonderful, it states exhibit number 378YE as in Aaron. It's at 10:58:50 a.m. to 10:59:09 a.m. So it's right after where we stopped. So it's really a continuation. And I'd like you to listen to this and focus on your statement that, you know what I mean? It was, I got scared to be around him, be told, the truth be told, I got scared. I told my baby mama, like you can call her now, man, we gotta go, man. I think that N Thug, like that night they shot at us, when I was telling y'all that story, in my heart, I was like, darned, it says another word, that N Thug trying to get me killed, you know what I mean?
Right. I mean, I got scared to be around. Be told, truth be told, I got scared. I told baby mom, are you calling them? Man, we gotta go, man. I think we do. Like when that night they shot at it. When I'm telling y'all the story with it, in my heart, I just like, man, Thug trying to get me killed. You know what I mean?
Did you hear that, Mr. Copeland?
Yeah, I heard it.
So in those two back-to-back recordings that we heard, the JW240U and the JW240W, on the first one, you said to the police that you ain't tell nobody that this N's trying to have me killed. I ain't tell my baby mama. And then in the second one, the JW240W, you said, truth be told, I got scared. I told my baby mama. Did the police ever ask you about that and push back and say, how do you say that?
How do you say what?
Yeah, that you didn't tell your child's mother and you did tell your child's mother. Did they ever do anything like that?
I think they just try to make me feel comfortable. Like they talk to me to try to make me feel comfortable to open up to them. So that's what I was thinking. I don't know. I'm not telling people anything. I ain't care about getting caught up in the lie. But I was trying to be as convincing as possible.
Okay. I'd like to go into JW240V, as in Victory. It states exhibit number 378YE, as in Aaron. It's June 10, 2015. Mr. Copeland's 10:20 10:39 a.m. to 10:21 even, or 10:21:00 a.m. And this, I'd like you to focus on what you talked about with Valerie told you that Jeffrey wanted to set you up. And you said that, yeah, but see, Valerie got in the car. She was like, hey, bro, I'm going to tell you something. Don't say nothing. You know what I mean? Like, what's up? She like, Thug, this and that and that. And I'm like, detective said, no. And then you said, now I'm like, what you mean? And she like, don't trust this end, bruh. You know what I mean? He trying to set you up, talking about every time I go out, I got out of jail, something got shot up. Detective says, uh-huh. Can you listen to that for me? All right, thank you.
But see, Valerie got in the car, she just like, hey bro, I'm gonna tell you something, I'm saying it. You know what I mean? I'm like, what's up? She's like, dog, this and this. I'm like, no, what is it? Nah, I'm like, what you mean? She like, I didn't don't trust this nigga, bro. You know what I mean? They really trying to set you up. Somebody every time I got in jail, son got shot up.
So you're saying every time you got out of jail, something got shot up. That's what you're telling the police, right?
That's what I told the police.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
And that Valerie told you don't trust Jeffrey. Remember that?
That's what I said.
Yeah. And did the police ever come to you, or did you get any information from Valerie or someone else at the police or the prosecution ever tried to verify that that conversation occurred with Valerie?
After this interview right here, I went to the feds probably like 2-3 weeks later. I haven't heard anything about this interview all the way up until they brought me in this trial.
Okay.
I haven't heard anything about no investigation all the way up until this trial.
Okay. To your knowledge, did the police or the prosecution ever just simply go to Valerie and say, did this happen?
Yeah, it's her. I don't know.
I'd like to show you what the prosecution showed you yesterday. It states exhibit number 60W, as in wonderful, A as in Elisa. It's timestamp 208. Ms. Knight, do you mind helping me? Thank you.
Woody said, how the hell I'm supposed to know? Go ahead, cup. Woody funny, bro. But you know everything else.
Do you remember seeing this yesterday, Mr. Copeland? This photograph that Ms. Hylton showed you?
If they say.
Yeah. And she said, and you verified that that's Valerie. Remember that?
I think it's her.
How does, if from your understanding, how does showing you states exhibit number 60WA verify that Valerie had a conversation with you in a car that don't trust Jeffrey?
Objection, Your Honor. Improper question, speculation.
I'm not asking you to
Vague.
speculate.
Vague.
Okay. Can you tell the jury how showing you states exhibit 60WA verified anything that you said to the police on June 10th, 2015?
Objection, vague, and it's the same question. Just reframe.
Sustained.
Besides that being a photograph or an image of a video, what does that picture mean to you that you were shown yesterday?
That she was dirty as hell back in the day.
What?
Thank you, sir.
What?
All right. I'd like to go into
What? What is he talking about?
JW24X as an X-ray that states exhibit number 378YE as an errand, June 10, 2015, from 4:13:34 p.m. to 4:14:46 p.m. Specifically, Detective Dennis asked you, what does Birdman have to do with all of this? And you answered, Birdman's quiet. Detective Dennis said, he don't tell them to calm down. You said, Birdman, he don't talk in front of us. Detective Dennis said, he don't. You all like that? And you said, but he like, yeah, he right there, he talked to me a lot, but it don't be about nothing. Detective Dennis said, small talk. You said, yeah. What the H this N talking about? Detective Dennis
What's the H this N?
I can't understand what he's saying. And then you say, it sound like it. Detective Dennis said, you think so? You said, I don't think he did it. I don't know. Detective Dennis said, so with all this stuff with Nut, what was his reaction to it? Meaning Birdman. You said, from me to you, he was trying to pay them to keep quiet. Detective Dennis asked you, pay who to keep quiet? You said them. Detective Dennis said, who is them? You said, Nuts folks. Detective Dennis said, oh, just go about their business? You said, yep. Detective Dennis, here, take this, shut the HELL up, leave it alone. You said, I think it was 200,000. Detective Dennis said, a payoff. You said, I heard that right my own ears. Detective Dennis said, who he supposedly paid to, and you said, Fly. Detective Dennis said, who's Fly? You said, the man who owned the TIG. It's kind of a way y'all can just man, if you don't mind listening to this.
What does Birdman have to do with all this?
Birdman, quiet.
He don't tell him to calm down?
Man, Birdman, nah, he don't talk for him.
He don't know y'all like that.
He won't be right now. He talk to me a lot, but it don't be about that. It's just
small talk.
Yeah, what the hell nigga talking about?
Is he gay?
It sounds like
You think so?
I don't think he is. I don't know.
So with all the stuff with that, what was his reaction to?
Immediate, I'm trying to pay them to keep quiet.
Pay who to keep quiet?
Damn.
Who is that?
Hey, folks.
Oh, let's go about that business.
Yeah.
Here, take this, shut the hell up, leave it alone.
I think it was 200,000.
Pay off.
I heard it like my own ears.
Who is supposed to pay it to?
Fly.
Who's Fly?
The man who owned the TIG.
Copeland, what I said, was that fairly accurate to what you told the Detective Dennis?
I tell the police anything.
Sure. Did the police ever come to you, the district attorney's office, and ever discuss with you anything to, let's corroborate this?
All the way up to this point, even today, they never sat down and asked me nothing about nothing I said in the interviews.
I'm the first one to do this?
Yeah, you the only one that did this to me.
Did you bring up Birdman, or did Detective Dennis bring up Birdman?
I think he did.
And then you just started talking about him, like you.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Like you've been telling the jurors.
He bring up your name. I'm gonna have something for you.
He gonna have some for you too. Oh man.
Talk with you about Jeffrey Williams 240Y, as in yesterday. State's exhibit number 378YE, as in Aaron. It's June 10, 2015 again. Interrogation. It's from 10:23 a.m. to 10:51 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, if you can listen to this and tell us if this is you talking about Jeffrey was going to buy the gun that was found at the Dunbar Recreational Center for $1,000, if this is what you're talking about with the police, okay?
So when I got the gun, I got it from the green store. So I went up to the pub to go play baseball, but I was waiting on him to come get it. So waiting on who to come get it? Legina. So his brother pulled up. I mean, you talking about the Mickey on who did the clean. Okay. His brother pulled up to get it. I mean, they like, so gonna get messed out for it. I mean, so I was just looking at the gun. But I don't know, he is.
It's gonna be my same question. Anything besides what you told the police to verify that Jeffrey was going to buy a gun for $1,000 at the Dunbar Recreational Center gun?
They didn't even believe me.
Miss Hylton asked you yesterday towards the end of your testimony with her. She said, but all you were talking about were people, the only people committed crimes was Jeffrey and other people maybe here, like Little D and Nard, etc. Do you remember that type of question that she asked you?
I don't even understand what you're saying.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Rich Homie Quan took out, put $25,000 to kill Tay? Remember telling him that?
See, I told the police that. Told you, I wanted them to believe I knew information and that they can rely on me. That's my whole motive when they were questioning me. If they go for it and they let me walk away, you got to catch me on the back end.
Do you remember telling the police that Rich Homie Quan would buy guns for YFN Lucy and his people and store them?
I can't tell the police nothing that's going on in some with people that I'm not around. So it's self-explanatory that I made it up.
Did the police ever come to you or the prosecution, meaning the district attorney's office, and say, hey, we want to go over what you said to see if we could verify it?
No, I haven't heard anything until this trial. Only person come talk to me is Miss Hertz. But I can't, like, she asked me, have I heard some calls? She let me hear the calls. Like, I don't recall her asking me specific questions.
Okay. I'd like to play for you Jeffrey Williams 244A as an Elisa. It's a January 28th, 2015. Interview at 7:23:53 through 7:24:16, and it's on those. It's on the issue about Rich Homie Quan putting $25,000 to kill Tay. Okay.
All right.
Rich Homie Quan supposed to take him 50,000 to meet a new plug. Like Rich Homie Quan told him this out his mouth. Yeah. Then Rich Homie Quan like he got 25,000 have Tay killed. Tay from the picture you just showed me. Nah, Tay who just got shot the other night. Oh, in the car over there. Okay. He had 25,000 have Tay killed. Who did? This Rich Homie Quan shit. Cause he was telling me. So I'm telling Rich Homie Quan like, but.
And then Jeffrey Williams 244B. It's about Rich Homie Quan buying guns and storing them for YFN Lucy and his people. This is January 28, 2015. It's 9:07:17 p.m. to 9:07:26 p.m.
Now that Rich Homie Quan buying the guns for this.
Is that it? Okay. And Mr. Copeland, this is just the same thing you've been saying the whole time, right? You're just going to talk about me. If the police bring me up or want to know, you're just going to be a fountain of information, so they let you go.
Man, this is crazy, man. Like, throughout my whole life with interacting with the police, they never believed nothing I said. I don't have a clue why they even got me in here. You know what I mean? Yeah,
I'd like to talk with you about Jeffrey Williams, number 240Z, as in zebra, it states exhibit number 378YE, as in Aaron, June 10, 2015. It's 1:16:56 p.m. to 1:17:36 p.m. You said, you know what I mean? This N, you know what he did to me? He gave me $300,000 to hold, and he left and came back. Detective Dennis said, and you ain't get none of that? And you said, I don't care about money. I don't. Detective Gaither said, you care about some money. And Detective Dennis said, you kind of dissing yourself, man. And you said, listen, the N would give me money.
What is N?
I-G.
Oh, nigga.
You feel what I'm saying?
Oh my
I didn't need nothing. I didn't. Detective Gaither said, how much?
Oh
You
my
said,
God.
but when I went to jail, he didn't help me. Detective Gaither said, you just said the most amount of money Thug Dunn gave you. Detective Dennis said $300,000.
Oh,
And
oh
you
my
said,
God.
but he left with you 300. This is Detective Dennis, and I guess came back and gave you 1,000 and you were good.
Somebody had said
You
that.
hear that, make sure that's what it said.
Oh my. Oh, he was gonna make Brian say it.
I mean, you know, he gave me $300,000. The whole.
Oh.
He left. Came back.
And you know it.
I don't care about money. I don't. You care about some money.
You be contradicting yourself, man.
The nigga was giving me money. You know what I'm saying? I didn't need that. I did it. But when I went to jail and he didn't help me, you just said the most amount of money girl they gave me.
But he left you with 300, and I guess he came back and gave you a 1,000, and you were good.
You hear that, Mr. Copeland? And the police are telling you you're not making any sense, right? It's saying that to you, right?
Right.
They know, you believe they know this is all just try to give them something they need to let you go, right?
Objection, speculation.
That's what you're doing. Don't speculate about anyone else. That's what you're doing, right?
They know that. Dennis know it, Gaither know it.
And there's no picture of you with $300,000. You're not saying that's true. You just said that to the police, right?
If I had $300,000, you know, it would have been pictures, videos, and everything. The whole world would have seen it.
Okay. I'd like to go through with you Jeffrey Williams, or JW 241F is in Fox, States Exhibit number 378YA is in Elisa. This is January 11th, 2015. So this is, 7-8 hours after Mr. Thomas was, God forbid, shot. It's 3:14:24 a.m. to 3:14:29 a.m. And I want you to hear and listen for whether you said this. I never had a problem with Nut. Me and Nut ain't never had two words with each other. Me and Nut was always okay. You know what I'm saying? The only person I ever had a problem with was Cal. Just tell me if that's what is being said.
I never had a problem with nothing. Me and nothing ain't never had two words to each other. Me and nothing was always okay. You know what I'm saying?
Now, Mr. Copeland, what I said, that was fairly accurate?
What you say?
What I said, when I asked you to listen for it, that was accurate? That was?
We heard it.
Okay. And actually, a little time before January 6, 2015, I'm using that date for when you got into that fight at Club Crucial. You know what I'm talking about? When Shell Kell and other people jumped on you with your eye. You know what I'm talking about?
You know I know what you're talking about.
Okay. So before that date, before January 6, 2015, you stole from Mr. Donovan Thomas's Tahoe vehicle his cellular telephone, his identification, his chain, his nut chain, and his wallet. Is that true?
I gave it back to him.
Okay. I'm going to get there, I promise you. And what happened was Mr. Donovan Thomas called his own cell phone and you answered it and made arrangements to give him back his property. Fair to say?
Sound like that.
And when he came to get his property, he came with other people in other cars, right?
Sound like that.
And they had guns.
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
Well, he's asking the question of whether Mr. Copeland knows, so I'll overrule that.
What's going on?
Did they have guns? that you saw?
Yeah.
And
What's the N word?
shortly after that, you learned that Donovan Thomas and others were going to hurt you. True?
Objection and proper character of the victim.
No.
Sustained.
Judge, come on.
You knew that Donovan Thomas and others made statements that you heard that they were going to hurt you.
Objection, Your Honor, assume effects on the evidence and improper character evidence.
Sustained.
Did you ever listen to Donovan Thomas have a meeting with others where they discussed you?
Yeah, I was told.
And you were actually listening, and there was a person named Maurice or Mo who was in prison on the call as well, right?
I don't know. I don't know who somebody came back and told me.
Okay. And you understood that Donovan Thomas and others were going to hurt you. Is that true?
Objection, assume effects not into evidence.
Sustained.
Did you believe, come around January 10th, 2015, that Donovan Thomas and others were going to hurt you? Did you believe that?
Same objection and relevance of what his beliefs were.
I think it goes to his state of mind on the day that Mr. Thomas was killed.
Overruled.
What you asked?
Did you believe that on the date that Donovan Thomas was killed, that he and others, his friends, were going to, had a plan to hurt you physically?
I was told it.
Okay. So when you told the police on January 11, 2015, that you and Nut ain't never had any words, never had a problem, your only problem was with Kel, you just didn't want to tell the police about that, right?
Say that again?
You did not share with the police what you believed to be a problem that Donovan Thomas was and his friends were trying to hurt you. You didn't share that with Detective Thorpe, did you?
I don't know.
You told Detective Thorpe that you never had a problem with Mr. Thomas, right? We just heard that.
That's what I told him.
Okay. I want to go into what you have been told by law enforcement. I'm going to do it all from January 10th of 2015. And I want you to listen to these.
Community.
I want you to listen. This is JW240AA, Elisa. States Exhibit number 378YE. It's June 10th, 2015. It's 1:15 p.m. to 1:51 p.m. and tell the jury if this is accurate. You said, it is though, I sat right here. You know what I mean? I promise I wouldn't back out for nothing. You know what I mean? Detective says, I'ma find out. You said, like I said, man, if that was to keep me out of jail and y'all can help me, I promise you, want Birdman, Kente, any of them, I will go right there and do what I have to do, right? I am good with anybody. You know, even though all this SHI blank going on, you know, and detective says, you mean, right? And you said, I put it on my mama's soul. I mean it. I want you to listen to this, okay?
I promise I'm gonna back out. Next, I mean, like I said, man, if they was to keep me out of jail and if y'all can help me, man, I promise you, you gonna throw up, Birdman, can't say every one of them. I'm gonna go right there and do what I have to do. Like, I'm good with anybody. Now, even though all this shit going on, I didn't live it was 2015, 1:16 p.m. You made that, right? Put on my own soul, I mean.
Now, did you hear Detective Gaither say June 10, 2015, 1:16 p.m.? You mean that right? And you said I put on my mama's soul. She's saying that what you said, that you're going to help them. You'll do anything to get out of jail, right?
Right.
Okay. I want to go back in time, same day, but this is going to be 9:45 a.m. So about 4 hours before, 3 hours before. This is JW 240B as in Barry, B as in Barry, State's Exhibit number 378YE as in Aaron. This is 9:45, 19 a.m. to 9:48, 39 a.m. And it's Detective Cunningham, not detective, Special Agent with the ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, Explosive, Cunningham. She's a female, and she says, and I want you to make sure that it's accurate. She says, okay, I need you to listen. You know you're a felon. You know that you got a gun today, so you can't even dispute that. I don't even want you to try because you're just going to be wasting my time and yours too. And let me finish. You said no, and there's overlapping conversation, meaning multiple people speaking. The ATF agent Cunningham says, me and investigator Gaither, but the gun today, the one we found today in the apartment, meaning when you were arrested from your apartment on June 10, 2015. You said, ATF agent Cunningham said, now, when it comes to the federal system, it's not you go, when you go, do your time, there's no parole. There is no what it is. And then Detective Gaither says, early release. And then Agent Cunningham says, no early release. You may get good behavior, but that's only like you get nothing. And they typically don't let you stay in Atlanta. They might ship you off somewhere clear across the country. So whatever you do, and then you say, darn, but you said a different word, my head hurt. Agent Cunningham said, I'll go back and tell the United States attorney that's assigned to this case, this is what he did to help himself out. It pans out. Or I can go back and tell her, this is what he said. We found out it was a lie. He's continuing to play games. The judge do what they want to do. So before we can even get started, especially while I'm sitting here, everything is on you because I've never talked to you before. So with me, you almost get a clean slate to help yourself. If you do lies, I don't, because I got too much other stuff to do and would hate to have to go back and tell the U.S. attorney, but he's lying, he's full of crap. It's up to you. You said, before I lie, then there's a lot of people talking. Agent Cunningham said, it's up to you, Mr. Copeland. You said, before I lie, Agent Cunningham said, let me finish. I think it's a 3 or 4 time convicted felon you are. How many felonies do you have? Detective Gaither said, about 3, don't you? Agent Cunningham said, you got 3. Detective Gaither said, about 3 or 4. You said, talking about what? Agent Cunningham said, how many felonies do you have? You said, what am I on probation for? Agent Cunningham said, how many convictions are felonies? Detective Gaither said, it's around 3. You said, I don't know. Agent Cunningham said, let's just assume it's 3, okay? I'm fixing to tell you right now, you have heard of the armed career criminal. You said, you're not going to worry about me lying. Agent Cunningham said, you have heard of armed career criminal with 3 while you're sitting here now, and how old are you? You said 23. Agent Cunningham said 23. You got 15 years off the top. And that's before you even get into the time for whatever your charge is. And possession by a convicted felon is 5 years twice. That's 10. So we're talking about 15 plus 10 on top of that. You're looking at what, 48 years old? That's what you're looking at. This is serious. You said, I told you it's getting. Detective Gaither said, I told you it's getting real. Detective Gaither said, nobody has time for the bull crap. You said, I told you it's getting real. I knew it. I tried. Agent Cunningham said, that's not including whatever conspiracies you're involved in. Mr. Copeland, if I really wanted to be a bad ASS and treat you bad, I'd probably throw the book at you and wouldn't think twice about it. You got a baby girl, a beautiful baby girl. I want you to listen to it. And this is all at the early in the morning, 9:45 a.m., okay?
Okay, I need you to listen. You know you're a felon. You know you got that gun today. Today, so you can't even dispute that. So I don't even want you to try because you're just gonna be wasting my time and yours too. And let me finish. With the gun today, the one we found today in the apartment. Now, when it comes to the federal system, it's not no, you go do your time and there's no parole. There is no, what is it? I mean, no early release. You may get good behavior, but that's only like, you get nothing. And they typically don't let you stay in Atlanta. They might ship you off somewhere clear across the country. So whatever you do, I go back and tell the U.S. attorney that's assigned to your case, this is what he did to help himself out. It pans out. Or I can go back and tell her, this is what he said. We found out it was lies. He continued to play games. The judge do what they want to do. So what I'm trying to tell you before we even get started, especially while I'm sitting here, everything is on you because I never talked to you before. So with me, you almost get a clean slate to help yourself. I don't do lies. I just don't because I got too much other stuff to do. And I would hate to have to go back and tell any U.S. attorney, you know what, he just lying and he full of crap.
Hey, y'all, who auntie this is with his hat and glasses on? Come on.
You are I think, is it a 3 or 4 times convicted felon? How many felons do you have?
Who auntie this is?
You got 3?
3 or 4, right.
How many felonies?
I'm saying, like, is it what I'm on probation for?
How many convictions that are felonies do you have? Is it 3 or 4?
I don't know.
You don't even.
Let's assume it's 3, okay? I'm just thinking right now. With 3, have you ever heard of armed career criminal?
No, I really mean like.
Have you ever heard of armed career criminal?
Oh, man.
With 3, where you sitting at now, and you how old? 23. You get 15 years off the top.
Y'all get this money.
That's before you even get into the time for whatever your charge is, and possession by convicted felon is 5 years, twice is 10. So we talking about 15 plus 10 on top of that. You looking at what, 48 years old? That's what you're looking at. This is serious.
I told you.
Nobody has time for the bull crap.
I told you it's getting real. Did I not? I knew it. I knew it. I tried to.
That's not including whatever conspiracies you involved.
It's not including what, 100 more years. Okay, we got it.
Mr. Copeland, if I really wanted to be a badass and treat you bad,
Okay, what? Cunningham.
I would probably throw the book at you and wouldn't think twice about it. You got a baby girl. Beautiful baby girl.
What Cunningham? Oh, my God.
Mr. Copeland, what I said, was that fair? What they were telling you? They being Agent Cunningham and Detective Gaither, Detective Gaither?
What happened?
Is that pretty much what they're telling you? 48 years of age, you got federal charges, 25 years off the top?
Yeah, she was lying too.
But that's what you believed at the time, right?
Yes.
She said she was lying.
That motivated you to tell the police anything they wanted to hear to get you home, right?
I was always gonna do that, but it just like it scared me more.
I want to go into Jeffrey Williams 240 JW240CC is Colette. It states exhibit number 378. YE is in Aaron. It's again June 10th. Same interview, 2015. This is a little later. This is 12:08:22 to 12:10:50.
Atlanta, y'all funny. Y'all
This one,
funny.
you said, man, so what can I do? I don't know why. I'll do whatever, man. I'll wear a camera. Detective said, listen to me. I'll do whatever, man. I'm glad you mentioned that, said Detective Gaither. I'll do whatever, man. I promise to God, man. Detective said, I'm glad you mentioned that because last Thursday, Miss Kim Dammers is a United States attorney, like the head person for the federal prison system. And I basically broke down to her everything we had so far in your case, all of them, shootings, all of this, all right? She said, you guys have great cases, but we need somebody with direct knowledge that can take down the main culprits. To us, I don't think you're a main target because you are the target for them. What we want, the top guys that's calling the shots. I know you heard the term, we want the big fish. And sometimes to get the big fish, you got to dangle small fish in front of them for them to come, for the fish to come. So is that something you want to do? Because our case is sealed with you. Like it's not, of course, we would like to, solve some of these retaliatory shootings and all that stuff. But as far as your fate at this point, Detective Dennis said, you're done. Detective Gaither said, you're cooked. The only thing that may possibly help you is helping yourself by speaking what you know. You said, I just. Then Detective Gaither said, right. And then, but that's Shannon. And Detective Dennis said, he's on the same level as you. Detective Gaither said, basically, I don't consider Shannon a big fish. Detective Dennis said, he's a small fish. You said, I know what y'all want to throw. Detective Gaither said, like, he's a gopher, you understand? And that's why he's less. In my opinion, he's less than you with your status, in my opinion. And you said, so what do I need to do? And Detective Gaither said, I want to know what the FUC blank thug doing. I want to know what the F thug doing. Oh, I want to know what the F goddamn, excuse my language. Where is his money from?
We got
if
to
they gotta get.
Hey, still finally slipped up and cussed. Let's go back. We're only gonna hear one of those.
I want to know what the F thug doing. Oh, I want to know what the F goddamn, excuse my language. Where is his money from? If they gotta get Birdman, we want to talk about the darn, or it says damn Wayne Bus. I want to play that for you. Tell me if this is what you were told.
So what can I do to make the strange up? I will, man. I do whatever, man. I do whatever, man. I'm glad you mentioned it. I do whatever, man. I promise you, man. I'm glad you mentioned it. Because last Thursday, Miss Kim Dammers, the U.S. Attorney, like the head person for the federal system. And I basically broke down to her everything that we had as far as your case, all the retaliatory shootings, all this, all that, right? She said, you guys have great cases, but we need somebody with direct knowledge that can take down the main culprits. To us, I don't want to say you're not a main target because you are the target for them, but we want top guys that's calling shots. I know you heard the term, we want the big fish. And sometimes to get to the big fish, you got to dangle small fish in front of them. For them to come, for the fish to come. So,
did somebody just
is that something that you
who just somebody just
big
built?
fish, you got to dangle small fish in front
Burke.
of them to come, for the fish to come.
What's that?
So if that's something that you want to do, because our case is still with you.
Who just
Like,
burped?
it's not, you know, of course we would like to, you know, solve some of these retaliatory shootings and all that stuff. But as far as your case, at this point, you could. And the only thing that may possibly help you
Cooked.
is you helping yourself by speaking what you know. Right. But you know what? That's not sharing.
Like what?
He on the same level as you.
Basically, I don't consider sharing a big fish. Like you said, he a gopher. You understand? And that's the way he's less. In my opinion, he's less than what your status is. Am I correct? I want to know what the fuck Thug doing. I want to know what the fuck goddamn where his money is from. If they gotta get to Birdman, it will talk about damn Wayne Bus.
They too hood for me. I want to know what the.
Fair what I said, Mr. Copeland.
That's what it sounds like.
You knew before going in.
These cops wild,
that
bro.
law enforcement, they made it clear to you. This happens to be recorded, but they made it clear to you that they wanted Jeffrey Williams, you to give information on Jeffrey Williams, right?
Yeah.
Look
The
how
only way that you were going to avoid, in your opinion, what you were told, pretty much the rest of your life in prison. Is that how you understood it? Was to give information on Jeffrey Williams and others. True?
Really, just him.
And it was a lie, wasn't it?
What you mean?
Jeffrey Williams didn't do these things that you're telling the police.
But I told y'all that.
All right, let's take a break.
the cops want to be gangster so bad, like they the, like they on the streets. Y'all see the way they be talking in the interview room. If you didn't know no better, you wouldn't know who the suspect and who the officer. The way they talking and I think it was the man that was sitting back. He was outside the camera. I like, who burped? Like, y'all that comfortable? We're gonna go back and play that
I
part.
asked Ms. Persfield to check on how the juror is doing as well, so I'll let y'all know what we hear back. Anything before we take our recess?
I will get you those cases.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
So they're gonna take a short break. Let's go back and see the cop. This is wild. Let's see, was it this one?
So what can I do to make the scrambles up? I don't know why. I do whatever, man. I do whatever, man. I'm glad you mentioned it. I do whatever, man. I promise you, man. I'm glad you mentioned it. Because last Thursday, Ms. Kim Dammers, the U.S. Attorney, like the head person for the federal system. And I basically broke down to her everything that we had as far as your case, all the retaliatory shootings, all this, all that, right? She said, you guys have great cases, but we need somebody with direct knowledge
It could have been
that
Woody.
can take down the main culprit. To us, I don't want to say you're not a main target because you are the target for them, but we want top guys that's calling shots. I know you heard the term, we want the big fish. And sometimes to get to the big fish, you got to dang the small fish in front of them to come, for the fish to come. So,
y'all heard it? He's right there.
and sometimes to get to the big
That's wild. That's wild. Oh man, this is some crazy work. But I don't know if it's them in the video or maybe Woody in the mic or somebody else in the mic. Somebody had said red fish, blue fish. They said that yesterday when Woody acted like he didn't know how to read. What is it? One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. Oh man. They hire anybody in Atlanta, boy. Y'all funny. And then I supposedly whoever auntie that was, supposedly she the big guns. They had to bring her in and tell Woody, oh yeah, 10 plus 15, 25, and you're gonna be going to jail. And you better not lie to me. And the only person in the room lying is her. Let me see if I can find. She the main one in there lying. Can't make this up. She the only one in there. Let's go back. So I can find it. People popping in. We on break right now. Thank y'all for the one that's liking and subscribing. Appreciate that. Let's see. This is wild. She the big gun. So she the feds y'all keep hollering about.
Beautiful baby girl. I want you to listen to it. And this is all at the early in the morning, 9:45.
She supposed to break Woody down.
Okay.
She the interrogator.
Okay, I need you to listen. You know you're a felon. You know you got that gun today. So you can't even dispute that. So I don't even want you to try because you're just gonna be wasting my time and yours too. And let me finish. With the gun today, the one we found today in the apartment. Now, when it comes to the federal system, it's not no, you go and you go do your time and there's no parole. There is no, what is it? I mean,
Look, she don't even know. She said there's no parole. There is no, and I think Woody has to help her out and say early release. She don't even know. Get y'all people.
It's not no, you go and you go do your time and there's no parole. There is no, what is it? I mean, there's no early release. You may get good behavior, but that's only like, you get nothing. And they typically don't let you stay in Atlanta. They might ship you off somewhere clear across the country.
To Alaska, right?
So, whatever you do, I go back and tell the U.S. attorney that's assigned to your case, this is what he did to help himself out. It pans out. Or I can go back and tell her, this is what he said. We found out it was lies. He continued to play games. The judge do what they want to do. So, what I'm trying to tell you before we even get started, especially while I'm sitting here, everything is on you because I never talked to you before. So with me, you almost get a clean slate to help yourself. I don't do lies. I just don't because I got too much other stuff to do. And I would hate to have to go back and tell any U.S. attorney, you know what, he just lying and he full of crap.
So what else she got to go do, y'all? Y'all know what else she got to go do? She keeps saying she ain't got time for this. So who told her to come from the Fed to the Atlanta PD?
It's up to you, Mr. Copeland. You are I think, is it a 3 or 4 time convicted felon? How many felons do you have?
Look, she don't even know.
You got 3?
3 or 4, right.
How many felonies?
I'm saying, like, is it what I'm on probation for?
How many convictions that are felonies do you have? Is it 3 or 4?
Oh my God.
Okay, let's just assume it's 3, okay? I'm gonna tell you right now. With 3, have you ever heard of armed career criminal?
No, I read about me lying.
Have you ever heard of armed career criminal? With 3, where you sitting at now, and you how old? 23.
Hold up,
This
hold
is 15
up,
years.
hold up, hold up. Somebody said she looked like the crossing guard. You know what? Now that you mention it, I do know a crossing guard that looks just like her. With the stop signs. Oh man, y'all, I'm done. I'm done.
Off the top. That's before you even get into the time for whatever your charge is, and possession of convicted felons, 5 years, twice is 10. So we talking about 15 plus 10 on top of that. You looking at what, 48 years old? That's what you looking at. This is serious.
I told you.
Nobody has time for the bull crap.
I told you it's getting real. Did I not? I knew it. I knew it. I tried to.
That's not including whatever conspiracies you involved in.
See, when they oversell it, now she just adding up. It's not including this, not including that. Well, woman, at this point, just say 1,000 years. It'll be easier. Because you just throwing everything that you can think of. And all of it's lies.
Mr. Copeland, if I really wanted to be a badass and treat you bad, I would probably throw the book at you and wouldn't think twice about it.
What book, woman? What book? What book you gonna throw at them? What book? Oh, did you know what book to pick up to throw at them? You said they trying to finesse each other. That's exactly what they do. And Woody know it too. He over there like, man, I don't know what I'm gonna do. It's getting real. My head hurt. Boy, Woody ain't worried about none of that.
You got a baby girl, beautiful baby girl.
She said the line book.
Copeland, what I said, was that fair? What they were telling you? They being the federal agent Cunningham and Detective Gaither, Detective Gaither.
What happened?
Is that pretty much what they're telling you? 48 years of age, you got federal charges, 25 years off the top.
Yeah, she was lying too.
Look at Woody. She was lying too. Woody, did you know she was lying at the time? Woody said, yeah, she was lying too.
Detective Gaither.
What happened?
Is that pretty much what they're telling you? 48 years of age, you got federal charges, 25 years off the top.
Yeah, she was lying too.
But that's what you believed at the time, right?
Yes.
And that motivated.
Man. But people popping in, we got a few more minutes left for the break, so we just kind of going back and finding the best parts. Oh, that his head was hurting, that his stomach hurt. She said, what, the gang book that you don't have? She didn't know early release from federal prison. She didn't know how many felonies Woody had. What she said, was it 3 strikes, 4 strikes? How many felonies you got? Woman, did you even read the file? Or did she just put a piece of gum in her mouth and say, let me go in there and get him? I got this, y'all. I can handle him. My son the same way. I got this. And she ain't give none out of Woody just like the other ones didn't. Oh man, this is funny. What's that other part that? Oh yeah, Woody acted like he didn't know what the N-word was. And actually, somebody had put it in the chat earlier today because Steele kept saying the N-word. Who was it that put it in the chat? I think it was Slick. Let me see. This was like 10:05 this morning. What's the N-word? Nice, nerd, nurse, narcissistic, what? And sure enough, Woody asked that same question. What's the N-word? Let me see if I can find it. And still, I almost had to spell it all the way out. Still was getting nervous. Still said N. Like he was playing hangman. He was still saying N. I. G. G. And Woody saved him. Woody saved him. Woody said, oh. I did not mean to put that up. I didn't mean to pour that up. Oh. Well, it's on it now. See, when the video stay up, the chat don't. So I try not to pull up the crazy ones. Let me see if I can find it. Y'all know that the timestamp. Let me see. I can find that for y'all. That was wild. What he said, what's the N-word? And the court's not back, y'all. I'm watching it on a different feed to make sure that the court don't come back without us. Let me see. I think it was around this part. Let me see.
And Jeffrey, Rich Homie Quan Buying.
Let me see.
This is January 2026. Mr. Copeland, you're just fountain of information.
We're interacting with the police in here.
Let me
Now,
see.
I'd like to talk with you about birth states. It's 1:36 p.m. You said, you know what I mean? This N, you know what he did to me? He gave me $300,000 to hold, and he left and came back. Detective Dennis said, and you ain't getting none of that? And you said, I don't care about money. I don't. Detective Gaither said, you care about some money. And Detective Dennis said, you kind of dissing yourself, man. And you said, listen, the N would give me money. You
what
feel
is
what
N?
N-I-G-G.
Oh, nigga.
Y'all heard Brian still say, real low. This is not. Hey, this is what they saying. This is one of the.
You feel what I'm dissing yourself, man. And you said, listen, the N would give me money. You
What
feel
is
what I'm-
N?
N-I-G-G.
Oh, nigga.
You feel
This
what I'm
is
saying?
wild.
I didn't need nothing. I didn't.
Look at Love leaning over to talk to Hilton. Yeah, this y'all witness. This is y'all witness. So don't look crazy now. Don't look crazy. Y'all the one that called him to the stand. He y'all star witness. He said, did you say he was playing hangman? He was almost out of there. He was running out of letters. Oh man, this trial can't be real. This trial cannot be real. Now I'm not saying still should say the word, but it was just funny how he was put in an uncomfortable situation because he liked to be so proper and professional, and he didn't want no parts of that. That's a line that he would not cross. Rightfully so. I mean, but still, that was just funny. Yeah, this one sent me. Yeah, still, and then look at who said that earlier? Somebody said, I cannot believe this is the state star witness. Somebody said that in the chat earlier. Let's see if I can find it. I don't know who said it, but yeah. And they so embarrassed when he said that. Love leaning over there trying to talk to Hilton. Somebody said, get out of my face, Love. Love would not be in my face like that. Oh man, they still not back yet. I'm watching it. They're not back yet. We're coming, we're on a break. I can't find it. Trying to scroll up. And by the time I find it, somebody else going to already have it in the chat. And I can't find it. Okay, okay. That was one of them. But yeah. This is the star witness, and he up there clowning and what they call carrying on. Woody knew exactly what that man meant. Don't Woody could play Brian. And that was a good way to divert. I wonder if Woody finished the question. I mean, if still finished the question. He lose track. Woody said, "You're gonna make me uncomfortable and say that I got beat up. I'm gonna make you uncomfortable and make you say a word you don't want to say." And they trusted Woody to be the star, bro. This is funny. This is funny. Oh well. Yeah, everybody star witness. Oh, she said court's back. Well, let me fast forward. Oh, go back. Oh, okay, that haven't started yet. All right, got the court reporter smile. What? Oh, Woody asking you all right? I'm gonna tell Miss Weaver, Woody. Woody asked the court reporter, you all right?
You're right.
She said, I'm all right. It's funny. So they say, yeah, he loves them court reporters, don't he? We fast forward all the way. Yeah, I think we all the way caught up. What do you say? You all right? That's why we do that. You see somebody in the grocery store, pass, you don't speak. Even if you don't know.
Like a little early, all right. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Mr. Copeland, I would like to discuss with you Jeffrey Williams, JW 240DD, David States Exhibit number 378, YE as in Aaron, that's at 11:52:04 a.m. to 11:52:28 a.m. And what it specifically, I believe, says, and then you tell us if I'm wrong or correct, that you said, because right now, I just need help. If y'all can promise, y'all could help me, I promise. And then there's some break. I don't understand what's being said. And then you say, I'll sit here, tell y'all everything I done heard and everything I done saw and everything I can tell y'all, stuff that y'all can go get. You know what I mean? Like, and then Detective Dennis said, are you willing to do that though? And you said, I promise. I'll do it right now. I can show y'all houses. Y'all can go bust your head right at the spot. I don't care, man. I just want y'all to protect. Detective Dennis says, what do you want out of it? You said, me, my baby girl. Excuse me. I said that wrong. Me and my baby and my girl. Can you listen to it for us?
Right now, this, I just need help. If y'all can promise y'all can help me, I promise you, bro. I'll sit right here and tell y'all everything I done heard, everything I done saw, and everything. I can tell y'all stuff that y'all can go get. Understand? Like,
Are you willing to do that?
I promise I'll do it right now and show y'all how I can y'all go butcher everybody's back. I don't care. I just want y'all to
What do
take
you
me
want
out
out of
of
it?
my good.
Mr. Copeland, what I said, was that fairly accurate of what you just heard?
That's what I just heard.
Okay. And then the last one I want to focus on for this series is Jeffrey Williams, number two, or JW 240EE, Aaron, at States Exhibit number 378YE.
This
It's
series.
the June 10th, 2015 meeting, interrogation with the police. And now it's a little early. It's 10:01:46 a.m. to 10:01:59 a.m. And you said something to the effect of, I hate jail, man. I am, and I'm just saying darn, but it says another word. I let an N get me sent away for man, them N's trying to kill me and my child, bruh. I ain't. And then he talking about killing me, bruh. Listen, I'm a tell you anything. Okay? If you could just listen to this for us.
You know what they did to me?
Tell us. Tell us.
After January 10th, people started shooting at me and my family. February, I went to jail for trying to protect me and my baby and my girl at the time. They put me in Rice Street on some stuff called medical flow. It's somewhere hid in the jail. It stink. It's crazy people in there talking, yelling through the door, putting feces all on the window and on the wall. They locked me in the room. It's one door right here. It's one door right here. And it's another door back here. And it's another door back here. I'm behind this door. I don't see nobody. I don't talk to nobody. I'm by myself. I'm at the verge of losing my mind. People trying to shoot at me while they got me locked in this room. I can't talk to nobody. I can't see nobody. I'm locked in this room. They held me in that room for 3 weeks. I got out of jail.
Whoa.
I had a court date for another county where I never even been to for some charges I never even did. I don't steal out of stores. I went down to that courthouse and tried to get it situated. Went in the wrong courtroom, told the deputy, hey, my name is such and such, such. I missed court. I'm here to fix it. He said, oh, I gave him my name, told him what happened. He said, oh, you got a warrant. And he locked me up. They put me right back in jail. I stayed in jail a whole month. I had to use the money for selling my four-wheeler to pay an attorney to come represent me. I got the lawyer to come represent me. That lawyer, he got me a bond. A friend of mine gave my baby mama the money to pay my bond. She paid my bond. I got out of jail. The very next day, Atlanta police came into the gym with a whole lot of them. They got me, said that this my bag, this my gun. They took me from my neighborhood to Turnerfield. They questioned me. I told them it wasn't my gun. They let me go. They came back and get me June 10th. They questioned me. I was at the verge of losing my mind because every time I come outside, they keep locking me up. They got me. They did it. They held me in the interrogation room for a whole day, probably. I don't know. They put me right back in Rice Street, put me right back behind all these doors. They constantly kept doing it to me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, at this point, like, man, I'm tired of keep reliving this stuff. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it, man. I'm sitting right here. I got cramps, man. I got knots in my stomach, man. I haven't ate none. I tried to eat yesterday. I haven't ate today. Y'all sitting up here. I asked for a break. I asked. I'm in pain right now. I understand it might be my fault. I'm telling y'all, I made it up. I lied. Damn, man. This is crazy. I'm telling y'all, my stomach hurting, man.
Well, with the honorable court's order, we're going to be leaving in a little bit of time. Can you try to just listen to the JW 240EE that I just said?
Uh-oh. He's shutting down.
If you need it, could you put in your earphone if you don't mind?
I can hear it.
Okay.
I hate jail. I hate jail, man. I be damn how they nigga reach away. Man, my nigga try to kill me and my child, bro. And then he come out kill me, bro. They tell you, man, but you.
Mr. Copeland, with your background, your experiences in jail,
Oh.
is it fair to say that you would do?
You might as well pass out. Fall out. I know he said it 100 times. We need Woody to keep saying it so the jury can understand that he lied. Woody about to spaz out.
Mr. Copeland, can I ask you a couple of questions?
Give him a break.
For people who've never been to prison or jail, do you know the difference, by the way?
Y'all know the difference.
Oh.
Whether it's a prison or jail, is it fair to say that
Rice Street is not either one. There's not prison or jail. I don't know what that place is. This is the worst place in the world.
do you remember being in custody after Friday, June 7th, 2024, after the first time you testified before the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and before you came back in the late morning of Monday, June 10th, 2024? Do you remember where you were held?
You talking about they locked me up here?
Yes, sir.
What about it?
Do you remember where were you held in the Fulton County jail, another jail? Do you remember?
When they took me out of here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Where were you held?
They took me to Rice Street, and then the next day came, they took me from Rice Street to DeKalb County Jail. And they down there just as worse as Rice Street.
And DeKalb County Jail, describe to the ladies and gentlemen jury what it was like when you were in that jail.
Objection relevant, Your Honor.
Goes to his motivation for testifying here.
I don't know that we need to get that far afield. He's already told us that Rice Street is horrible. It's the worst place in the world, and DeKalb is even worse. So let's move on.
The judge got it.
Mr. Copeland, after giving law enforcement officers this information that the prosecution has played for you, January 11th, 2015, recorded interview, January 28th, 2015, recorded interview, February 20th, 2015, recorded interview, February 21st, 2015, recorded interview, June 10th, 2015, 9-hour recorded interview. You got charged with murder, right? For Donovan Thomas.
Can you say it again?
Yes.
I heard the interview. You said I got charged with murder?
Yeah. Do you remember being served? No, I'm marking Jeffrey Williams number 245.
You may.
I'm going to show you this, Mr. Copeland. If you need any assistance, let me know. Do you remember Detective Thorpe swearing out a warrant for you for the offense of murder for you knowingly and intentionally with malice aforethought on January 10, 2015 at 330 McDaniel Street, Atlanta, Fulton County, state of Georgia, did participate in the
Objection, Your
drive-by
Honor.
shooting?
Hang on just a second. Yes.
Reading something that's not into evidence and relevance.
Okay. Well, overruled on relevance. What was the first thing?
That he's reading something that's not in.
All right. So have him. Are you asking him whether he recognizes it? Just
Sure. Did he
ask
get
him,
charged?
do you recognize it? That's
Okay.
the way to do that.
Okay, look at Jeffrey Williams number 245. It's several pages, but this is the first page at first. Do you recognize that as the warrant taken for your arrest for murder of Donovan Thomas by Detective Thorpe on October 20th, 2015? Yes?
Wait,
Do you recognize that?
it's a warrant paper.
For you? True?
I see my name on it.
Okay. And that's Detective Thorpe? Swore it out, right? Do you see that?
You gotta show me.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
May I approach you, Mr. Copeland? You see that?
Yeah.
Do you see the date on there, Mr. Copeland? October 20th, 2015?
You said who?
October 20th, it says 10/20/15, 2015. Do you,
No, I don't see it.
may I approach you on?
You may. Are you gonna ask him whether it was served on him? Because he didn't really answer whether he recognized.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And at that time, you were in federal custody at the Robert A. Dayton Detention Center. When I say that time, October 20th of 2015, you were awaiting the federal charges that eventually you were sentenced to 51 months in custody, right?
No, I was sentenced to 5 years.
Okay, apologize, 60 months in custody. Apologize. While you were held at the Robert A. Dayton Detention Center in Clayton County, do you remember that?
Lovejoy.
Yes, Lovejoy. Do you remember being served by a United States Marshal these warrants while in Lovejoy?
No, my attorney told me.
Okay. And you were charged with what crimes?
He just said murder.
All right. For Donovan Thomas, right?
That's what he said.
Okay. So after Detective Thorpe, you knew that he worked with Detective Gaither, right?
What you mean?
They were co-workers. They were working, they interviewed you together, interrogated you. You knew that he worked with Detective Dennis, right?
Right.
You knew he worked with federal ATF agent Cunningham, right?
Right.
And he took out a warrant for you for murder of Donovan Thomas just 4 months after you gave the last interrogation that we have, June 10th, 2015, right?
Right.
Mr. Copeland, eventually, you went to federal custody and you entered a guilty plea for a 922G count, which, forget that, for possession of firearm by a convicted felon. Is that true?
Right.
You remember going before the Honorable Judge Totenberg?
Right.
And she gave you the maximum sentence for that, 60
Right.
months. And you served 51 out of the 60 months. Is that fair to say?
Right.
Okay. I want to show you some of your prior convictions and tell me if you recognize them, okay? I'll be right back. Your Honor, may I have a second?
You may.
While they're looking for that, Mr. Copeland, Jeffrey Williams wasn't charged with murder of Donovan Thomas, right?
I don't know. Not to my knowledge.
Even in this indictment, Jeffrey Williams not charged with murder of Donovan Thomas. Do you realize that? And if you don't know, just say it. I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor. Improper speculation.
It's the indictment on trial.
Well, it really doesn't matter whether he knows it or not. Ask your next question.
I'm just waiting on the certified copies. Mr. Copeland, I'm just going to ask you some questions while the prosecutor is looking at this, okay? While in jail, in the Fulton County Jail, as well as, were you held in the Fayette County Jail? Do you ever remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Just to be fair, say yes or no. And you are aware that jail calls are recorded. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, is it true that at times people in jail, I'm not saying you, but people in jail have contraband cellular phones, like cell phones like you would use today? They have them in the jail. A person who's in custody.
You said, do people in jail have phones?
Or in prison, yeah, or both.
Mm.
And if you don't know, just, I don't know.
Yeah, people in jail. Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to show you what I've marked. I'm starting at 252J as in Jake. May I approach your honor?
You may.
Mr. Copeland? May I approach you?
Mm-hmm.
This is, I'm just going to show you what I've marked as Mr. Williams 252J, okay? And if you could just take a look at this for me. Do you see what it says here? United States District Court, Northern District of Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta Division, United States versus you. United States of America versus you, Mr. Copeland. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And do you see your lawyer's name, Mr. Rhett?
Mm-hmm.
And that's Durrett. And do you see the Honorable Judge Totenberg's signature on there?
Mm-hmm.
And that was your judge, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And you see the date, October 24th, 2018?
Yes.
And it has an amendment to the judgment, same case number, your name, right?
Yes.
And it just has October 22, the same date, but the judge signed October 31, and it just amended your sentence. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And this is certified. Certified means the clerk, you feel that, if you want to feel it, feel that seal?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And this shows that you pled guilty to the offense of possession of firearm under 18 United States Code 922G1. You see that?
Yes.
And your sentence is going to be on page 2, 60 months. Is that fair to say?
And 3 years supervised release. It's not on there. Is it?
It'll be on here, yes, sir. And I will show it to you. And supervised release is like what?
Probation?
Yeah. Okay. And it's right here on page 4. You see that 3-year supervised release?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of its certified document 252J. It's a conviction of Mr. Copeland from the Northern District of Georgia. The offense date is April 28, 2015. Your Honor, the judgment date is October 24, 2018, but then it was amended. It was a correction. It's October 31, 2018. I'm just going to move this to court.
The state should have objected. There's no way he can authenticate it because he can't read.
Mr. Copeland, I'm showing you what's been marked as Mr. Williams number 252I as an ice cream, okay? And again, do you feel that seal on it?
So he say.
Certified copy. Did you feel that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And this is in the Superior Court of Fulton County, and that's state of Georgia versus you. You see your name?
Yes.
And that's indictment number. It actually says criminal action number 20 SC 176912. You see that?
Yes.
And do you see where it says that you entered a guilty plea under Alford? Do you know what Alford is? Remember?
No.
Okay. And it says 5 years to serve 3 years, balance of 2 years probated. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
On possession of a controlled substance, Schedule 1 or 2 with intent to distribute. Is that fair? That's what it says.
This what it say?
Okay. And I'm going to turn to You were sentenced by the Honorable Judge Ingram in this courthouse. Do you remember that by any chance?
Yes.
And I'm going here to your indictment. And Judge Ingram's name used to be Judge Millender. Did you know that? And if you didn't, that's fine.
Yes, I know it.
Okay. And this indictment was returned by the grand jury on November 20th, 2020 for the offenses of participation in criminal street gang activity. But you did not plead guilty to that. You pled guilty to possession of a controlled substance, Schedule 1 or 2 with intent to distribute, count 2. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see your signature under where it says Kenneth Copeland weighs a copy of the indictment, list of witnesses, formal arraignment, pleads guilty to count 2? You see your signature there?
Yes.
And then the Honorable Jonathan Melnick?
Yes.
That's your lawyer, right? Former lawyer. And you pled guilty on January 25, 2022. Fair to say?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is a certified copy, and I would move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 252I.
Admitted.
Mr. Copeland, if you don't mind, if you could feel the seal, and show certification. Again, Fulton County Superior Court, State of Georgia versus Mr. Kenneth Copeland. That indictment number, I'm just looking at it and reading it, 22 SC 182134. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this charges you, and you pled guilty under Alford again to possession of firearm by a convicted felon. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you were sentenced to 5 years to serve 10 months in prison, balance of 4 years, 2 months to be served on probation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And this is, again, you're represented by the Honorable Jonathan Melnick. You see that?
Yes.
And I'm going to the indictment in the same indictment number that we just said. And do you see your signature here?
Yes.
When it says you plead guilty, and it is only to the count 3. You got that?
Yes.
Is that all true, what I said? Possession found by a convicted felon. You see that?
Yes.
And the grand jury, and you pled guilty to possession of firearm by a convicted felon in the county of Fulton, State of Georgia on the 27th day of October 2021. Did knowingly and without a lawful authority possess a certain firearm, a Glock handgun, accused having been convicted of felony in 10 SC 96938 Superior Court of Fulton County, offensive aggravated. Sorry. Yes, ma'am. Having been convicted of felony on indictment number 10 SC 96938 in the Superior Court of Fulton County, Georgia, for the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon on March 7, 2011. Is that true?
What's true?
That's what it says.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the count that you pled guilty to. True?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 252, M as in magic.
Admitted.
And Mr. Copeland, that date, October 27, 2021, you saw a clip, I believe, of the investigator, detective Viverito and you in a room?
Yes.
And that was the same day, October 27, 2021. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, I'm showing you Mr. Williams, number 252G as in Goldfetter.
Yes, and what?
Once again, in Fulton County, State of Georgia versus you, Mr. Copeland. This indictment number is 20 SC 1768 51. You see that?
Yes.
And this has you pleading guilty under Alford to count 2, possession of a vehicle with an altered VIN number. You know what a VIN number is?
Huh?
Do you know what a VIN number is?
No.
Vehicle identification number?
Yes.
Okay. And it says 15 years to serve 3 years in prison, balance of 12 years on probation. You see that?
Yes.
And this date is also before Judge Ingram on the 25th day of January 2022. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And here's the indictment. Same number that I announced before, State of Georgia versus you, and charging you with count 2 with possession of a vehicle with an altered VIN number, and you pled guilty to that count and count 3.
Yes.
Willful obstruction of law enforcement. See that?
Yes.
And that's your signature, or the judge?
Maybe try turning that backup mic off. I don't know if that'll make any difference or not. Okay, I don't know why that's started happening. Go ahead.
And you pled guilty to Jonathan Melnick's your lawyer, 25th day, January 2020. Fair to say?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, a certified copy, Your Honor, 252G is a
Admitted.
Copeland, I am showing you what the mark is, Mr. Williams, 252F is in Fox, okay? Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia versus Mr. Kenneth Copeland. That indictment number is 12 SC 11 3315. You see that? Yes. And this has you pleading guilty to certain counts, including terroristic threats, count 1, terroristic threats, count 2, terroristic threats, count 3, and 3 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. You see that? Yes. And you were sentenced to serve a total of 10 years to serve 2 years in prison, balance on probation. Is that fair to say? Yes. And this again, you feel that certification? Yes. And this was for the Honorable Todd Markle. Do you remember him as a judge, by any chance? Yes. And this was the 12th day of August 2013. And that's your indictment, correct? Yes. And that's your signature? Yes. And that's what you pled guilty to, those crimes that I announced. Fair to say? Yes. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams 252F.
Admitted.
Mr. Copeland, I'm showing you what's certified, and if you don't mind just feeling, just make sure that you put the same seal. Yes. Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia versus Mr. Copeland, criminal action number 12 SC 110195. And this charges, and you pled guilty to 3 counts of entering an automobile. And then I'm skipping the 2 misdemeanors. I pled guilty to, but I'm skipping them. And then actually, that's all I'm going to announce, please. There are 3 counts of entering automobile. True? Yes. And you were sentenced to 5 years to serve 2 years in prison and the balance of 3 years on probation. Fair to say? This was see. And this was on August 12, 2013. Correct? Yes. Also before Judge Markle? Yes. The Honorable Judge Markle. And here's the indictment charging you that you signature you pled guilty. Yes. Correct? Yes. Your Honor, I move for the admission of 252B as in Kenneth.
Admitted.
Certified. Mr. Copeland, I am showing you in the Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia versus Mr. Copeland, indictment number 15 SC 136794. Do you have a certification on that? Don't mind. And this is Jeffrey Williams, 252D as in David, okay? Go ahead. And this has you pleading guilty, sentence of 5 years to serve in prison, community time served for theft by receiving stolen property. See that? Yes. And this was also before the Honorable Judge Markle on the 13th of December 2018. See that? Yes. And this is your indictment. That's your signature, pleading guilty. Is that true? Yes. Your Honor, this is the admission of Mr. Williams 252D as indicated.
Admitted.
Copeland, I'm showing you Mr. Williams number 252C is in collect. And it's in the Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia versus Mr. Copeland. And you entered a guilty plea to count 1, which is aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. This is indictment number 10 SC 96398. Is that all look accurate? Yes. And you were sentenced to 10 years in confinement, but upon the service of 1 year, 9 years would be served on probation. See that? Yes. And tell me if this is your signature. And here you were represented by Suzanne Pomey, Pomey. See that? Yes. Here's your indictment, and that's your guilty plea under Alford versus North Carolina. You see your signature? Yes. You entered that plea on the 7th day of March 2011. Fair to say? Yes. Your Honor, I move for the admission. It's a certified copy of Mr. Williams 252C is in court.
Admitted.
And Mr. Copeland, this is Mr. Williams number 252B as in Barron. And this again is in Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia versus Mr. Copeland. And this is a non-negotiated plea of guilty on Alford versus North Carolina. And pleading guilty to 5 years to serve in prison, on probation. That's what it says? Yes. And can you make sure that that's a certified copy? Yes. And what you pled guilty to? With your lawyer, Jessica Stern, STERNS. You see that? Yes. And this was August 31, 2009, correct? Yes. And you pled guilty under Alfred versus North Carolina to count theft by taking an automobile. You see that? Count 1? Yes. And that's your signature. I think I asked you that earlier. Is that true? Yes. And you did that on August 31, 2009, I think. Yes. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams 252B.
Admitted.
Mr. Copeland. When you were able to be around Jeffrey for that short period of time that you said, that benefited you because it made you more known. People, am I saying that right? Is that true?
Objection on vague as to what period of time?
Can you rephrase your question, please?
Sure. You testified already that you were with Jeffrey for a short period of time from the end of 2014 to 2015, and you were arrested and didn't get out of custody on June 10th, 2015. So somewhere in that period. Is that fair to say?
I didn't hear you.
Okay. You were around Jeffrey Williams at times, at the end of 2014, year 2014, and then sporadically, because you kept getting arrested, but no more after June 10th, 2015, because then you're arrested and then sent to federal prison for 51 months. True?
No,
Okay, explain.
I was on around him from 14, and then we started hanging in 15.
Say it again, I couldn't hear you.
I wasn't hanging around him in 2015.
Okay.
Only the end of 2014.
Okay. And that was beneficial to you because it boosted your notoriety, meaning people took more note of you because you were around people like Jeffrey Williams and the people that he knew. Is that true?
It really was based off the experience.
Explain that to the jury.
What you mean?
Explain what you mean by it was based off the experience.
It wasn't about attention. It was just about flying on planes, going different, like just seeing more than just hanging in the neighborhood.
Before Jeffrey Williams allowed you, took you, asked you, or Tick or Mr. Trentavious Stephen, whoever, how far outside of the Atlanta area had you ever been?
Only once. I've been to no, I'm lying. Twice I've been out of town, but it was just I went with when I got out of jail in 2013. My baby mama, she was going to college in South Carolina. I traveled down there with her, and then when my friend got killed, I stopped. But before that, I had went with some old friends. He took me deep sea fishing, but that was it. But
Had you, in those experiences, had you ever been on an airplane?
No.
Or did you drive?
Yeah, we drove.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Steele, is this a good time to stop?
Sure.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and break for the day. I will see y'all back here at 9 in the morning. Just a reminder, wear your juror badges. Don't talk about the case with anybody. Let anybody talk about it with you, including amongst yourselves. Don't use the internet or any other kind of source to try to find out information about the case, anybody involved in it. Don't watch, read, listen to, in any way absorb any kind of media accounts about this case, including social media. And hope y'all have a pleasant evening. See you in the morning.
Especially social media.
Can I leave?
Yes, we'll see you back at 9 also.
I do want to jump in and say thank you so much to Ken Goddess for the $100 that you sent on Cash App. You always support, so thank you so much for that. Definitely appreciate it. I didn't even realize you had sent it a while back. I just seen the notification, so thank you if you're still here. Always supporting the channel. So if y'all don't mind putting Ken's name in the chat for support, and thank you so much. I'm gonna drop the link if anybody got any final comments since we're getting out early today. See you back tomorrow at 9, Queen. Yeah, it's really kind of. I mean, as long as there's no conflict, if Thug gets off, and let's say 4 years from now, could Woody or still to represent him on any case? As long as there's no conflict, I don't see why not. But yeah, thank you so much, Ken. Goddess. Yeah, thank y'all. Thank the people that like the video, subscribe to the channel. But y'all have to turn on y'all notifications, like all notifications, because sometimes when I go live, it may not notify you. And you might have to catch the replay. Yeah, thank you, Christopher. Yeah, thanks again to King Goddess. All right, y'all. Looks like we're getting out of here early today. We had just about 7 hours. We have someone that may speak for it. Hold on. Let's see if we can bring him up. Hey, how's it going?
What's up, talk that love, man.
I can't cut.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, what's going on? What you got?
Man,
What you thinking?
I got a little echo. I don't know what's going on. Man, I was just gonna say, what you think about that warrant? What you think about that warrant with what he got?
What you mean warrant that he got?
So what they was, I don't understand what.
It seems as if they were showing him an old warrant that he had previously. So are you saying that it was a new warrant? It looks like they were trying to get him to recall the old warrant that he had.
It was a warrant for Nuts murder.
Right, the old one. Like not right now. I don't know if you can hear. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
So do you think that he would go to jail for anything that he?
I don't think so, unless they can find independent evidence outside of. I'm gonna mute it for a second. Unless they can find independent evidence outside of what he say on the stand, then I don't think they're going to prosecute him. I don't even think they're going to prosecute him for perjury. It's just going to be too hard to try to weed through all that has been said. Because if he don't recall, or he don't remember it, or he misremembered, because it's been so many years ago, since 2015, 15 years and stuff like that ago, 9 years ago, 10 years ago, I don't think it's going to hold up at all. Oh, let me unmute you because there's an echo. Go. Can you hear me?
Do you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you.
It's like an echo.
Do you have
I was gonna say,
do you still have YouTube open?
Yeah, let me close it. Okay, is that better?
Oh yeah, there we go. There we go.
Okay. Now I was gonna say, so since that's the case, right? Do you think he helping a hurting thug case? Because I mean, I see Brian still etching him closer into the murder. So if he put him closer to the murder, he can distance Thug away from the murder and basically just make Thug look like a hardworking artist and Woody was just a hanger-on type of person.
I mean, I think so. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask you then, if that's the case, right? So what about everybody who took a plea and the people that have been convicted in the case? Can they come back and get their cases overthrown?
I don't think so. I think those pleas are locked in because there's nothing that's going on in this trial that can separate them from the pleas. I don't see how they have a legal. Let me mute it while I talk. I don't see how they would have a legal avenue as to withdraw their plea if it was voluntary that they entered it. So I don't see it now. Had they went to trial, they may have a whole lot of grounds for appeal because of this trial and the things that happened in this trial, but I don't see them being affected. I think the plea will stand unless it's some extraordinary circumstance, like some evidence was withheld from them that could have changed the outcome of their plea or something like that. But at this point, I don't see it being reversed. But I mean, who knows? It can change because as we see, the state like to hide the ball. They like to hide their evidence. So who knows? I think there's something all of their attorneys, the ones who took plea deals, should definitely look into.
Order defense in the whole courtroom.
Hey, can you repeat that again?
Sure, excuse me. I said, who do you think is the best attorney in the courtroom, whether the prosecution or defense?
Oh, I think the defense definitely got on. I think the defense are working better together as a team than the state. I mean, today we saw Love and Hylton going at it on camera in public. So, you know, you heard the saying, a house divided against itself, you know, won't stand. So if y'all fighting in public, we already got y'all on the ropes. I mean, y'all could at least waited and argue when y'all got back to the office and show some type of unity in public. But now the jurors gonna go home and even see them, you know, fighting and acting a fool in the courtroom. So I think once the chemistry off, it's gonna seem like their case is not together if they're going back and forth with each other. So if they don't even believe in their own case, I doubt the jurors are gonna buy into it.
So who you like on the defense side? Do you think Brian Steele is cooking, or do you think, you know, who you think got the stronger defense out of all of them? Because I think that Matthew, they gonna beat that case regardless, even if Thug get in trouble. Because the way that man, even with the Quay thing, he like, man, I don't know who this Quay is, and they trying to distance him from the whole situation. So if they can distance Thug from the situation, they can easily distance that guy.
Yeah, I think they all work together as a team. I think they all got their own strengths that they bring to the table. So I think it's like a perfect team. They're not fighting against each other. And even when I think today a video is going to come in, I'm gonna mute it for a second. Even when a video was coming in today that Brian Steele was going to introduce, Matt Shard stood up and said, if there's something on that video that's not good for my client. And Brian Steele had no objection of keeping that part out. So when you have attorneys working together like that, I think it's, you know, it makes the case go way smoother than two attorneys that's arguing like Love and Hylton was today.
Do you think it will ever turn? Like when other witnesses come in, do you think that some of those defense attorneys will have to try to save their own client, or do you think they're gonna still be all working together?
I mean, I think they should always protect the interests of their clients first and foremost. I mean, you're not there to be friends, but if there's a way you can do it without implicating someone else, then I think that should be the route first. But if there's like Harvey said, YSL, they call him YSL ponytail. Somebody said he froze. YSL ponytail. He had mentioned that a video may come in against Max Shard's client, but not his client. And you know, it was the time that, you know, he said it needed to be said. So Harvey came out and said it. You can bring it in against him, but don't bring it in against my client. And Max Shard was like, hey, that don't mean it comes in against my client. So he just had a small little riffraff, but nothing major.
Well, that's it, man.
Yeah.
I like your show, man. You ain't had Caleb Bumpus back on there, man. What's going on, man?
Yes, she came back.
Okay.
yeah, she didn't been back since then.
Okay. Now I see her numbers done stopped. I thought she got Hollywood on you.
She actually came the day she testified. Yeah.
So you think that she can get out of this case anyway, or you think she done with it?
Say that again.
Do you think she can be called back up in this case in any kind of way, or do you think she can be done? Oh, this is what I was gonna ask you. You remember earlier, right, when they was talking, when Woody was up there on the stand and he started mentioning that he was talking in Glanville's office. And then the judge went to a 15-minute break. Do you think that has something to do with that phone and that recording, or the missing phone? And what do you think that was all about?
You're talking about today?
Yeah. It was one of the first things when Woody first got on the stand. The very first break they had, it was because Woody said something about being back there in Glanville's office, talking to
Right, I remember
talking
that
to Love
part.
and them.
Okay, I remember that part. And then what you said about the phone?
And then later down, when Steele came up, he started mentioning a phone that basically put Woody at the location or by the location of a crime. Was that had something to do with that meeting?
They could have had a off the record conversation to see if it comes in or not. But I know Brian still asked Woody about, does Woody have two phones? And Woody was like, who don't have two phones or something like that. So I guess Brian still was trying to show if that second phone was connected to Woody, because I think he said the phone didn't receive no calls or no text that whole night. I don't know if he was implying that the phone was off or Woody didn't take it with him, or Woody was on a mission to do something. So Woody went crazy. Woody was uncomfortable with that subject. He was trying to stay away from that as much as he could. He's not trying to get caught up in no. What you say?
Said Woody said he got to go boo boo.
Yeah.
He got the bubble gut.
Hey, you show right. Woody said his name Benny. He not in.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't say he got to go
So
talk to his
that's
lawyer
what-
again.
So that's what I'm saying. All the stuff that Steele is implicating Woody in. Do you think Woody gonna be up on any charges as a lawyer? Or you think he? All right.
I don't think he's gonna be up on no charges. Nothing based on this trial. I mean, because they're not saying nothing that the state don't already know. I mean, most of this stuff is old news. Woody was charged for the murder. Shannon Jackson Stillwell was charged for the murder. They couldn't prove it. They charges were dropped. So I don't know what new evidence they can use against Woody right now that would be different than what they already have. And now it may be an argument can be made about the Fed situation when Woody admitted to shooting up a barbershop, but
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm asking. It looked like Woody double dutching in there, man. It's like they trying to. I don't know. From what I could tell, it looked like they're gonna snatch him up. I mean, if he get away,
Yeah, so many statute limitations and things like that. If they can overcome it, and then on top of that, Woody was guaranteed by the judge and the prosecutors that anything he say can't be used against him, both state and federal. So if Woody was promised that by the government, which is the prosecutors, and arguably the judge, if he was promised that by both of them, can the feds really come and try to charge him? If he had an understanding that if he was forced to testify, nothing will be used against him from either the state or the federal government. So I don't think the feds will even be able to come in and prosecute him based on what he said on the stand. I mean, they can try, but I don't think it's going to be held to be constitutional because he was forced to testify and he was potentially lied to that he will be protected from prosecution from both the feds and the state.
That immunity he got is stick. That's what you're saying. So
right, but it's immunity, use immunity. So basically, it doesn't stop him from being charged with, let's say, the murder of Nut. It doesn't stop him from being charged with the murder of Nut. If they find like a videotape, for example, him murdering Nut, then he could be charged with the murder of Nut. Now, if Woody say on the stand, "I killed Nut," then he cannot be charged with the murder of Nut because it's something he says. They can't use, that's why they call use immunity. They can't use anything he say against them. But if they have anything outside of what he say, then it's fair game. They can come back and charge him. But I don't, it's been how many years? 2015, almost 10 years. So I don't think it's gonna come back. Oh, somebody said, "What's your name?" Let me take the thing off so they can see. They want to know your name.
Born, man. Cloud chasing at all time.
He was in the chat. with us earlier. They couldn't see your name
Yeah.
because of that. Yeah, they were trying to say, man. But I definitely appreciate you coming up. I mean, nobody else hit the
Yeah.
link. They
Yeah,
don't
that's
mind
all
the chat.
good.
Don't
You know what
mind the
they say
chat.
about hate.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
you gotta
Don't
have
mind the chat.
haters be your best fans. You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
So it's all good. Much
Well,
love.
definitely appreciate it. Hopefully we can get you back in the future.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, all right, y'all. Anybody else want to come up? Well, perjury, that's a separate offense. You can still be prosecuted for lying under oath. Whether you have immunity or not, you're not supposed to lie under oath. So they can still get in for perjury. That's separate. Perjury or what they call false swearing, they can come back and get you. I'm gonna drop the link one more time, and if not, we can get out of here. She said, "Let us see your background without the bricks." What? Oh, you talking about? Car Global say it was a boring day. Well, I think he was coming across. Woody was less resistant, so I think it was beneficial. Yeah, was it as explosive as it could have been? Somebody says it's a cold case turned hot. Nah, not really. The only thing that really kind of turned it up a little bit was when what's her name? When Hylton and Love kind of got into it. And Thugger Daily, let me see if I can show that real quick again. Thugger Daily had the video on his channel or her channel. Shout out to them. Let me see if I can find it. Oh man, where'd it go? Don't tell me they took it down. Oh, y'all look like they took it down. What? Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it no more. What happened? Man, I don't see it. I think they took it down. Maybe I can go back to the stream and find it. Let me see if I can find it.
This is JW2.
I think it was before lunch when Hylton and them got into it. I don't even know when was lunch. Man, yeah, I gotta find it. Let me know if y'all know the timestamp. Let me know. Oh yeah, here you go. Love was so mad she couldn't get out her chair.
Have a short recess while they get that queued up. It's about time for a restroom break. Let me see. She said it's still on Thugger Daily. Let me go find it. I couldn't see it. Okay. Thanks. All right, we'll take however long it
it takes the jury to get back.
Simply Tase is gone. Look at her in Hylton. Hold on, I'm gonna find it. Somebody gonna have it. Wait, what's the other channel? All right, I think I found it. Hold on, y'all. I think I found it. Shout out to David. So we kind of see them get into it. If I can get, okay, here we go. Make it big.
All right, it'll take however long it takes the jury to get back, 10-ish minutes.
Then Love and that woman, and then Hylton. Can y'all see that?
All right, it'll take however long it takes the jury to get back, 10-ish minutes.
And then Hylton snaps back. Hylton like, hey, who you talking to? I wish I could make it bigger. They ain't gonna let me, y'all. But in any event, y'all see it. Y'all see it. All right, y'all. Okay, thank you, Tia. She said, "Love one getting her face. Why she grabbing her arm?" Yeah, I think that was a bit too much. Like, he said, "Oh yeah, y'all done if Love and Hylton the only thing we're talking about." Well, they don't have a case, Car Global, so we can't talk about that. The case so weak, we can't talk about nothing but their argument. He said nothing was accomplished, and who was it, Marlene? She said a lot was accomplished, and it didn't take 72 hours worth of video to do it. All right, y'all. So I guess we're done. So I'm gonna try to pop back on tomorrow, and we can pick it back up. But we got out early. I think that one of the jurors had a medical procedure, so she had to leave early. So we'll see. But all right, y'all. Thank y'all for popping in. Thank y'all for liking the video, checking the likes, the new people that subscribe, and again, a big thank you to Ken Goddess. And I hate I didn't see this sooner because I think she had already took off. But I want to thank her again for sending $100 on the Cash App. That was really kind of her. Always supporting the channel. All right, so I'll see y'all tomorrow. Hopefully in the morning. I don't know what time yet. We'll just play it by ear. But all right, y'all, let me get my disclaimer before I go. No legal advice intended. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not your lawyer. I'm just here to talk that law. All right, y'all. See y'all tomorrow. Thank y'all so much for popping in. Y'all have a good one.